Outside the Gotham Museum, Aliki and Margot Marceau, the acrobatic duo known as Double Dare, leap through the shattered glass of a high window. Aliki shouts that she thought Margot had turned off the alarm, but Margot retorts that she thought Aliki was the one who did it. Margot swings through the rainy night, clutching a massive stolen diamond labeled as the world's largest. She tells her sister it doesn't matter who failed, because the police will head toward the alarm while they just need to get as far away as possible. Margot urges her sister to move faster, but a grim voice from the shadows interrupts, expressing deep disappointment in both members of Double Dare. Batman and Robin swoop down from the rainy sky, their capes billowing like giant bat wings. Batman mentions he had heard the sisters had turned over a new leaf, while Robin notes that Nightwing was clearly too optimistic about them, as usual. The sisters attempt to flee across the rooftops, but the dynamic duo stays hot on their heels. One of the sisters pleads with Batman, explaining they were just planning a road trip and wanted some extra cash for the drive. The sisters argue that life shouldn't always be about masks and late nights, but Batman isn't amused, telling them that Blackgate Prison is lovely this time of year. He fires a net gun, and as the sisters are ensnared, Margot groans that she hates when Batman makes jokes because it makes getting caught feel so much worse. A Gotham police van arrives to take the thieves away while Batman and Robin watch from a nearby ledge. Damian looks up at his father and simply says, "Father." Robin stares curiously at the dark night and asks a surprising question. What exactly is a road trip? The scene shifts to a breathtaking view of the outskirts of Gotham at sunset, where a winding road leads away from the city skyline and toward the distant mountains. A black SUV passes a rusted, bullet-ridden sign that informs travelers they are now leaving Gotham City. The vehicle navigates a long, curving road through the hilly countryside as the sun begins to dip below the horizon. Inside the car, Damian leans his head against the window, looking bored as a hawk soars through the rainy sky above them. The SUV continues its journey, the headlights cutting through the darkening evening. Bruce Wayne sits behind the wheel, focusing on the road as the wipers clear the rain from the windshield. Damian speaks up from the passenger seat, flatly stating that this whole trip is unnecessary. Bruce explains to his son that after everything they've been through lately, some father-son bonding time away from the masks would be good. Damian mocks him for taking parenting advice from supervillains like Double Dare, but Bruce insists that one night away from the city won't hurt. Trusting that Gotham will be protected in their absence, Damian eventually sighs and asks if they are there yet. The SUV pulls into a decrepit remote gas station called Jeff's Gas. A local man stands outside with a broom while a scruffy dog wanders nearby. As Bruce pulls up to the pump, he suggests to Damian that he should go inside and grab some snacks for the road. Bruce steps out of the car and politely asks the attendant how he is doing. The attendant, a grizzled man with a mustache and a dirty cap, stares back with a hollow expression, muttering that it's just another day in paradise. Inside the dimly lit station, Damian walks past dusty shelves and a sleeping cat, skeptically repeating the word snacks to himself as he surveys the meager selection. Suddenly, Damian stops in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he spots something suspicious near the back of the store. On the wall is a massive corkboard covered in missing posters of dozens of people. Damian realizes something is terribly wrong and calls out to his father that they need to leave immediately. Bruce turns back from the gas pump as Damian rushes out of the store, his face filled with urgency as he repeats that they need to go right now. They arrive at the entrance of the Full Moon campground, marked by a wooden sign depicting a howling wolf. Bruce looks at the area and notes that having this many people go missing in one location is highly unusual. Damian agrees with his father's assessment, and Bruce decides that they must investigate the disappearances. Bruce starts unloading gear from the back of the SUV, telling Damian they will set up camp and then talk, adding that while he didn't want this to be another mission, they can't ignore criminal activity. Damian walks toward the trees, stating that he will first check in with Oracle to see what info the local police have on the investigations. Damian stares at his phone in disbelief, noting there is absolutely no signal, not even a satellite link, and asks how that is possible. Suddenly, he stops and tells his father he found one of the missing persons. In a clearing, they find a gruesome sight. a corpse slumped against a tree with a sword driven through its neck. Bruce notes there are signs of a struggle and observes that while the victims were trained, the killer was clearly even more skilled. Bruce examines the body, estimating it's at least a month old. He notices a brochure for full moon camping and asks when the next full moon occurs. Damian looks up at the darkening sky, realizing the next full moon is tonight. Bruce glares into the woods, vowing to find whoever is responsible for this. They find several more bodies hidden among the trees. Damian remarks that the killers have been very busy lately. Bruce kneels to inspect a skull, noting that if they searched the entire area, they would likely find everyone on the missing persons board. He finds it incredibly sloppy that the killers just left the remains in the open like this. Damian walks past a body being reclaimed by the forest floor and asks how someone could do this without anyone noticing. Bruce stands up, concluding that the killers are simply unafraid of being caught. Damian turns back toward the road, determined to return to the gas station to confront the attendant. Damian sprints down the dirt path, shouting that the guy at the gas station must know something about what is happening here. Suddenly, Damian is thrown backward to the air, screaming in pain as he collides with an invisible barrier that crackles with blue electricity. Bruce catches up and places his hand against the air, feeling the hum of a high-tech force field. Damian sits on the ground, rubbing his head and asking what that was, to which Bruce replies it is a very good force field. Above them, bats fly over the forest canopy. Bruce realizes this isn't just a trap. The entire area has been turned into someone's private hunting grounds. Perched on a sheer cliff overlooking the forest is a massive, lit-up mansion. A voice booming over speakers welcomes everyone to join them, announcing that the show is about to begin. Groups of people in tactical gear and hunting outfits gather at the entrance, being welcomed as happy hunters. Inside a grand hall filled with animal trophies, a woman in a cowboy hat and red mask named Roulette stands before a giant screen. She welcomes the guests to the house and reminds them of the rules. All bets are final. The house doesn't technically exist, and if anyone speaks of it, they will cease to exist as well. She points aggressively at the crowd of armed mercenaries, asking if there are any objections to her terms. The hunters stand in silence, their eyes fixed on Roulette as she prepares to reveal the night's prey. Roulette gestures to the large screen behind her, which shows a surveillance photo of Bruce and Damian in their car. She excitedly announces that tonight's showcase features not one, but two targets: the former rich boy of Gotham, Bruce Wayne, and his teenage son. A bearded man in the crowd grins as Roulette explains that they each paid $10 million for the honor of the hunt. The total pot will go to whoever kills the elder Wayne, minus the house's 20% cut, and she promises a special bonus for whoever kills the boy. Roulette adds with a smirk that the winner will also get a free buy-in for next month's hunt. A sudden blinding blast of energy erupts from the crowd, nearly knocking Roulette off her feet. A cold voice tells Roulette she can keep her money as the light from a high-tech weapon fades. The assassin, Bloodsport, stands among the hunters holding a massive energy rifle. He declares that he is only there for the practice. Roulette tells him that is his business, and she will hold him to it if he wins, then addresses the rest of the group, telling them the hunt begins as soon as the full moon is high in the sky. The crowd of hunters cheers and raises their weapons into the air, eager for the blood sport to begin. Back in the woods, Bruce and Damian take inventory of their limited supplies, laying out a shovel, a matchbook, a compass, and a small radio on the ground. They also have an axe, a length of rope, some skewers for s'mores, and an ultra-powerful flashlight. The remaining gear includes a first aid kit, a small burner for cooking, a pair of binoculars, and a lantern. Hidden beneath the camping gear, Damian reveals his true preparations: 6 batarangs, a katana, 10 smoke bombs, and a net gun. Bruce kneels beside his son, reminding him they agreed to no work tools on this trip. But Damian asks if Bruce didn't also bring the batarangs. Bruce notes that they only have basic camping items and no utility belts. Damian lifts a bag, saying this is all they have, but Bruce thinks it's for the best. They discuss the need to draw the hunters in without revealing their identities, and Bruce tells Damian he has a plan as night begins to fall. Working quickly, Bruce uses the shovel to dig a deep pit trap in the forest floor. He then uses the axe to sharpen wooden stakes and chop logs for their defenses. Bruce carefully lays out a camouflaged net over a pile of leaves, making it nearly invisible. Damian climbs a tree to set up a tripwire and a mechanical snare high above the ground. Bruce tests the tension on a heavy-duty cable, ensuring it will hold when triggered. Damian packs a sleeping bag to look like someone is still inside it as a decoy. Bruce stuffs more gear into a bundle, preparing the bait for the hunters. Damian uses the rope to create a pulley system for another trap hidden in the branches. As the fire crackles, Damian holds out a skewer with a marshmallow, simply saying, "So." The two sit by the campfire, roasting marshmallows. Damian asks if they are now just supposed to pretend to be camping like normal people. Bruce says pretty much, noting that was the original plan anyway. Bruce looks at his son and asks him what he means by that. Damian explains that while he understands Bruce's desire for bonding time, they aren't really campers and shouldn't have to pretend to be something they aren't just to connect as father and son. Bruce stares into the fire, holding his toasted marshmallow, and asks Damian what he would suggest they do instead. In the darkness beyond the light of the fire, several armed hunters creep through the undergrowth. Damian's voice continues over the scene, asking if they should never not be their masked identities. The camera pulls back to show Bruce and Damian sitting by the fire, their gear and sleeping bags arranged around them. Damian says he's just saying their family isn't like others, and it would be nice if they could just talk as themselves. The fire glows brightly, as the forest around them remains silent and watchful. Damian asks how many hunters Bruce thinks are out there, and Bruce calmly estimates about 24. Damian asks if they are acting as bait, and Bruce tells him to let the hunters believe they are just a father and son camping together. A hunter in a brown hood leaps across a clearing with a spear, but his foot catches on a nearly invisible tripwire near the ground. A high-tension net hidden in the leaves snaps shut, yanking the hunter off his feet and leaving him dangling upside down from a tree branch while he screams in surprise. Damian takes a bite of his s'more and asks, "Net?" Bruce nods with a small smile, confirming he got one, while noting that the trick is to make sure nobody actually gets hurt. Another hunter steps on a pressure plate, and a massive mechanical bear trap snaps shut around his leg, glowing with green energy as he bellows in pain. Damian finishes his bite and simply says much, while Bruce chuckles softly in response. A group of hunters is suddenly swept up by a swinging log trap, sending them flying backward through the air. Damian asks where his father learned that particular trick. Damian smiles, noting that Bruce had never told him that story before. Several hunters are seen falling through the canopy, caught in various ropes and snares set by the duo. Bruce explains that it happened before Damian was born while he was hunting an arms dealer in Markovia. His plane was shot down by a missile, and he had to hold off a militia that wanted to strip the Batplane for parts. Bruce continues the story, mentioning that Lucius Fox was absolutely furious when he eventually brought the plane back in pieces. In the background, a hunter is seen creeping through the trees above them. Bruce wonders if there are any snipers in the trees, and Damian confidently replies that he has it covered, having found and prepped the perfect hiding tree earlier. A sniper in the branches steps on a small device that emits a loud click and a surge of electricity. A massive plume of flame erupts from the tree, engulfing the sniper as he screams and falls from the branches. Damian watches the flames, mentioning he learned that particular move while hunting monsters with Frankenstein. Bruce continues tending to his marshmallow, telling Damian he will have to tell him that story in the morning because they should really get some sleep now. Nearby, several more hunters are caught in an electrical surge trap, their bodies glowing as they scream for help, and one of them yells that he is calling it quits. The forest is quiet under a brilliant starlit sky. Bruce watches the perimeter and notes that the hunters are panicking. Damian suggests letting them go, as they will lead them back to the source of the force field when it's over, and asks how many traps are left. Bruce calculates there are only 3 left. Another hunter is suddenly yanked into the air by a hidden snare, crying out in shock. A group of hunters finds themselves surrounded by a cage of sharpened stakes that spring up from the ground, leaving them trapped and cursing. One hunter screams as a bat-shaped spike trap pierces through his boot, pinning him to the spot. Bruce and Damian lie on their backs, looking up at the sky. Damian says he is glad they left the city because you can see so many more stars out here. A panicked rookie hunter begs for help near the fire, but a dark, hulking figure approaches, telling him to save his crying. Bloodsport steps into the light of the fire, stepping over the defeated hunters. He tells them this will all be over soon and mocks them for letting the amateurs go in first. A hunter trapped in a pit yells for Bloodsport to get them out, complaining that Roulette didn't mention there would be traps. Bloodsport ignores them, telling them to watch and learn. Bloodsport raises his high-tech arm, which begins to assemble a massive glowing weapon he calls the Thunderbuster 2000X. He explains that he picked up the tech on Earth 3 and made his own alterations for maximum efficiency. Bloodsport aims the weapon toward the decoys in the sleeping bags, declaring it is perfect for earning his pay. Bloodsport opens fire, his high-tech rifle unleashing a barrage of energy bolts that shred the campsite and the decoys. The sleeping bags and camping gear are riddled with glowing holes as the energy rounds tear them to pieces. Bloodsport lowers his weapon, looking bored. He mutters that it was far too easy and hardly the practice he was hoping for. Back at the mansion, Roulette sits in a throne-like chair with a drink, asking her servant if the kill has been confirmed yet. Bloodsport stands over the smoking remains of the camp and sighs, explaining to Roulette over the comms that his gun fires a bullet every millisecond. He reaches down and lifts one of the shredded sleeping bags, only to realize it is stuffed with straw and leaves. He realizes that of course they weren't in there. Bloodsport stands in the center of the trap-filled clearing, looking around as the woods go silent. High in a nearby tree, Bruce and Damian watch him. Damian asks his father who the man is, and Bruce identifies him as Bloodsport, calling him another Waller stooge, though he notes Bloodsport wasn't always that way. A red title appears on the screen, asking who is Bloodsport. Bruce's voiceover explains that Robert Dubois' story started in tragedy when his brother was injured in a war, leading Robert to seek revenge. In his early days he even fought Superman, though Bruce wouldn't have called him a criminal then. Using stolen LexCorp tech, he created an extra-dimensional teleporter to give himself an unlimited arsenal. Bloodsport is shown dual-wielding high-tech pistols. Bruce notes that even without his weapons, the man is a deadly expert in hand-to-hand combat. He usually worked as a mercenary until Amanda Waller got her hooks into him and forced him into her service. The last Bruce heard, Bloodsport had been caught up in the drama with Earth 3 and the Syndicate. An image shows Bloodsport fighting alongside the Flash and Superman against strange, dark versions of themselves. Damian asks his father if Bloodsport is back to his old tricks with Roulette. Bruce tells him to stay in contact and only use the radio when necessary. Damian says he has an idea to deal with Roulette and needs Bruce to keep Bloodsport occupied while he goes back to their camp to retrieve something secretly. Bruce agrees, and Damian drops from the tree, telling his father to have fun. Damian glides through the trees while Bruce watches him go, whispering that he will. Bruce prepares his next move, adjusting his gear as he prepares to face the assassin. Damian leaps through the darkness, moving like a shadow through the forest canopy. Bloodsport stands over a pit full of trapped hunters. One of them asks if Roulette called in a ringer for their party, and Bloodsport replies that whoever is out there with him is definitely not some normal camper. Roulette watches her monitors with growing concern, insisting she would never call in a ringer. She wonders who could have dodged all her cameras and security systems, then tells Bloodsport that if he finds them, she'll increase his pay. Bloodsport tells her to keep the money, saying this challenge is exactly what he was hoping for. He draws 2 new pistols and prepares to test out some of his favorite toys. He sprints through the woods, his boots crunching on the leaves as he tracks his target. Bloodsport opens fire to the shadows, his guns barking with rapid-fire energy blasts. He stops and grunts, realizing his shots didn't hit anything. A voice from the darkness mocks him, simply stating that he missed. Bruce leaps from the shadows, launching a powerful flying kick that slams into Bloodsport's chest. Bloodsport staggers back, realizing he's facing someone who knows exactly how to fight. Bruce taunts him, asking for a little hand-to-hand combat. Bloodsport retorts that his guns are just tools and that he himself is the real weapon. As they clash, Damian sneaks back to the camp and activates a device on the SUV, causing it to emit a bright red light. Bruce and Bloodsport continue their brutal fight, with Bruce landing a heavy punch across the assassin's face. Bloodsport groans in frustration as Bruce realizes something important. Bruce contacts Damian, telling him that if Bloodsport can teleport his weapons in, that means there is a way to get a signal out of this force field as well. Damian replies that he is way ahead of him. He looks toward the mansion on the cliff and says that if Roulette wants to play a game, they are ready to show her how it's done. In her control room, Roulette is suddenly startled by a notification on her screens. She looks at the feed and asks if Bloodsport is there, or if he has made any progress. She quickly realizes the hunt is a bust and decides it's time to move on. She orders her staff to prepare her things and the jet, saying she wants to be in the air in 15 minutes. She calls out for someone, but there's no answer. A figure looms behind her in the shadows, warning her never to forget that the house always wins. Roulette spins around, her face pale with terror as she stares into the darkness. She curses under her breath and turns to run, passing by a pile of unconscious guards and discarded weapons. A dark figure drops from the ceiling with a chilling boo. Damian, now wearing his Robin cape, stands amidst a mass of shadows and bats, looking truly menacing. Roulette screams at him to let her go, calling him a fool as she struggles. Robin fires his net gun point blank, ensnaring Roulette in a high-tensile web that slams her against the floor. Robin kneels over the captured Roulette, asking her how she likes being the prey for a change. He explains that this was all a trap to bring her here, and that all the hunters she hurt before have her right where they want her now. Roulette sneers, asking if he's going to throw her in the fire this time. Robin leans in close, explaining that she has a reputation for live-streaming her games to her wealthy clientele. He reveals that while she wasn't going to stream this one to protect them, he turned the feed back on himself. Robin smiles as he explains that the stream just happened to be watched by a very specific audience. Outside the mansion, dozens of police cars and helicopters swarm the area. A commander shouts into a megaphone that they are the backup Robin called for. SWAT teams storm the Grand Hall, pointing rifles at the panicked hunters and ordering everyone to freeze. Agent Chase of the DEO places Roulette in handcuffs, telling her they've been after her for a long time and thanking her for letting them know exactly where she was. Roulette remains defiant, claiming she's just a businesswoman whose lawyers will have her out in no time. Chase asks if she can help identify the mystery campers, noting she thought it was just Bruce Wayne and his kid, but there must have been a mix-up. Roulette looks at the window and realizes with a shock that the campers were just there a second ago, wondering where they could have gone so quickly. Black SUV drives away from the campground as the sun rises. Bruce looks at Damian and says he's proud of him, noting it was smart thinking to use Roulette's own livestream and Agent Chase to arrest her. Damian looks at his father through the rearview mirror and asks if Bruce knew Roulette had turned the forest into a hunting ground. He asks if this was all a secret plan for father-son bonding. Bruce keeps his eyes on the road, a small knowing smirk playing on his lips. Damian sighs and looks out the window, muttering that Bruce could have at least brought their actual suits and weapons along. In another part of Gotham, Batman and Robin are in the middle of a high-speed chase across the rooftops. Explosions rock the city behind them as they pursue a new threat. They crash through the glass windows of a high-rise office building, glass shards flying everywhere as they enter the fray. Inside, they find the villainous White Rabbit and her gang of black rabbits. Robin groans that he jinxed them, but White Rabbit mocks them, telling her goons to earn their paychecks. Batman ignores the banter and tells Robin to focus on the safety of the hostages. Robin suggests they keep score while they work. White Rabbit stands near a shattered window, complaining that someone in tights always ruins their fun. She prepares to make her escape, telling her goons it's time to head down the rabbit hole. Batman's hand suddenly grabs her hood, pulling her back. He tells her it's too bad she's late for a very important date in Blackgate Prison. White Rabbit looks annoyed, telling Batman he really shouldn't rhyme in a serious situation. The scene ends with a triumphant fist bump between the two heroes. Batman notes the hostages are saved and he's regained control of the Zeppelin in record time. He tells Robin good work and instructs him to park the vehicle at the GCPD before they head home. The scene shifts to a quiet brownstone in a residential neighborhood as night falls over the city. Bruce and Damian are walking toward their front door when a blonde neighbor named Brenda leans out from a balcony above. She calls out to Bruce, telling him that her gang and her bouncer are heading to the Iceberg Lounge and invites him to join them. Bruce smiles and thanks her, but explains that his son is moving in with him this weekend. Brenda tells him it's cute that he's a single dad and offers to babysit or bring over some pizza whenever he needs it. Damian lets out a heavy sigh, looking thoroughly unimpressed by the interaction. As they enter the house, Bruce notes that Damian rolls his eyes just like his mother, but reminds him it's important to keep up appearances. He tells Damian that to the world, they are just father and son, not Batman and Robin. Because of everything going on with Selina, it will just be the two of them for a while. Bruce mentions he has outfitted the brownstone with state-of-the-art security. Bruce leads Damian into the hallway, explaining that the upper levels are mostly for show but are fully functional living quarters. Portraits of the Wayne family and Alfred hang on the walls. They reach a door, and Bruce announces that this includes Damian's new room. Bruce explains that the lower levels contain the back computer, training grounds, a garage, access to the sewers, and hidden entry to the rooftops. Damian sees a katana mounted on the wall. Bruce admits he knows it's not the family mansion, but it has everything they need. Bruce looks at his son with a soft expression, telling him to listen. He acknowledges that Damian has always had an unusual life, but the last few years have been a lot for a young man to deal with. On a desk sits a framed photo of Bruce, Damian, Alfred, and another companion, a reminder of the family they've lost. As Damian stands in his room, a collage of memories flashes around him. Images of Nightwing, Catwoman, Ra's al Ghul, and his time as Robin. Bruce's voiceover continues, saying that to say it's been a hard few years would be an understatement. Bruce tells Damian he just wants him to know how happy he is that he chose to live with him. Damian, staring out the window, flatly replies that if they want to get enough rest for maximum crime fighting, they should go to bed now, ending the conversation with a curt good night. Bruce watches his son walk away, a look of quiet concern on his face. Damian stands alone in the hallway, his shadow stretching out behind him in the moonlight. Inside his room, Damian stands by his bed, looking at a small suitcase he left on the floor. He clenches his fist tightly, his knuckles turning white as he struggles with his emotions. On his desk are several drawings and sketches he has made, including one of a monkey and another of his father. Damian looks up, his face reflecting a mix of sadness and determination as he whispers a question to the memory of their lost butler, asking how Alfred ever did it. Damian sits on his bed, opening a fresh sketchbook and holding a pencil, ready to channel his thoughts into his drawings. The sketchbook reveals a page titled Damian Wayne and the Murder of Crow's Mystery. Damian has written notes about a missing prince, a lack of evidence, and his own internal struggles with his dual heritage. He writes that his trainers were the greatest, but they often forgot how to be parents. The sun rises over the Gotham skyline, the light reflecting off the tall skyscrapers of the city. Bruce lies in bed, staring at the ceiling as the morning light fills his room. He sits up and stretches his arms, a small smile appearing on his face as he prepares for the day. Bruce walks into the living room, which is decorated with many photos of the extended Bat family and Alfred. He looks toward the kitchen and calls out for Damian. In the kitchen, Damian is already busy preparing breakfast. He tells his father that Alfred loved to quote, that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. He notes that Alfred would often complain that what they ate was probably closer to brunch, but he has prepared a high-protein scramble with fresh ingredients regardless. Bruce looks at the meal, admitting he can't remember the last time someone made him breakfast. As Bruce reaches for a cup, Damian suddenly smacks his hand away with a quick, practiced movement. Damian asks Bruce if he's an animal, stating that is not how a gentleman prepares tea. He tells his father to watch and learn. Damian carefully places a black kettle on the stove and waits for the water to boil. He pours the hot water into a ceramic teapot with careful precision. He sets a timer for exactly 6 minutes, ensuring the tea steeps for the perfect amount of time. Once the timer goes off, he pours the dark tea into 2 delicate porcelain cups. Bruce takes a slow, appreciative sip of the tea, closing his eyes to enjoy the aroma. Damian smirks, noting that Bruce sipped the tea without even checking it for poison first. Bruce smiles back at his son, simply calling it progress. As they sit down to eat, Bruce tells Damian it's been a while since they lived together and thinks it's best to establish some ground rules. He adds that there is an important matter he needs to speak with him about. Bruce looks Damian in the eye and informs him that he has enrolled him in Gotham Heights High School, and he will begin classes tomorrow morning. Damian looks intrigued, asking what the target of his mission at the school is. He mentions he has multiple secret identities he can use, and has even been practicing his local Gotham accent. Bruce corrects him, saying he will be attending as Damian Wayne, son of Bruce Wayne. He reminds Damian of the progress he made with kids his own age on Lazarus Island, and says he wants him to have the teenage years that Bruce never got to have. Damian objects, saying that isn't what he wants and claiming he is smarter than anyone teaching at any level. Damian changes the subject, activating a holographic map of Gotham. He argues they don't have time for public education given the number of active cases in the city. He shows that while Bruce slept in, he found a pattern in recent break-ins at science facilities. He believes the real target is a man named Dr. Kafira, whose work involves DNA sequencing, and who was one of the hostages on the Zeppelin last night. Bruce commends his detective work, but says the school conversation isn't over. He tells Damian they will check on the doctor and visit White Rabbit in Blackgate when night falls. Damian mentions that during his travels, he acquired much, including something special. A massive, custom-built off-road buggy with a giant R on the hood roars to life. Damian exclaims that he has his own car now. Bruce looks shocked as the vehicle speeds past him. Damian tells him that White Rabbit will have to wait because the doctor has a house call to attend to. Elsewhere, Killer Croc and Orca are seen kidnapping Dr. Kafira. Croc urges Orca to move faster, complaining that he doesn't like being in the open, while Orca suggests he should just rip the squirmy doctor's legs off to calm him down. Damian's buggy screeches onto the scene, nearly colliding with the villain's getaway vehicle. Batman and Robin leap into action, and Robin mocks Waylon, calling this the sorriest attempt at kidnapping he's ever seen. Killer Croc growls that Batman brought him a midnight snack, adding that he can barely pick his teeth with a pipsqueak like Robin. Robin retorts that even if Waylon fought him one-on-one, he'd still be outnumbered. Suddenly, a group of animal-themed goons in suits appears, and one of them tells Robin not to be jealous because they have what he doesn't. A massive white shark-headed man in a suit, a wolf-headed man, and a vulture-headed man stand before them. The wolf-headed man declares that they've got family. A screeching sound fills the air as Monbat swoops down from above. Robin tells Batman to keep an eye on Orca while he deals with these new threats. Batman notes it's fitting that the evolution of Gotham includes such creatures. Batman and Robin engage the terrible trio in a brutal brawl. Batman lands a powerful blow on the shark-headed man, while Robin dodges a swipe from the wolf. A sniper scope zeroes in on Batman from a nearby building. A voice says that it all begins with Batman, but first, they will take something he loves. Meanwhile, Robin realizes that Man-Bat has snatched Dr. Kafira and is flying away. Man-Bat screeches as he carries the doctor into the sky while Dr. Kafira screams for help. Batman tells Robin he's on it. Robin fights the shark and vulture, noting that this isn't the terrible trio's usual MO and wondering who they are working for. He asks why they are pretending to be something they aren't, and the shark-headed man asks who says they are wearing masks. The wolf-headed man snarls at Robin, asking who exactly is wearing a mask. Robin looks confused, asking how their faces can look so real. The wolf-headed man lets out a terrifying howl, his eyes glowing with a feral intensity. Batman perches on a nearby rooftop, silhouetted against the bright city lights as he tracks Man-Bat's flight path. Robin looks up and calls out to his father, but Bruce's voice sounds strange and distorted as he tells Damian to come on because they've got what they came for. Bats begin to swarm around the rooftops as Batman stumbles, holding his head. Robin asks if Man-Bat got away with the doctor. Batman explains that a small gas pellet hit him, and he breathed it in. It wasn't poison, but something else entirely. Robin warns him they need to get back to the cave immediately because the bats are attacking. He realizes the bats aren't just wild, they seem to be specifically drawn to Batman. The story ends on a cliffhanger as Batman is completely engulfed by a massive swerving cloud of bats. A mysterious voice from the shadows simply says, "You," and the screen fades to black with a "to be continued" message for Bat vs. Man. A young Damian Wayne stares affectionately at a bat hanging upside down, remarking with a small smile that it is cute. Talia al Ghul stands sternly behind him, rebuking him by saying that cute is not a word used for a demon. Damian explains that he heard one of the guards say it, but Talia coldly promises that all the guards will be punished for speaking in his presence at all, as his studies are too crucial to be distracted by them. Damian leans in extremely close to the bat, looking into its eyes and wondering what the creature is supposed to teach him. In a sudden, violent blur, Talia's blade slashes through the air beside the young boy. Blood splatters across Damian's wide-eyed face as he watches his mother strike. Talia wipes the blood from her blade onto a white cloth, explaining that the lesson is to never get too attached, especially to anything cute. Young Damian lunges at his mother in a fit of rage, shouting that her action was unnecessary because the bat was harmless. Talia effortlessly avoids his punch, retorting that nothing is harmless and reminding him he was trained by the world's greatest assassins. Talia looks down at him, telling Damian that if he had truly wished to stop her from killing the bat, his instincts should have kicked in, but he was too slow. She turns her back on him, walking away while telling him he was too caught up in his feelings and that they make him weak. She orders him to follow her, as he still has much to learn. The two silhouettes stand in a high doorway as Talia tells Damian he must master this before he can ever meet his father. In the present day, Batman and Robin find themselves swarmed by a massive cloud of aggressive bats in the Gotham sky. Robin cries out for his father as the creatures claw at them, and Batman notes through gritted teeth that there are far too many of them. A mysterious hooded figure named Shush watches from above, stating that Batman is no longer at the top of the food chain in Gotham. Damian urges his father to keep moving as more bats arrive, frustrated that they simply don't stop. Batman analyzes the situation mid-fight, realizing the gas pellet he was shot with earlier is emitting a chemical that attracts the bats and turns them ravenous. Robin suggests using a burst of light to keep them away, but Batman worries it might hurt the creatures, ignoring Damian's desperate plea. Batman detonates a specialized smoke bomb that fills the air with a pinkish cloud, dispersing the bats. As they reach their bat buggy, Robin notices a scent and asks if it is eucalyptus. Batman confirms it is a mix of cinnamon, rosemary, thyme, and eucalyptus, a recipe his mother used to use around the mansion to keep bats away. Robin admits it's the nicest thing Bruce has ever said to him, but insists they need to get back to the brownstone to find the trio and Dr. Kafira. At the gates of the Gotham Zoo, Killer Croc decides he has had enough, telling Shush he is out. He remarks that if the bat is already on the case, it's a lost cause, and he has other business to attend to. Shush watches Croc walk away, telling him that it's his choice, but the door will be open when he comes crawling back. Dr. Kafira, looking terrified behind his glasses, begs for his life, promising to do whatever they want if they just let him go. The terrible trio, now mutated into shark, fox, and vulture hybrids, loom over him. The vulture hybrid mocks the doctor, asking if they can take a bite, while the shark hybrid comments on the smell of blood in the water. Shush steps forward, telling the hybrids there is no feeding the animals and ordering the orca hybrid to keep an eye on them. She then whispers to a hidden companion that they did well today. Walking through a lush, pink-lit greenhouse, Shush notes that they took advantage of White Rabbit's failure to not only retrieve Dr. Kafira, but to distract Batman. She declares that from this day forward, the symbol Batman stole will be his enemy until he finds a cure. Shush continues her monologue, agreeing that Killer Croc was right about the clock ticking on their endeavor. She shadows herself among the plants, stating they must have their revenge. Shush's bandaged face is shown in close-up as she mentions there is one loose end that must be dealt with. A vertical montage shows the Gotham brownstone where Batman and Robin are hiding. Data files reveal that White Rabbit was hired to steal a Zeppelin containing Dr. Kafira, an expert on DNA sequencing. The stolen technology involves dangerous experiments merging human DNA with other elements, explaining why the terrible trio are now animal hybrids. Inside their makeshift lab, a shirtless Bruce Wayne sits while Damian operates on him. Bruce explains that they are dealing with someone who has prepared and intentionally turned his own backs against him to send a message. Damian finishes stitching a wound on Bruce's shoulder and asks what the scans say about the attack. A holographic display of Bruce's skeleton shows the chemical impact. Bruce explains the pellet contained a chemical he inhaled that manipulated his pheromones, specifically making Gotham's bats want to attack him. Damian reviews the data on a transparent screen, relieved that there are at least no traces of rabies from the bat bites. Bruce looks over his shoulder, complimenting Damian on his work and calling him a real wartime technician. Damian humble brags that Alfred taught him how to stitch properly to minimize scar tissue as the two sit in silhouette in the dimly lit lab. Bruce puts a hand on Damian's shoulder, telling him he must heal. He warns that the bat repellent they have is only temporary and it's unsafe for Damian to go out at night until they find a cure. Bruce tells Damian he will stay behind to investigate, but there is something challenging he needs Damian to do this morning. Damian smirks with overconfidence, asking his father what could possibly be a challenge for him. The scene shifts to the imposing front entrance of Gotham City High School, where students are gathering for the day. Damian stands among the crowd in civilian clothes and dark sunglasses, thinking to himself that he has faced down literal gods. He lets out a heavy sigh, his stylish sneakers stepping toward the school doors as he prepares for his most dreaded mission yet. Walking through the school hallway, Damian's presence immediately draws attention. A student in the foreground asks who the newbie is. A group of students near the stairs whispers that he is Bruce Wayne's son, prompting one girl to assume he must be loaded. Another student scoffs, reminding them that the Waynes are supposedly broke jokes now. Damian ignores them, walking down the stairs with his head down. Students continue to gossip behind his back, mocking his outfit and asking why he is wearing sunglasses inside. A group of taller boys looks down at him, with one simply noting that he is very short. A girl looks at Damian with a slight smile, admitting that she thinks he's actually cute. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and snatches Damian's notebook away. A voice taunts him, asking what the new kid has there. A blonde bully looks through the notebook, mocking Damian's sketches and reading aloud a line about a mask. He asks if Damian is into comic books or if he's writing fan fiction about himself under the name Damian Wayne. Damian doesn't even look up, as he coldly demands the bully return the notebook or lose an arm. The bully laughs at the threat while other students join in, mocking Damian's foreign accent and speculating about where he is from. The bully gets cruel, suggesting that Damian's father probably knocked someone up on an overseas trip, and the mother left him at the door when she got tired of changing diapers. Damian adjusts his sunglasses, his expression darkening with fury. Damian snaps, delivering a powerful kick that echoes through the room with the sound of cracking bone. In a flurry of brutal efficiency, Damian takes down the bullies in the classroom, flipping over desks and delivering high-speed strikes. He crouches amidst the carnage, declaring that no one touches his notebook, while other students record the fight on their phones. Damian stands calmly over the defeated bullies, adjusting his sunglasses as the echoes of the fight fade. Principal Stone, a blonde woman in glasses, arrives and addresses the bully as Mr. Shea, asking if they haven't seen enough of each other in detention. She orders him to return the book, and the boy stammers a compliance. Stone then tells Damian she knows that look and advises him not to let them get under his skin, noting that high school will be the peak of their lives, while he will soon forget them. Principal Stone hands Damian off to another teacher, Ms. Hall, who thanks her while carrying a stack of books. Ms. Hall, wearing a pink cat sweater, greets her AP Bio class and announces they have a new student, asking everyone to give him a warm welcome. She gestures toward a seat as she announces Damian Wayne's name. The class looks toward the back of the room, but the seat Damian was supposed to occupy is now empty. Miss Hall calls his name again, confused. Miss Hall looks around the classroom, wondering where Mr. Wayne could have gone so quickly. Outside, the camera pans down the school building as students wonder where he went, noting he was just there a second ago. Robin is already far from the school, gliding through the air with his cape spread wide like a bat's wings. He flies over the water toward the dark towers of Blackgate Penitentiary as the sun begins to set over Gotham City. His specialized vehicle roars through the streets toward the Blackgate exit, its engine making a loud, vibrating sound as he speeds toward his objective. Inside a holding cell at Blackgate, White Rabbit yells at the guards, demanding her lawyer and a phone call. Two guards outside her cell discuss how she's Arkham's problem and express hope that the police interrogation will get her off their hands soon. Hidden in the shadows of the prison hallway, Robin watches as the guards walk past his position. Robin expertly maneuvers through the rafters of the high-ceilinged prison block, staying out of sight of the security cameras. He leaps down from a high catwalk, his silhouette framed against the industrial lights of the prison. Robin lands silently, his mask glowing as he scans the area for any sign of his target. Batman suddenly appears on a ledge above him, startling Robin. Batman tells him he should be in school, but Robin retorts that Batman should be resting. On a catwalk, Damian argues that he is healed enough and wants to interrogate White Rabbit alone while Bruce goes back to school. Bruce refuses, noting Damian didn't even make it past first period. Damian argues that Lazarus Island was different because people there understood him, whereas in school he has nothing in common with people except for killing and bad parent relationships. Their conversation is interrupted by the sound of the guards shouting that they need to get White Rabbit out of there. In another flashback, a young Damian tells Alfred Pennyworth that he already knows everything he needs to know. Alfred suggests a boy his age should continue his studies, but Damian scoffs at the idea that living with the League of Shadows was limiting. He claims his mother's home had the largest library and the finest trainers who taught him deeper knowledge than any book could provide. Damian catches a batarang in midair, defiantly asking what anyone in Gotham could possibly teach him. Batman looms over the young Damian in the Batcave, telling him that he is never done learning. Batman holds up Damian's notebook, explaining that no matter how much training or experience one has, there is always more to learn. Bruce looks Damian in the eyes, warning him that the moment he thinks he knows everything is the moment he becomes vulnerable. Back in the present, chaos erupts at Blackgate as guards scream and alarms blare. Someone has pulled a fast one on the prison security, and a loud bang echoes through the halls as cuffs are broken and doors are forced open. Batman and Robin rush through the prison as White Rabbit makes her escape, mocking them by saying she wouldn't want to be them. Batman tells Robin she is fast, but they need her. Suddenly, the animal hybrids appear, with the shark hybrid hungrily noting that it's rabbit season. Batman orders Robin to wait, but the boy lunges forward. Shush appears in the middle of the corridor, firing two submachine guns that light up the dark hallway with rapid muzzle flashes. She taunts Batman, asking if he can live with her or kill her. Batman dodges through the gunfire, demanding to know who she is. Shush retorts that she'll tell him hers if he tells her his. Batman pins her against the wall, demanding to know where Tommy is. Batman interrogates Shush, asking where Hush is and why she is working with him. He asks what the game is this time, while a background image shows Shush in different disguises and situations. Shush simply tells him to call her Shush. Batman glares at her, accusing her of poisoning him with the gas pellet and turning his own bats against him. Shush leans in close to the bars of her cell, revealing she has the cure and suggesting a deal. If Batman lets her kill White Rabbit, the cure is his. Batman stands in the shadows, telling her it's a good thing she's already in Blackgate because it can be her new home. He vows to deal with her after he interrogates White Rabbit about Dr. Kafira's kidnapping. Shush laughs behind the bars as a metallic clang echoes. She offers Batman a different game, revealing she planned for him and Robin's arrival. Shush reveals that there is a bomb hidden somewhere in Blackgate. She originally planned to use it for her escape, but decides it will serve a new purpose. She tells Batman it will go off in exactly 4 minutes and 47 seconds, asking if he wants to keep interrogating her or save some random prisoners. Batman demands to know where the bomb is, but Shush just tells him that if he's quiet, he'll hear the ticking clock. Batman stands in silent concentration, his brow furrowed as he listens intensely for the sound of the timer. He suddenly looks up, hearing the blaring prison alarms and knowing time is running out. The terrible trio hybrids pursue White Rabbit through the construction areas of the prison. The vulture hybrid calls out for the rabbit, while the fox hybrid notes she is clever to hide in the wind. But they can smell her fear. They corner her, laughing as they say it's time for rabbit stew. Robin drops from the ceiling, delivering a powerful punch to the vulture hybrid's face, reminding the creature that it surprised him the last time they met. Robin spins mid-air, delivering a kick that sends another hybrid flying back with a loud thud, declaring that such a surprise will never happen again. Robin grabs the shark hybrid and slams its head against the railing with a bone-jarring crack. White Rabbit cheers him on, shouting in agreement with whatever the bird said. White Rabbit looks at Robin as they fight side by side, jokingly suggesting they are a new dynamic duo. Robin quickly shuts her down, saying they are not. Suddenly, Shush appears and opens fire with her submachine guns, ordering the fox, shark, and vulture hybrids to get up and go now. Shush grabs White Rabbit by her hood, dragging her toward an exit while telling her she's late for a date with their boss. White Rabbit cries out in protest as she is pulled away. Robin tries to follow but is held back by the remaining hybrids. He calls out through his comms, telling his father that the Hush wannabe has captured White Rabbit. Batman is hunched over the bomb, his hands steady as he uses wire cutters. He tells Damian to hold on and to meet him outside in a few seconds. The bomb's digital timer ticks down to the final seconds as Batman carefully snips an orange wire, successfully disarming the device. Inside the getaway car, White Rabbit stammers and begs Shush to let her go, promising she wasn't going to tell Batman anything and would just keep her mouth shut in prison. Shush drives aggressively, telling White Rabbit that Batman has his ways and would have eventually found a clue to figure out the boss's whole plan, so they can't risk it. One of the animal hybrids leans out of a following car, asking Shush where they are going next. Shush barks orders over the engine noise, stating she will lead the Batmobile away while the others head back to their secondary location. The Batmobile and Robin's buggy roar down the highway in pursuit of the villains, their headlights cutting through the dark rain. From a high aerial view, the chase continues onto a long bridge, the tires screeching as the vehicles weave through traffic. Batman speaks into his comms while driving, telling Damian that he will follow Shush and White Rabbit alone, and that Damian is going back to school. Damian is visibly annoyed in his cockpit, complaining that they are having this conversation again, and reminding Bruce that he did exactly as asked by going to that school. Damian continues his rant, listing how he was mocked by jocks, bullied, met a cold principal and a mousy teacher. He asks Bruce if he's happy that he got the full high school experience. Batman simply responds by saying his name. Damian declares that until Bruce can give him a single good reason to attend, he's not going back. He decides that while Batman runs down Shush, he will track the terrible trio, believing they will lead him to Dr. Kafira and a cure. Batman remains silent for a moment, his cowl shadowed as he considers his son's words. He finally speaks, simply telling Damian to be careful. Robin's vehicle peels away from the chase, its engine roaring as it heads in a different direction. The chase reaches a fever pitch as Batman weaves through traffic. He yells for White Rabbit to jump as he pulls the Batmobile alongside Shush's car. Batman reaches out to grab her while Shush fires her gun wildly at him. Batman engages the autopilot on the Batmobile and leaps out as the vehicles collide in a shower of sparks. A massive explosion rocks the highway, sending a fireball into the air. Shush's car is consumed by the flames with a deafening boom while Batman is thrown back by the force of the blast. Batman manages to land and skids to a halt, his boots screeching on the asphalt. He tells White Rabbit to stay put, but as the smoke clears, he finds the wreckage empty. He stands over the burning car, frustrated but not surprised that she is gone. Batman looks around the city, realizing if he's going to find her, he needs to find Hush and see how they are connected. Suddenly, White Rabbit's voice rings out from a nearby rooftop, taunting him with a, "Yeah, no." White Rabbit looks down at Batman from her high perch, telling him he is barking up the wrong tree. She admits she doesn't know their master scheme, but she knows for a fact that Shush is not working with Hush. The scene shifts to the Gotham Zoo at night. Damian arrives in his vehicle and enters the overgrown area. hearing a faint voice pleading for help from deep within the foliage. Damian finds Dr. Kafira tied up and shivering. The doctor stammers that they did something to him. Damian promises to get him out of there, but he pauses when he sees the doctor's terrified expression. Damian looks at the doctor's eyes, noticing they are discolored. He realizes the doctor has been poisoned with the same chemical Bruce inhaled. Damian tries to call his father for help, his voice filled with concern. A terrifying man-bat creature suddenly drops from the ceiling with a piercing screech. Damian prepares for a fight, claiming he's handled ninja man-bats before, but he is suddenly grabbed from behind by massive claws. He lets out a pained grunt as he is lifted off the ground. In a flashback to Damian's past, the determined boy's intense red eyes are shown in a close-up as someone asks if he is ready, to which he firmly replies that he is always ready. Young Damian stands in a combat arena surrounded by ninjas. A voice commands them to begin, and Damian engages multiple attackers while his mind processes historical trivia about Miyamoto Musashi, Temujin, and Xiao Dun as part of his rigorous mental conditioning. After defeating the ninjas, Damian stands amidst their fallen bodies. Mistress Harsh, his instructor, watches with a look of disapproval and tut-tuts, describing his performance as terrible. Damian delivers a powerful finishing kick to a ninja, while a text bubble declares him the victor of the combat trial. Furious at the criticism, Damian shouts at Mistress Harsh, asserting that he got every answer correct and defeated the attackers, asking her if she is blind to his success. Mistress Harsh narrows her eyes and tells Damian he was too slow again. She reminds him that his destiny is to leave the world and the League of Shadows. Walking through the defeated guards, she tells Damian he must surpass his family to be the warrior the world needs. But she cruelly predicts that he will be a failure. Damian glares back with teeth clenched, asking who she is to judge him. He reminds her that she is nothing more than a servant in his household. Damian continues to berate her, shouting that she is lucky to even be allowed in his presence. In a flash of anger, Mistress Harsh backhands Damian across the face, the impact shown with a sharp strike. She grabs Damian's face in her white-gloved hand, telling him he has much to learn. Suddenly, the voice of Talia al Ghul rings out, asking if she just struck her son. Talia al Ghul appears accompanied by the massive Ubu and a group of ninjas. She sternly tells Mistress Harsh that striking Damian was not part of their discussed training. Mistress Harsh immediately drops to her knees in fear. Talia looms over her, warning that she was never to personally touch a hair on Damian's head. Still bowing on the floor, Mistress Harsh quickly agrees that Talia's son is talented without question. Looking up with narrowed eyes, Mistress Harsh claims she sees Damian's flaws, even though he has the potential to be one of the world's greatest assassins. She argues to Talia that Damian has too much heart beneath his hard exterior, and that showing him tenderness will cause his resolve to crack. Turning her gaze back to the boy, Mistress Harsh tells Damian that he needs her to ensure he reaches his full potential. Talia raises a dismissive hand, stating she has heard enough and that it's clear who truly failed today. Talia looks toward her son and asks Damian what he feels regarding his Mistress Harsh. Damian crosses his arms with a confident smirk, telling his mother that he feels he has outgrown the instructor. Losing her composure, Mistress Harsh lunges forward while screaming that Damian is an ungrateful little brat. The League ninjas quickly restrain the struggling woman. Talia pulls Damian close as Mistress Harsh yells that they are not done. Mistress Harsh is dragged away through the shadows, continuing to scream at Damian that he will one day see how much he needs her. In the present day, a view of the Gotham City High School gates is shown, overgrown with vines. A narration box states that Gotham is currently trapped in a cage. A close-up shows a single, focused eye peering through a white mask. Shush stands behind her suited henchmen, who wear animal masks. The narration notes that everything can change in a moment of time. A shadowed figure walks through a dimly lit botanical garden. The monologue explains that every night has been the same for decades. Shush's bandaged face is shown as she reflects on how Gotham and its people have not changed despite the events that haunt the city. Man-Bat looms over an upside-down, chained Robin. He explains that Gotham needed someone to break its cycle, and that person was him. Robin recalls seeing him with the terrible trio. Man-Bat admits it was subterfuge, and when Robin mentions thinking he died, Man-Bat simply replies that he did. Man-Bat states that over the years he injected himself with countless chemicals, and what others thought was his death was actually a cocoon for him to emerge as a superior specimen. Suspended by his ankles, Robin asks why he poisoned Batman and turned the bats against him. Man-Bat explains that bats were Gotham's true symbol long before Batman stole them as a sign of fear. He claims their presence was a sign for a hero that Batman corrupted. A close-up of Man-Bat's feral face shows him declaring his role as the city's savior, but he adds that he needed to remove the pretender first. Shush interrupts, warning her boss that Batman has White Rabbit and must be arriving soon. She insists they need to leave immediately. Man-Bat tells her to be quiet because he can hear him. He calls out for his brother in the dark to show himself. Batman smashes through the glass skylight with a massive crash. While bats fly everywhere, he orders Man-Bat to put Robin down. Man-Bat retorts that Kirk Langstrom is gone and he is only the Bat now, declaring Batman's time is over. Man-Bat unleashes a massive swarm of screeching bats upon Batman, suggesting that they let his brothers and sisters decide Batman's fate. Batman screams as the bats overwhelm him. Robin tries to reach his glove to trigger a laser while Shush mocks their preparedness. Batman struggles against the bats as Robin expresses his annoyance at being caught off guard. Shush prepares her weapon, but decides it isn't their moment and prepares to flee. Man-Bat flies away, carrying Shush with him as he calls for her to fly. Robin shouts after them, telling them to wait. White Rabbit is shown fending off several bats that are biting her. She screams that she is sick of them trying to eat her as they swarm around her head. Robin swoops down toward Dr. Kafira, who is huddled on the ground. He calls out, telling the doctor that he needs his help. Robin leans in and asks Dr. Kafira if he saw anything Man-Bat was working on, specifically any kind of cure. The doctor says he can try to help because he saw what was happening. Robin pleads with him to find anything that can assist them. Batman, still surrounded by the bat swarm, calmly tells Robin that everything is okay. Batman states that he has spent enough time with bats to show them he is not afraid. He says they just need a moment to be reminded of reality. Batman exerts his willpower over the bats, throwing his arms out as the swarm begins to disperse. He declares himself the one in charge. White Rabbit, Robin, and Dr. Kafira look on in shock and amazement at Batman's display of dominance over the creatures. An electronic monitor displays Batman's physical scan. A voice explains that the poison appears to be temporary. Back in the lab, Dr. Kafira informs Batman, Robin, and White Rabbit that the poison from Man-Bat and Shush has left Batman's system. White Rabbit begins to ask a question. White Rabbit asks Batman if he knew the poison had worn off before he decided to act so aggressively toward the bats. Batman merely sighs and asks Dr. Kafira how he is feeling. Dr. Kafira says he is lucky to be alive. He explains he was injected with a truth serum that also made him forget the details of their work together. The doctor tells Batman he likely won't be much help in the search for Man-Bat. Batman reassures him he's done enough, and they are just glad he's safe. Ms. Hall mentions that there is something else Batman should know. A clue may lie within the experiments done on the terrible trio. The group enters a room filled with large containment tanks holding members of the terrible trio. The doctor explains that the formulas are corrupting their DNA and causing them immense pain. Inside one of the tanks, a member of the trio looks out with feral, red-tinted eyes. The doctor finishes his sentence, saying the tanks are filling them with rage. Batman, Dr. Kafira, White Rabbit, and Robin stand before the tanks. The doctor expresses his fear about Man-Bat's ultimate plan for the city. Later, on a Gotham rooftop, White Rabbit tells Batman and Robin that she didn't like being used and was furious that Shush tried to kill her. Batman warns she is still in danger, and Robin adds that this is about revenge. White Rabbit agrees but suggests the villains will lie low for now. She playfully asks if they are now the dynamic trio. Batman appreciates the help but tells White Rabbit she is going back to Blackgate. He says she can start over once she serves her time and stops her obsession with crime. Refusing to be captured, White Rabbit leaps backwards off the roof, taunting them that they'll have to catch her first. Batman watches her with a small smile. Damian looks up at his father and asks if there are bragging rights for whoever brings her in. Batman and Robin swing through the Gotham skyline using their grapnel guns. Batman replies to his son's challenge saying the game is on. The next morning at Gotham City High School, Damian tells Bruce that he still thinks being enrolled here is an awful idea, and Bruce hasn't given him a single good reason for it. As they walk up the school steps, Damian says school is beneath him when Man-Bat and Shush are loose. Bruce explains that he wants Damian to have a life outside of their vigilantism. A group of students mockingly remarks that the new kid had to have his daddy walk him to class. Bruce asks Damian if the other kids are bothering him. Damian, wearing dark sunglasses, tells Mr. Wayne that he wouldn't worry about it. Principal Stone appears, telling Bruce that they both know Damian can take care of himself, but she expresses worry about Bruce instead. She tells Bruce that his reputation for loose morals is not ideal for parenting and that he has a responsibility to be a positive role model for Damian. Leaning in closer, Principal Stone tells Bruce that if he accepts how genius Damian is, the boy will live up to his true potential. Ms. Hall interrupts to ask for a moment of Principal Stone's time before class begins, and the principal agrees. Principal Stone turns back one last time to tell Bruce to think about what she said as she walks away with Ms. Hall. Bruce starts to suggest something to Damian, but Damian cuts him off, stating he has something important to tell his father. An outside view of Gotham City High School is shown as students gather on the steps under a clear sky. Inside the school, a bulletin board displays a poster for a pancake breakfast to help fund the soccer team's new uniforms. A close-up shows a stack of thick pancakes covered in melted butter and syrup. At the breakfast, a group of women are starstruck. One calls Bruce the definition of tall, dark, and handsome, while another jokes about wanting to fix the broken man. Bruce Wayne, wearing a polo shirt with a Bruce name tag, smiles warmly as he hands a plate of pancakes to a student, saying, "There you go." A wide view of the school courtyard shows people eating at tables while birds fly overhead. Bruce calls out for everyone to have a terrific breakfast. Bruce points a student toward the syrup and silverware, warning them to be careful because the pancakes are hot. Damian approaches his father with his arms crossed, demanding to know what Bruce thinks he is doing. Bruce cheerfully waves a hand and simply replies that he is volunteering. Damian looks intensely annoyed, telling Bruce that he can deal with his undercover work alone and that his father doesn't need to be there. Bruce looks down at Damian and tells him that they already talked about this the previous night. A flashback labeled Last Night shows Batman and Robin racing across the water on jet skis while pursuing the villain Orca. Submerged underwater in scuba gear, Batman tells Orca that they just want to know why she was working with Man-Bat and Shush. Orca swims away at high speed, shouting that she is not going back into captivity. Orca bursts out of the water with a massive splash near a dockyard crane. Landing on the pier, Orca is met by Batman and Robin. Batman asks her to talk to them and let them help her. Orca screams that Man-Bat will kill her. Batman tells Robin not to let her get back to the water as they move to engage her. Robin uses an electric gadget to incapacitate Orca while Batman demands information. Defeated, Orca admits she doesn't know the real plan, only that they wanted to change Gotham. She says she only worked with them to be around people like me. On the pier surrounded by police cars, Batman tells Damian that he is coming with him to school tomorrow. Damian leaps into the air and says that isn't necessary. Batman retorts that Man-Bat is smarter and more dangerous than any version they've met before. The duo runs across Gotham's rooftops. Batman notes that Shush is their only lead and asks Damian if he truly believes Shush is his former instructor posing as the principal. Damian insists he knows it's her. Batman points out that Damian has been undercover for a week and asks for updates, but Damian says it was uneventful. On Monday, Damian sits alone at a lunch table. Other students ignore him while Principal Stone watches him from across the cafeteria. On Tuesday in PE class, Damian watches as a student collapses from exhaustion, while the coach screams in the student's face. On Wednesday, Principal Stone walks past Damian in the hallway. Damian looks at her suspiciously while other students are distracted by their phones. On Thursday, during a science lesson, Damian grinds his teeth in anger as a student behind him blows a spitball at his head. On Friday, Damian is perched high in a tree, observing Principal Stone as she walks across the school grounds. Back at the pancake breakfast, Bruce tells Damian he's here to help since Damian had no results. Damian tells Bruce to do things his way, and Damian will do it his own way. Ms. Hall approaches Bruce and tells him it's okay to be a helicopter parent, but he needs to let Damian find his own path. Bruce asks who she is. She introduces herself as Heather, Damian's bio teacher, and says Damian is gifted and one of her favorite students. Damian sits on the grass sketching. He mutters that he's just distracted as students play soccer nearby. The camera zooms in on Damian's sketchbook, showing a detailed drawing of a ninja. Suddenly, a soccer ball hits Damian's sketchbook, knocking his pencil away and startling the boy. A group of soccer players stands over Damian. Shay, the captain, sarcastically apologizes, saying he didn't see him and that Damian's awful art blinded him. Damian kicks the ball back with immense power, warning the boy never to insult him again. The ball hits Zach, the goalie, in the chest with a heavy thump, nearly knocking him over. Shay tells Damian he's going to regret that. Damian retorts that if he doesn't like his art, maybe he should show off his other talents. Damian and Shay get in each other's faces. Shay tells Damian to bring it on and calls him Shorty. A girl named Erica steps between them and tells Shay to cut it out, warning him that he doesn't want to set off Principal Stone. Shay walks away, telling Damian he was bailed out again and threatening that they will see each other when no one else is around. Erica tells Damian not to let Shay get to him. Damian calmly replies that he doesn't. Erica introduces herself and says they are in PE together. She explains that Damian just looked like he needed a friend. Damian notes that the school is cliquish. Erica agrees, but says it's better than before, noting the school used to have a 50% criminal rate. Erica says that in the past, kids would graduate and immediately become henchmen for Gotham's major supervillains. Damian asks what the principal did. Erica says she started many programs but that all changed when Principal Stone took over. Erica explains that Principal Stone started a new soccer team and got the entire school behind it. She adds that Principal Stone is not only the principal but also the head coach of the team. Erica says that Stone is great and takes time with everyone, though the players get extra attention. Damian watches the players intensely. A narration box notes that Damian often has a lot on his mind as he ponders Erica's words. Back at the tables, Bruce asks Miss Hall if Damian talks a lot in class. She replies that Damian is not afraid to say what's on his mind. Ms. Hall tells Bruce that she thinks of Damian like a sniper. Bruce is taken aback and asks her to explain. She explains that Damian is very quiet, almost like he's hiding, but when he speaks, his answers are quick, direct, and dead on. Ms. Hall laughs and adds that Damian's wit is incredibly sharp, like a knife. Bruce smiles slightly, telling her she has no idea. She says Damian is smart, probably way too smart for high school. Ms. Hall suggests that Bruce should consider having Damian take tests to get started on college classes so he isn't held back. Bruce says he just wanted Damian to be around kids his age and make friends. Ms. Hall points into the distance and says Bruce has nothing to worry about. They watch as Damian plays in the soccer game. He is shown expertly kicking the ball past other players while Bruce and Ms. Hall look on. Shay runs with his team, shouting that they are the best team in the city. Shay screams at his teammates not to let the new kid score a goal. Damian skillfully maneuvers the ball around a defender who is trying to stop him. Damian continues his run down the field, showing off his superior athletic abilities. Damian performs a high jump over a sliding tackle from an opponent, keeping control of the ball. Bruce watches from the sidelines, whispering encouragement and telling his son he can do it. She looks on with pure frustration, shouting a curse as Damian passes him. Bruce shouts for Damian to go, his fist clenched in excitement. A close-up of Damian's face shows him focused intently on the goal. Damian kicks the ball with incredible force, his foot creating a blur of motion. The ball screams through the air toward the net, while the goalie waits below. With a heavy impact, the goalie, Zach, catches the powerful shot directly in his hands. Damian stops and stares in total disbelief that someone was able to block his shot. Zach walks away casually, muttering that another one has bitten the dust. Principal Stone walks up to a stunned Damian and tells him that it was a wonderful tryout. She tells him he's on the team. At night, Batman and Robin sit on a ledge overlooking the city. Damian says joining the team is the best way to get into Stone's inner circle. Batman notes they've watched her for a week. Batman says they've only seen her acting as a principal and there's no sign of her being Shush or Damian's former instructor. Batman mentions that Ms. Hall spoke very highly of him, which he says was nice to hear. Batman notes that Ms. Hall is personable and patient. He suggests she will be a great role model for the other students. Robin looks down solemnly and says his previous teachers before Bruce and Alfred were much different. In a flashback to Nanda Parbat, Talia al Ghul and Ra's al Ghul stand together in green robes. A series of Damian's past instructors are shown, including a hooded man and a scarred, bald master. Damian's monologue explains that Mistress Harsh was supposed to teach him from books, but became obsessed with his performance. He thought his mother had dealt with her. But if she's here, she must be out for revenge. Damian tells Batman that his search for revenge is the only reason he's maintaining his high school charade, even though the teachers have nothing to offer him. Batman looks at his son with concern. Noting Miss Hall said something similar, he suggests that maybe it is best if they figure out a different plan. Damian refuses, saying he won't stop until he cracks the case. He says he is certain Principal Stone is Shush and he doesn't like being wrong. Batman gives a small smirk and tells the son, like father, like son. Robin leaps off the building into the night, telling his father to come along. He says there is another piece of the case he would like to explore. They arrive at Chang's 24/7 convenience store. Damian's narration mentions Principal Stone's team. Inside the store, Shay gives Zack a high five, calling him the man of the hour for shutting Damian down during the game. Shay mocks Damian, calling him a little loser. Zack adds that you can look in Damian's eyes and see that he's broken. Batman and Robin watch from the rooftops above. Batman asks Damian how he feels. Damian stares down and says it's nothing he hasn't heard before. Zack tells his friends they are too much and says he'll see them at practice tomorrow. Zack walks away into a dark alley. Damian's monologue notes there was something off about the boys' moves, having seen them before outside of any sport. Zack continues to walk alone through the city streets. A text box says, "I'm following him." Batman swings through the air, asking Damian, the goalie. Zack enters an apartment building with the number 92 on the door. Batman tells Damian that blocking a shot doesn't automatically make someone a criminal. Robin points up at a window and tells his father to look. Batman looks toward where Damian is pointing and finally concedes, saying, "Okay, you're right." A soccer goalie in a black and blue uniform dives horizontally across the net, successfully catching the ball. A red narration box states that they have watched Zack for a few days now and know he is a star soccer player whose blocking ability has led Gotham City High School to an undefeated streak this season. In a classroom setting, a blond boy stands at the front, pointing at a colorful pie chart on a projection screen. The narration box describes him as the perfect teacher's pet, while several students watch the presentation. The blond boy stands on a stage, smiling as he receives a wooden award plaque from a woman in a red blazer. The text highlights his academic excellence, noting he is top of his class with impeccable grades and multiple scholarship opportunities. Zack sits surrounded by his friends, looking confident with his arms crossed while his peers laugh and chat around him. The narration notes that he is extremely popular and respected, before adding that they can't forget one final detail. A terrifying man named Victor Zass is shown heavily restrained in an orange jumpsuit, his body covered in tally mark scars. The narration explains his obsession with the killer, noting that Zass is one of the deadliest serial killers in Gotham history, and each notch represents a victim he's taken. Batman perches on a rooftop, silhouetted against a fading sunset as bats fly around him. He thinks to himself that the notches also represent his own failures. Nearby, Robin glides through the air, remarking that Zass is dangerous, to which Batman replies that he is well aware of their history. The scene shifts to a heavy blue transport truck driving through the streets of Gotham. Robin's voiceover mentions that they watched Zack like a hawk for the last week and saw nothing out of the ordinary for a high school student. An aerial view shows the transport truck moving down the road as Batman and Robin glide across the rooftops above. Robin continues, noting that Zack lives alone, has no history beyond school records, and they can't even find his parents. The truck pulls up in front of a grand courthouse where a crowd and news crews have gathered. Robin points out that Zack hasn't missed a day of school in months until today, which happens to be the same day Zas is due in court for an appeal. A close-up of Zas's face shows him grinning widely, his teeth bared in a disturbing smile. A red narration box suggests that they should just throw Zas's into a pit somewhere. Batman stands in shadow, looking down at the courthouse where police officers are managing the crowd. He tells Robin that they will litigate prison ethics later, but right now they must ensure Zas stays under guard. Suddenly, a massive orange explosion erupts near the transport truck, sending debris flying as a guard is thrown backward by the force. Batman cries out for Robin as they witness the chaos from above. Through the thick smoke of the explosion, a police officer draws his weapon and shouts that they are under attack and need help immediately. Zas, still in his restraints, sits on the ground with his head bowed, seemingly laughing as the officer yells that help is on the way. A figure wearing a light-colored tactical suit covered in tally marks and two katanas on his back leaps through the flames. He wears a full mask with goggles and shouts that help is coming, just not for the police. The masked attacker, Zack, moves with incredible speed, kicking a guard in the head and slicing through the air with a knife. Zash looks up in shock, asking who the hell he is. Zack tosses a knife towards Zassos, telling him he saved it and to consider it a tribute. A close-up shows the tactical gloved hand of the attacker holding a sharp, silver hunting knife. He repeats that he saved it specifically for this moment. Batman and Robin dive into the fray, their capes billowing like bat wings. Batman orders Zazes to drop the knife, while Zazes taunts him, suggesting Batman take the brat while he deals with his old friend. A series of small panels show the high-speed combat, with Batman blocking Zas's strikes and Robin engaging the masked Zack. Zase Shade flashes out with a blade, mocking the guards and asking if they know how to dodge knives as well as the heroes. Batman watches intently as the blade whistles through the air. With lightning-fast reflexes, Batman's gloved hand reaches out and catches the spinning knife by the handle, just inches from a sweating, wide-eyed guard's face. Taking advantage of the distraction, Zaz grabs Zack by the collar, yelling that he made them look. Robin shouts at Zack, demanding to know who he works for and why he is doing this, while Zack looks up in a daze, wondering how the hero knows his name. Zaz holds the knife to Zack's throat, thanking him for the help, but mockingly declaring that he thinks the boy will make a better hostage. Zack looks terrified as Zaz looms over him, but then Zack creepily replies that he'd do anything for him. Robin prepares to strike, warning Zack that Zaz will kill him. Zaz agrees, saying he has no problem killing kids and that Zack would make a great addition to his collection. Zack's eyes widen as he hears this. Zack's expression shifts into a disturbing wide-mouthed grin. He tells Zaz that he wants to start his own collection too. Zaz pauses, his grin faltering as he utters a confused question. A sweat bead rolls down his head as he realizes something is wrong with the boy he's holding. A R-shaped shuriken, a robin rang, whistles through the air with a loud whoosh towards Zaz. The metal projectile strikes Zaz squarely in the nose with a sharp thud, causing him to recoil in pain and gritting his teeth. Robin follows up the distraction with a powerful jumping kick, his boot connecting solidly with Zaz's chest, knocking the killer backward. Robin stands over the fallen Zaz, looking down with cold determination. He suggests that maybe it is finally time to end this conflict once and for all. Zaz lies on the ground baring his teeth in a bloody snarl. He goads Robin to do it, saying it would be the greatest notch of all. In the background, Zack runs toward them, screaming for Robin to stop and leave his father alone. Zack continues to sprint forward in a panic, his voice cracking as he pleads for the hero to stop hurting Zaz. A close-up of Zack shows tears streaming down his face as he grits his teeth in rage, shouting again for Robin to leave his father alone. Zaz looks up toward Zack, beginning to speak the word father with a bewildered expression on his face. He finishes the word with a rising tone, still looking utterly confused by the boy's claim. Zaz begins to chuckle softly, his head tilted back as the irony of the situation settles in. The soft chuckle turns into a full, manic laugh. Zaz's face is twisted with amusement as he laughs at the weeping boy. Robin stands over Zaz, commenting that it seems Papa really was a rolling stone. Zaz looks at Zack with a cruel smile, asking what the hell the kid is talking about. Zack clutches his head in despair, weeping as he insists that Zaz is his dad. He cries that this is why he freed him, so they could finally be together. Zaz leans back, brutally telling Zack that he doesn't have a kid and that he hates kids. He adds that if he ever did have one, it wouldn't be someone like Zack, a soft, crying, whining baby. Leaning in close to the devastated boy, Zaz sneers that whoever Zack's real father is, he probably hates him just as much as Zaz does. In a flashback to a snowy graveyard, Nika narrates that at first she was scared. She crouches behind a tombstone, watching her companion fight off masked killers at her grandpa's funeral, an event that deeply disturbed her. Nika stares at her reflection in a mirror, her eyes wide and glowing with strange energy. She explains that her fear eventually turned to jealousy, and that intense feeling triggered her own dormant powers. While her companion left, she stayed behind to conduct her own investigation into why they were targeted. A pale hand reaches into a box filled with old documents and Polaroids. Nika recalls discovering that her grandfather wasn't just a simple serial killer. He was a highly professional paid assassin. Photos show crime scenes and caches of high-powered rifles. Nika notes that he began his career with the KGB before going solo, doing wet work and gun running as a global mercenary for hire. In the present, Mila stands with her arms outstretched before her crew of masked thugs in a warehouse. She proudly tells Robin and Flatline that she simply decided to go into the family business. Robin glares intensely at Mila, demanding to know why she chose Gotham and what her exact goal is. With a sinister look in her eyes, Mila tells him she'll show him as a heavy wooden crate is pried open with a loud crack. Mila gestures to the stolen gear, calling Gotham a treasure trove of weapons. She points out that after Batman locks up villains like the Joker, Mr. Deadpate, Freeze, or the Riddler, many cool toys are left up for grabs. She explains that they take these items and transport them to countries like Cordo Maltese that are in need of a weapon pickup, casually hoisting Mr. Freeze's massive ice gun as it vents cold vapor. Mila spins a finger in the air. She tells the heroes that they are frankly doing the city a favor, so they will take what they came for and be on their way. Robin stands firm among the shipping crates, his silhouette shadowed. He tells Mila that they aren't leaving with those weapons. Mila mockingly asks if he's the one who's going to stop them. Robin clenches his gloved fist, his expression set in a grim scowl. He reminds Mila that he and Flatline took down her entire crew less than 5 minutes ago, and if she wants to go for round 2, she is more than welcome. Without warning, Flatline delivers a powerful, jarring kick into Robin's side. He gasps in shock and pain, his eyes wide as he is caught completely off guard by the betrayal. Robin stammers out Flatline's name in disbelief. Meanwhile, Mila cheers from the background, shouting, "Nice one, sis," as a massive wave of ice energy erupts through the air. Robin is left completely encased in a jagged block of ice. Flatline leans against the frozen pillar, looking down with a remorseful expression. She tells Robin she is so sorry and knows he's going to be mad. A tight close-up shows Robin's face through the thick ice, his eyes fixed on Flatline. She repeats that she knows he'll be angry with her. Flatline explains that while she is thankful he helped her find her sister, she wouldn't be saving Mila if she let her get arrested. She gestures with her hand, reminding him that blood is thicker than water. The sisters prepare to depart as Mila tells the frozen Robin he would do the same for a member of his Bat family. The scene shifts to the Batcave, where Batman's voice is heard asking why he should trust someone and what they mean by a team-up. On a Gotham rooftop under a giant full moon, Batman stands tall with his cape flared out like bat wings. He faces Shush, who has her face wrapped in bandages. She tells him he wants answers, and she has them. Batman's face is a mask of shadowed intensity. He demands to know what her specific interest is in his son. Shush gives a dismissive wave with her bandage-wrapped fingers. She says ta-ta and insists they take things one step at a time, moving to the bottom line of her proposal. A zipper is pulled down on a body bag, revealing a man's face covered in glowing purple sores. Shush explains that Man-Bat's lies are what killed this man. Paramedics wheel the body into the back of an ambulance. Shush narrates that the man only wanted to improve himself, and Man-Bat took cruel advantage of that desire. Shush crosses her arms, her blue eyes sharp beneath her hood. She claims she knows exactly what Man-Bat is planning and offers to help Batman take him down. Batman's jaw is set in a grimace of distrust. He looks directly at her and asks a single, blunt question. How? Shush leaps off the building, her orange cape billowing as she tells Batman to try to keep up. Below, Robin watches from a different rooftop, reporting via comms that Master Wayne was right to suspect Shush and they are heading toward his position. Mika and Mila speed through the rain-slicked streets of Gotham on motorcycles, followed closely by their crew in a large truck. Mila shouts to Nika, asking where they are going. Nika explains they are heading to the docks to load the weapons onto a boat for Corto Maltese. Mila smiles back at her sister, admitting she missed her. Nika smiles back as her white hair whips in the wind, saying she missed her too, and that they'll have plenty of time to catch up on the boat ride. Nika's expression turns pensive and slightly mysterious. She softly says she'd love that, just as the loud roar of an approaching engine fills the air. The Robin Mobile, a red high-tech ATV, tears down the road behind them. Robin's voice booms out, asking if they really thought his suit didn't have anti-freeze protection. Mila and Nika look back in shock at the persistent hero. Focused behind the wheel, Robin notes that he finally has an excuse to use the Robin Mobile's extra features, and he fires a set of grappling hooks from the front of the vehicle. The grappling hooks slam into the rear bumper of the getaway truck with a series of metallic pops and crashes. Mila looks back from her motorcycle, shouting to Nika. Nika asks what she's doing, and Mila yells that she can't let Robin steal her truck. Mila swerves her bike sharply, slamming it into the back of the truck and causing a massive explosion that creates a wall of fire between them and Robin. Mila leaps from her bike onto the roof of the truck. She tells Nika to get the rest of the crew to the dock and tell them what's happening while she deals with Robin herself. Robin scowls behind the wheel of his car, letting out an annoyed TT sound. He reluctantly admits that her maneuver was not bad. The Robin Mobile accelerates, its exhaust spitting flames as it races toward the truck through the debris. Mila pulls a massive green rocket launcher from a crate. She sneers, telling the boy wonder that this particular weapon won't freeze. Mila pulls the trigger, sending a blinding white energy blast directly at the Robin Mobile. She screams that this is for calling her a weirdo again. The Robin Mobile is engulfed in a bright flash. Suddenly, Nika laughs and shouts, "Double cross!" as police helicopters appear overhead. Searchlights beam down as the authorities order everyone to stop and put their hands in the air. Mila and Robin look up into the blinding lights of the helicopters. The tactical teams shout for them to stop where they are with their hands raised. A wide view of the docks shows DEO agents surrounding the truck and the suspects. Nika narrates that she made a deal with the DEO to protect her sister. Agents secure Mila while Nika explains that she needed to get her sister out of this life before she went too far. She knew Mila wouldn't lead them to her crew if she knew Nika was working with Robin. Robin and Nika sit side by side on a high girder overlooking the city. Nika tentatively asks if he is mad that she lied to him. Robin simply replies, "No." Robin looks away with a troubled expression. He clarifies that he is actually mad at himself for failing to see the deception. Nika tells him it wasn't all an act, and she was truly happy he helped her. Robin asks if she is going to leave again, but Nika suggests staying for a few days to help him with his cases. Nika looks at Robin with a wide, hopeful smile and glowing red eyes, adding, "If you'll have me." Back in the present, Batman and Shush swing through the air on grappling lines. Batman states he knows she's leading him into a trap. Shush mockingly tells him he needs to learn to trust, asking if he has childhood trauma. Batman demands to know her connection to Tommy Elliot. Shush's white silhouette is shown against the black as she swings. She tells Batman there is no mystery and that she is nobody, just another person caught in Gotham's web. Batman lands in a crouch, his cape billowing as he asks why she would work with Man-Bat to take him out if she's nobody. Shush looks back over her shoulder, her bandaged face twisted into a smirk. She tells him that since they are in the belly of the beast, he should just ask Man-Bat himself. They enter a ruined underground laboratory. Smoke rises from smashed computer equipment and desks scattered across the rocky cavern floor. Batman examines the wreckage, noting to himself that Man-Bat destroyed anything that could have clued him into the villain's actual plan. A small device on a desk emits a soft click sound. Batman observes that Man-Bat at least tried to hide his tracks. Batman stands before a large, glowing blue map of Gotham. He notes that while he knows all the tunnels in the city, he has no idea what this specific path represents. Batman rubs his chin in thought, wondering how Man-Bat plans to distribute his drug across the city. He turns and asks Shush where Man-Bat is hiding. Shush stands in the shadows, her hand on her hip. She claims she doesn't know and that his sick followers were just there. Batman realizes that they still are. Several robed members of the Man-Bat cult emerge from the darkness. One brandishes a large knife and accuses Shush of betraying their lord and leader. More cultists step forward, their eyes glowing ominously from beneath their masks. They hiss that she went to the enemy. Batman stands ready to fight, remarking that he knew this was a trap all along. Shush looks at Batman, her claws extended from her bandage-wrapped fingers. She cryptically adds that it was a trap for both of us. As the cultists close in, Batman tells Shush to run to the exit and get out while he handles the fight. Shush sprints away into the shadows, shouting, "You got it." She thinks to herself that Batman's death is a win-win for her, bidding him a cold farewell. Suddenly, the monstrous Man-Bat swoops down from above, his claws extended in a wide slash. He screeches "not yet" as he intercepts Shush. Man-Bat pins Shush to the ground, his terrifying face inches from hers. He snarls that she came to him lost and seeking revenge, and he offered a partnership. He asks if this is how she repays his request for patience. Shush grunts under Man-Bat's weight, claiming it was all a setup and she brought Batman to him. Nearby, Batman is seen in a blur of action, taking down the cultists with powerful strikes. Man-Bat looks over at the fight. He muses that death is boring for Batman. To truly kill an image, one needs to change how people perceive it. Batman delivers a high-impact kick to a cultist's base, sending the man flying as robed bodies litter the floor. Man-Bat's massive silhouette looms over the cowering Shush, holding a heavy metal chain. He admits that she did indeed bring the bat to him. Batman continues his assault, punching another robed follower as blood sprays into the air. Man-Bat lunges forward with the chain, snarling that after Batman is punished, he and Shush can have their revenge together. Man-Bat swings the chain, but Batman catches it, wrapping it around his armored forearm with a series of metallic ling sounds. Batman shouts for him to stop. Man-Bat grinds his teeth against the chain, asking Batman why he would save this witch when she wanted him dead. Batman retorts that he will deal with her after he takes Man-Bat down and stops his plan. Man-Bat takes flight, pulling Batman along with the chain. He mockingly asks if Batman wants to know his plans and tells him to come along. Man-Bat soars through the vast underground lab, dragging Batman behind him on the chain. He tells the Dark Knight to fly with him. Batman grunts, "Duff," as he is pulled through the air, gripping the metal links tightly. Man-Bat speeds through the cavernous space with a massive whoosh sound, heading deeper into the darkness. The silhouettes of the two figures are lost in the swirling darkness of the deep tunnels. The scene fades to complete blackness as they descend further underground. A red text box appears over a shot of the snowy woods where Shush kneels by unconscious robed figures. The box simply asks, "Where is Batman?" The sun shines brightly over Gotham City High School. A red text box notes that there has been no word from Batman since last night. Damian Wayne walks through the crowded school courtyard looking deep in thought. He reflects that while it's not the first time his father has disappeared on a mission, his gut tells him this time is different. A pale hand with black nails grips a backpack strap decorated with a skull pin. Nika's voice asks if they are really going to investigate the principal instead of looking for his pops. Damian looks ahead with a determined stare. He tells Nika his father can take care of himself and that the principal is definitely shush. He wants to try things his way and warns Nika to be inconspicuous. Damian's classmate Erica approaches him from behind, asking if he is talking to himself. Damian looks back, momentarily startled. Damian quickly says no. Erica looks at him and suggests that if he really wants to get the principal's attention, he just needs to get into detention. Damian considers the idea with a thoughtful really. In the background, Principal Stone stands on the PE field, blowing a whistle. A woman in a purple cat sweater, Miss Hall, runs toward them calling for Mr. Wayne. Erica asks if she minds, noting this is a private conversation. Damian asks Miss Hall if this is about his grades. Miss Hall looks flustered, saying his grades are exceptional, but it's about something else. Suddenly, Erica points toward the school building and shouts, "Whoa, who is that?" Damian lets out a heavy sigh, closing his eyes as Miss Hall and Erica look on in surprise. In a series of red-tinted memories, Man-Bat's voice narrates that all of Batman's rogues talk and gossip. He claims they are desperately obsessed with the hero. Man-Bat admits that even when he was just Kirk Langstrom, he listened and was green with envy over the Batcave. A massive splash page shows Man-Bat's own version of the Batcave, filled with high-tech equipment and red lighting. He proudly declares that he created his own. Batman is shown tied up in glowing red chains. He asks Langstrom what he's doing and mentions that a man he supplied with drugs died. Man-Bat dismisses the death, quoting the Joker about breaking eggs to make an omelet. A close-up shows Batman's face, partially obscured by the heavy chains. He repeats that the man died. Man-Bat hangs upside down from the ceiling near glowing monitors. He asks if he can help it if the city loves him more now. He explains he spent years experimenting on himself before realizing he has a whole city of people to use. Batman appeals to Man-Bat's past, reminding him that he was a hero who saved lives and worked with Wonder Woman and Zatanna. Man-Bat screams in rage, his monster face contorted. He rants about being killed in the Arkham attack and resurrected as a zombie soldier. He tells Batman he won't let him get under his skin. This evolution is his destiny. He looks at the captive hero, saying he now has the perfect specimen. The scene returns to the front of Gotham City High School on a sunny day. A tray of unidentifiable school cafeteria food is shown. A voice comments that they don't even know what it is. Damian and Nika sit in the cafeteria. Nika has her mouth full of food and says the school seems cool so far. Damian, wearing sunglasses, tells her to keep her eyes on the mission. Principal Stone stands at the edge of the cafeteria, watching the students with her arms crossed. Damian thinks to himself that he knows she is really his old trainer, Mistress Harsh. Ms. Hall approaches Damian's table, asking if she can speak to him for a moment. Damian politely asks if it can wait until after lunch, claiming he has a lot of studying to do. Ms. Hall looks a bit dejected, saying that's fine and she will find him later. Nika watches her leave. Once Miss Hall is gone, Damian tells Nika they need to get Stone's attention and get her alone. Nika suggests getting into detention in a way that isn't obvious, pointing her finger. Damian says getting in trouble is easy and suggests a fight. Nika winks, her red eye flashing, and says she doesn't mean that kind of fight. Damian reminds her he promised his father not to fight here. Nika suddenly leaps onto a table and screams, "Food fight!" She hurls a handful of food that hits an unsuspecting girl in the head. The entire cafeteria erupts into chaos. Students throw apples, potatoes in trays while Principal Stone looks on in absolute horror. Principal Stone covers her ears and screams for the students to stop this right now and listen to her, but her pleas are ignored. Amidst the flying food, Nika asks if it was a good idea. Damian, using a lunch tray to shield himself from a flying banana, smirks and says it was a great idea. A close-up of the frosted glass window on a school door that clearly reads, "Detention." Inside the detention room, Principal Stone looms over Damian and Nika. She says she hopes they're happy. Nika retorts that it was just a little food. Principal Stone leans down, her face turning red as she shouts that the situation was chaos. Damian stares up with an intense, cold look. He tells her this is just the start, and he will make her school the worst in Gotham until she admits she is Mistress Harsh. Principal Stone sighs and puts a hand to her face, telling Damian he needs help. Damian slams his hands onto the desk and stands up. He explains his mother banished her because she was unhappy with the training, and Stone came to Gotham for revenge, but then, like the order of the school, he calls her a bad teacher. Principal Stone pulls down her glasses, revealing a sinister, wide grin. She tells Damian he always was a little brat, and his training was never complete. Stone stands with several athletic-looking students behind her. She tells Shay to show Damian what happens when you train her way. Shay cracks his knuckles, excited to show the new kid what's up. Damian smirks and says finally indeed as more students move in. Damian delivers a crushing punch to Shay's jaw, accompanied by a loud thwack. The student's head snaps back from the impact. Damian continues the fight, knocking out another student with a kick that creates a K-rack sound. Principal Stone comments that his training is just as it was before, asking why children are always a disappointment. Damian stands over the fallen boys, simply saying, "In May." Nika looks on in shock as Principal Stone pulls a handgun and grabs Shay by the collar. Damian grits his teeth, asking what she is doing. Stone tells Damian this is on him and tells Shay he should have left her alone. Suddenly, Principal Stone is struck by a massive jolt of electricity. She screams in pain as blue bolts of lightning dance across her body. Damian and Nika watch in stunned silence as Ms. Hall stands behind the smoking principal, holding a high-voltage taser. She sternly tells Damian that she told him to come see her. Shay, looking battered and furious, tells Damian that they aren't done yet, even though he's clearly outmatched. Ms. Hall looms over the fallen Shay, her eyes cold behind her spectacles. She tells him to take his little hoodlums and forget this happened, or else. The bullies scramble for the exit, shouting, "Holy crap!" and urging each other to get out. Miss Hall's silhouette dominates the room. Nika and Damian watch as Ms. Hall secures the unconscious Principal Stone with rope. Nika asks what she said to the boy, and Ms. Hall says she threatened to call his parents. She then asks Damian to come to class with her. Damian isn't falling for it. He leaps over a desk, shouting that they should talk right here. Damian lunges at Ms. Hall, shouting for her to reveal yourself as he tries to tackle her. Ms. Hall easily dodges Damian's attack, sliding across the floor in a combat pose. She asks him how long he has known her true identity. Damian charges again, pointing out that she just gave herself away with that move. Ms. Hall reaches into her sweater and pulls out a red batarang. A faint image of Shush appears behind her as Damian realizes she is the villain he's been tracking. Damian points at Ms. Hall, admitting he's impressed she hid her voice and identity so well, but her whisper earlier was her shush voice. He asks if she was working with Stone, but Ms. Hall says she had no idea what Stone was doing. Damian stares intensely, demanding to know who she really is. Ms. Hall looks down sadly, clutching her head. She admits she really is Ms. Hall, but she wasn't always a school teacher. In a flashback, a younger Thomas Elliot is shown smiling. Ms. Hall narrates that he was her mentor. In an operating room, Thomas Elliot and Ms. Hall perform surgery together. She explains he took her in at Gotham General and helped her learn more about surgery than medical school ever did. The flashback shows Ms. Hall and Tommy sparring in a dojo. She notes he showed her how to be more than just a doctor, and that their relationship was never romantic. He truly respected her skills. Tommy, covered in surgical blood, waves a hand and tells Ms. Hall she can handle the closing. She notes that he trusted her, and she trusted him. Ms. Hall looks on as Tommy leaves. She explains she covered for him when he would mysteriously leave for private reasons, having no idea he was actually Hush. A collage of memories shows Batman defeating Hush, Ms. Hall losing her medical license, and her starting over as a teacher. She then found the cult of Man-Bat. Man-Bat listened and made her believe everything was Batman's fault. She wanted to reclaim her name and voice, but grew impatient and eventually led Batman to Man-Bat. Back in the classroom, Ms. Hall holds her shoulder, looking broken. She says Batman saved her even though she betrayed him, and now she's terrified that Man-Bat has him. Damian rushes toward her, his face filled with rage. He screams, asking where Batman is and where Man-Bat took him. Miss Hall looks up with a fierce expression, telling Damian they can fight, or she can help him find his father. She slumps down, her strength failing. Damian's silhouette stands before her as she finishes by saying she will help him. Damian and Nika rush to Ms. Hall as she collapses. Nika points to the floor and tells Damian to look at the blood, noting that she is badly hurt. Ms. Hall gasps that Man-Bat gutted her with his claws. She says she had to tell Damian the truth to correct her mistake before getting help. Damian holds a piece of paper as Ms. Hall tells him to follow the path on the map Man-Bat had, which shows something Batman didn't know. Nika looks at Damian with a supportive, intense gaze. She tells him to trust her. Nika tells Damian to find his father while she gets Ms. Hall to a hospital and takes care of Principal Stone. Damian sprints out of the room. Damian stands in the shadows, examining the large glowing map of Gotham that shows a complex network of paths. Damian shines a light on the map, rubbing his chin. He mutters to himself that his father is sometimes as blind as a bat. Damian leaps into action, his silhouette moving fast through the dark as he heads toward the start of the path. A wide shot shows the Gotham City skyline at night, with purple and teal lights illuminating the skyscrapers. A lone bat flies toward a massive Gothic clock tower. Damian lands on the roof of the tower. He notes that he knows what Man-Bat is doing based on the map in the villain's lair. Damian stands near a gargoyle as bats fly around. He realizes Man-Bat is going to use bats to distribute something across the city. Damian looks down into the dark opening of the tower, noting that it all starts here. Damian looks up with resolve. A voice in his head or a text box tells him he must make his father proud. A final massive page shows Man-Bat standing triumphantly in his lab, surrounded by rogue cultists. He tells a bound Batman that he can't stop what's coming. He explains his brothers and sisters have a new formula, and a single bite will transform their prey into something Gotham cannot survive. Batman struggles, telling Robin to stay back as the toxin is poison. Man-Bat notes his concoction keeps the false prophet in check, and that Gotham needs to be saved as the device emits a loud beep. A collage of shattered glass displays the chaotic path Batman has taken. A narrative voice reflects on the extreme measures required to save Gotham, showing glimpses of battles with Man-Bat, the Joker, and the struggle for change in the shadows. The narrator explains he moved pieces around the board to get what he needed, manipulating enemies and allies alike. A massive, terrifying Man-Bat with glowing red eyes and long, dark hair lunges forward, his wings outstretched over the Gotham skyline. Behind him, Robin and Batman swing through the air, framed by a title card that reads, Bat vs. Bat. Bat? Small dialogue boxes reveal Man-Bat's command to free his brothers and sisters, declaring that Gotham will soon be theirs. Below, Batman checks on Robin, asking if he's okay, while the boy hero notes that the fight has just begun. Robin leaps into action against a swarm of Man-Bat cultists, his expression one of fierce determination. Shards of the battle show Batman striking out and cultists falling. A narrative box notes that the dynamic duo is valiantly battling the cult, but the hidden mastermind claims it won't matter because his plan is already well underway. In the final segment, Batman and Robin crouch amidst the aftermath. Batman notes that the cultists weren't much of a challenge but seemed compelled to follow orders, while Robin warns they must catch up to the bats that have been poisoned before they kill everyone. High above the city streets, Batman and Robin navigate the rooftops. Batman grunts in pain, prompting Robin to cry out for his father. Batman reassures him that he's okay, explaining that whatever Langstrom injected into Dr. Kafira, he also put into him a kind of truth serum. He reveals that Langstrom interrogated him about his studies into bats and Gotham. As they dive into a swarm of bats, Batman tells Robin he has an idea to stop them without causing harm, expressing his belief in the boy. He tells Robin to go deal with the swarm while he handles Man-Bat himself. The scene shifts to the exterior of Gotham General Hospital at night. An ambulance with its lights flashing sits parked in front of the entrance as a voice from inside shouts a greeting. Inside the brightly lit hospital hallway, Flatline carries a woman in a purple sweater over her shoulder. Flatline shouts that she has a dying lady here, then muses to herself that she should walk these halls to see what medical skills she can pick up from the doctors. The injured woman, Dr. Kafira, weakly tells Flatline to focus and listen. She looks up with a pained expression, stating she knows how to stop Man-Bat's plans, and urges Flatline to take a specific item to the heroes. As hospital staff rush Dr. Kafira away on a gurney, Flatline watches from the hallway. Kafira shouts back that they will know what to do. Below, a narrative box continues the villain's monologue, telling someone to look out at their kingdom. Man-Bat stands atop a gothic structure, silhouetted against a massive full moon as bats swarm around him. He roars with his mouth wide, promising that what was taken from them will be restored, their symbol and their city. A series of panels shows Man-Bat's perspective on the city. He declares that they will be Gotham's saviors, explaining that for too long they have felt small and inadequate to survive the city. He looks down at a bat landing on his hand and claims the people needed a true protector, something even simpleton Langstrom realized. Close up on Man-Bat's face as he gazes at the small bat in his hand with glowing red eyes. He repeats that for too long they felt they were not enough for Gotham. Man-Bat holds up a small device, his shadow looming large. He explains that Langstrom's fears of the city and his feelings of hopelessness led to his creation to save Langstrom from the horrors that infect Gotham. He concludes that it is now his duty to save everyone. Batman lunges at Man-Bat from above, his cape billowing. He retorts that Man-Bat plans to save them by killing them. Man-Bat snarls, calling Batman a pretender. The fight is a flurry of motion. Man-Bat roars when Batman calls him Langstrom, shouting never to say that name. Man-Bat claims Langstrom is dead and Batman will be too. He taunts Batman, asking how he can call himself a bat when he can't even fly. Batman groans as he is knocked back, and Man-Bat declares that it's over. Man-Bat has Batman pinned against a wall, his claws at the hero's throat. He tells Batman that he loses, and that the image Batman stole from them will be Gotham's undoing. Below, Robin watches from his motorcycle as the bats descend. He realizes he can't use Mr. Freeze's ice gun because the bats would just fall and die. Suddenly, Flatline pulls up on her bike next to him, telling him to shush and handing him a device. Robin is confused by the gun, but then his eyes widen as he recognizes exactly what it is. Man-Bat leans in close to Batman's face, a sinister grin on his snout. He tells Batman to get ready and suggests they watch the show together as the bats prepare to attack the crowd below. Robin leaps through the air, tossing the handgun toward Batman. He shouts to his father that the gun holds gas pellets, not bullets, in a quick, clean motion. Batman reaches up and catches the gun with a firm grip. Batman jams the barrel of the gun directly into Man-Bat's open mouth and fires. He grits his teeth and asks the villain how he likes a taste of his own medicine. Purple gas explodes from Man-Bat's mouth, clouding his face. The creature begins to stammer in shock, crying out "no" repeatedly as the antidote takes effect. Down on the street, the massive crowd of Gotham citizens looks up in awe as the swarm of bats suddenly shifts direction. Flying in a coordinated spiral away from the people, a weakened Man-Bat staggers, clutching his head as Batman lies on the ground nearby. Man-Bat shrieks in disbelief, accusing Batman of turning the bats against him. The bats descend upon Man-Bat, biting him repeatedly. Robin watches the spectacle and asks his father if the bites will kill him. Batman, his mask torn, watches intently and replies that he thinks they will have a different effect. Flatline stands with them, looking on with a wide-eyed expression of surprise. Man-Bat is gone. In his place, Kirk Langstrom kneels on the ground, his human form restored, but his clothes tattered. He looks up at the bats flying away, confused and stammering. He asks Batman what he did this time. Batman stands over the shivering Langstrom, putting a hand on his shoulder. He tells Kirk that they are going to take him to Arkham Tower to get checked out and to deal with the actions of his other half. Damian, standing behind them, interrupts to say, they still have a problem. Close up on a group of bats flying through the purple-tinted sky. Damian notes that these particular bats look very angry. Robin pulls out the large freeze gun and declares he can take care of that. He fires a massive blast of ice, shouting as the beam streaks upward. Batman observes that now they can finally cure them. The scene transitions to the front of Gotham City High School at night. A black narrative box containing a bat symbol features Batman's voice, telling Damian that he was right. Outside the school, GCPD officers lead Mistress Harsh away in handcuffs as cameras flash. Narrative boxes explain that Stone was Mistress Harsh, and that her frustration caused her to blow her cover. It's noted that Chase will take her in to investigate the scam she was running. GCPD officers gather the student lackeys, including a defiant-looking Shay. The narration explains that they will be questioned about their training and that the authorities will have to keep an eye on them due to their deadly skills, though they may have been manipulated. Batman and Damian stand silhouetted on a rooftop overlooking the city and the high school basketball court. Batman tells his son that he's sorry he didn't believe him. Damian admits he had moments of doubt too, thinking his mother might have killed Harsh. He then asks about Langstrom and the bats. Inside a lab, Dr. Kafira and another scientist study samples from Langstrom's work. Narration explains that Kafira studied everything from the lab and that while Langstrom wanted to help, he had no memory of coming back from the dead or his time as Man-Bat. A wide view of a line of bats flying across a twilight sky. The text notes that together, the doctors managed to remove the toxins from the bats without killing any of them. A close-up of Kirk Langstrom's face looking somber. The narration mentions that while he started with 2 personas, he now seems to have multiple, and Batman will need to work with him to get him help. Back on the rooftop, Batman puts a hand on Damian's shoulder. He tells him he'll see him at home, but mentions that Damian has a visitor. Damian looks up, asking, "What are you?" before trailing off in realization. Flatline stands before Damian, her hands behind her back and a small, playful smile on her face. She says hi and thanks him for helping her with her sister. In silhouette, Damian and Flatline face each other. Damian thanks her for the help at the school and, assuming things are settled, asks if she is leaving. Close up on the two. Flatline confirms she needs to leave because she has unfinished business, mostly ensuring her sister didn't create too much of a mess. Damian looks at her with a neutral but attentive expression. Damian, in his Robin gear, reaches out and takes Flatline's hand. She asks if he's going to keep going to school. Damian looks down, admitting he hasn't decided yet but finds it challenging in its own way. Flatline leans in, placing the hand on Damian's face. She smiles warmly and tells him she thinks he should stay in school because it's good for him, and she can tell it's making a difference. Flatline pulls Damian into a sudden, tight hug, burying her face in his shoulder. She playfully warns him to watch out for the girls at school, predicting they are all going to have a crush on him. As she pulls away, Damian looks at her and asks if her sister was the only reason she came to Gotham. Flatline pauses, her large red eyes wide and reflecting the moonlight. She starts to say, "Aye." She gives him a soft, knowing smile and simply says, "Maybe." Flatline leaps away into the night sky, waving a hand back at the silhouette of Damian. She calls out, "See you, Robin." As Flatline flies through the air, her face turns serious. A green, ghostly text bubble from an unseen source tells her, "You didn't tell him." Flatline floats over the Gotham skyline as the green spectral form of Ra's al Ghul looms behind her. He notes that she came to inform Damian about him. Flatline retorts that it's not the time and she can't burden Damian with Ra's ghost. Ra's asks if she cares for his grandson, and Flatline responds that Damian is something else and needs to be protected specifically from Ra's. The scene shifts to a quiet residential building at night. A narrative box reads, "And me." Inside a room, Damian sits on his bed with headphones on, looking at a laptop screen showing news reports about the criminal Shush escaping custody after surgery, and her identification as Abigail Hall. He lets out a heavy sigh. Bruce Wayne, dressed in a black suit and blue turtleneck, stands in the doorway. He tells Damian they will find Shush, but first he wants his son to come out into the hall. Damian follows his father up a flight of stairs, asking if there is another mission. Bruce leads him onto the roof, replying, "Not exactly," as he opens the door. The rooftop is set for a quiet dinner under a massive, glowing full moon. Bruce puts an arm around Damian and reminds him that a few weeks ago, Damian made breakfast, so he thought it was his turn. He acknowledges it's late, but he wanted to do this. Damian looks at the meal and the red folder on the table. He tells his father it's great and admits he's impressed that it's not just a sandwich. Bruce smiles slightly, mentioning that Alfred always had a better handle on Damian's vegan meals. He adds that if he can learn every skill on the planet, he can certainly learn how to cook a vegan dinner. The father and son sit at the table, silhouetted against the bright moon. Damian repeats that it looks great but asks why they are up on the rooftop. Bruce explains that so much of their lives are spent on rooftops, so we thought it would be nice to spend time there simply as father and son. Close up on Bruce's face, he looks at his son with a gentle expression and says that not everything in their lives has to be chaos. Damian looks down at his plate with a small, genuine smile. He adds that they can watch the sunrise together. Bruce's expression turns slightly more inquisitive. He mentions his sources told him Flatline left Gotham and starts to ask about their relationship. Damian immediately cuts him off by saying, "Father." Bruce jokingly defends himself, saying he's just asking questions. Suddenly, Damian jumps up from the table, pointing and shouting, "Father," as the wind begins to pick up, blowing the food and dishes around. Bruce looks sternly in the same direction, wondering if Langstrom has escaped. Damian grunts a "no" as he stares at a massive shadow. A gargantuan, red-furred beast with dragon wings and a nose ring, Goliath, lands on the roof, dwarfing both men. Damian throws his arms out in joy and shouts "Goliath," while Bruce stands ready for a fight. Damian rushes forward and hugs the giant creature's furry chest. He tells the beast it's so good to see him and asks where he's been, noting the last time they saw him he was with Roz. Bruce watches calmly, noticing Goliath has something with him. A holographic image of a girl in a tactical suit appears from a device on Goliath's collar. She addresses Robin, hoping Goliath reached him. Damian identifies her as Maya, Henri Ducard's granddaughter. The hologram explains she found him, the person Damian asked her to look for before he left for Lazarus Island, to make sure he really died in the Arkham attack. Bruce and Damian listen intently as Maya says they need to get ready to go now, as the target thought he could hide from them. The scene shifts to a lush prehistoric jungle. Bane, wearing his classic mask and a tattered cape, is locked in a brutal struggle with a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He roars as he punches the dinosaur, dodges a massive tail swipe, and eventually grapples with the beast's neck. The dinosaur snaps its jaws, but Bane is relentless, eventually leaping onto its back and delivering a bone-crushing strike to its head. In a display of sheer power, Bane pries the T-Rex's jaws open until the bone snaps with a sickening sound. The massive predator falls to the ground with a heavy thud. Defeated, Bane stands triumphantly over the corpse. Bane walks away from the jungle clearing, his silhouette framed by the setting sun. The eye of the fallen T-Rex remains open, staring blankly as Bane disappears into the distance. Bane climbs a steep rocky cliffside with his bare hands, the stone crumbling under his grip. He reaches the summit and looks out over a vast, beautiful valley where brachiosauruses graze near a river and pterodactyls fly in the sky. He looks at his scarred arms and declares, "I am the king now." High above the island, Goliath flies through the air with Damian on his back. They are followed closely by a high-tech Batjet piloted by Bruce. Bruce tells Damian via comms that there is no way he was letting him go to Dinosaur Island by himself, especially on a mission like this. Damian retorts that he had things under control and Gotham would have been fine, but Bruce insists they will save that conversation for later. A massive flock of pterodactyls suddenly fills the sky, heading straight for the travelers. Damian shouts a warning that they have incoming. Bruce tells him to prepare for engagement, noting there are too many to pivot, and they have no choice but to cut through them. Below, the Batjet and Goliath dive into the swarm, with Damian noting that this is the creature's home, and they are the hostile party. Damian clings to Goliath's harness as they zip through the winged dinosaurs. He realizes that pterodactyls aren't trying to fight them. They are running from something. In the cockpit of the jet, Bruce's face is lit red as he grinds his teeth and agrees. The Batjet fires its thrusters, struggling to navigate the dense swarm. Damian, visible in an inset panel, shouts that he can't see ahead and they're flying blind. Goliath and the jet plummet through the air, surrounded by a chaotic blur of green wings. The jet's engines glow with orange flame as it tries to maintain altitude. Bruce shouts a command to prepare for a rough landing. He yells into the comms for Damian to pull up immediately as they head for the trees. Goliath and the Batjet crash land to the dense jungle canopy, leaving a trail of broken branches and dust in their wake. The jet lies smoking on the jungle floor. Bruce, in his Batman suit, climbs out of the cockpit, noting that the island's mysterious energy is messing with his sensors and he can't get a read on anything. Nearby, Goliath recovers from the fall, while Damian crouches in the background. Goliath lets out a low, rumbling growl, looking protective. Damian stands beside him, running a hand through his hair and giving a small, confident smirk. In silhouette, Damian pets Goliath's snout, telling the beast to breathe easy because he'll be okay. He instructs Goliath to stay put while he and his father explore the area. Batman and Robin run through the jungle. Damian mentions he has been here before, but this time something feels different. Batman agrees, noting that it is far too quiet. Damian stops and points toward a series of deep ruts in the dirt. He tells his father to look. Batman examines the ground, noting the tracks belong to a heavy, massive transport vehicle used to move something large. Damian wonders if it was a tank, but then he turns with a sharp look, whispering that they are being watched. Damian senses movement in the trees above. In a sudden blur, a figure leaps from the branches. Batman reacts instantly, drawing a bat claw as the intruder lands with a thud. Damian watches, his cape fluttering in the wind. Batman is poised to strike with his batarangs, but Damian quickly holds out a hand and shouts for his father to stop. He reveals that Maya is still on their side. Batman lowers his guard slightly but asks why Maya attacked them if she's an ally. Damian stands between them with a grin, while Maya, dressed in her nobody armor, holds her swords and jokes that attacking is just how they say hi. Batman dryly remarks that he remembers when Damian's grandfather trained him to say hello by punching someone in the face. Maya removes her helmet, revealing her face, and simply says "touche" before asking how long they have been on the island. Maya explains she has been there for 9 days and has seen a lot. She says it took a bit to get the signal out to Damian and admits she's surprised to see them both there together. Maya looks between the two, noting how tense things were between them before Damian went to Lazarus Island. She bluntly asks if the two of them are cool now. Batman stands silently while Damian looks away, starting to say, well. A series of flashback panels shows the night before in Gotham. Bruce and Damian are in their home, preparing for the trip. Bruce mentions he'll call the school to say they are on a family trip. Damian worries the new principal will already think he's trouble. They discuss gear, with Bruce mentioning anti-venom agents for Bane. In another room, Bruce tells Damian he needs to do a gut check to make sure he's okay with facing Bane after what the villain did. Damian firmly reassures his father that he will be fine. Back in the present, Maya asks why Damian went back to high school and if it was for an undercover mission. Damian admits that was his first thought, but explains his father felt he needed more time with people his own age, which turned out to be a beneficial plan. Batman then asks Maya how she found Bane on the island. Maya explains it wasn't easy. After the Joker business, Bane disappeared. She started looking at places where people go to vanish, like Nanda Parbat or Gemworld. Below, they look out from a ridge at a large camp. Maya notes that Bane isn't the only person on the island. In the valley below, soldiers in green gear are herding dinosaurs into large cages on the back of transport trucks. One soldier shouts at a triceratops, calling it a prehistoric pest and telling it to move. 2 soldiers use electric prods on a smaller dinosaur trapped inside a metal cage. The creature shrieks as blue electricity crackles around it. Batman identifies the soldiers as the Cobra Cult. Damian asks what they are doing, and Maya says the answer is obvious, telling them to come on. Maya looks back at them, stating that on an island full of dinosaurs, people are obviously going to try to kidnap them. She adds that the place isn't a secret anymore, and dinosaurs are cool, but warns that's not all that's happening. A soldier in green goggles and a face mask holds up a large syringe filled with a glowing red liquid. Maya's voiceover explains that the cult is running experiments on the creatures too. The soldier's hand is shown plunging the needle into the thick, gray hide of a large dinosaur. Maya notes they take samples or inject things, though she hasn't figured out why yet. Close up on Damien, his brow furrowed in anger. He grit his teeth and declares that they must help the dinosaurs immediately. Maya puts a reassuring hand on Damien's shoulder, telling him to hold on because help is already on the way. Batman's silhouette stands tall behind them as Damien clenches his fist. Back at the camp, the Cobra cult soldiers continue their work. A caption box reads, "You're in for a show," while a soldier looks up in shock, shouting, "How dare you!" As a massive shadow falls over them, Bane erupts into the camp like a force of nature, his muscles bulging as he roars, "I will break you." He tears through the cultists in a red-tinted montage of violence. Batman, observing from above, asks if Bane is protecting the dinosaurs. Maya smiles and clarifies that he doesn't care about them. He's just angry that these guys are on his island. Bane swings his massive arms, sending cultists flying in all directions. The air is filled with the sounds of impact as Bane systematically dismantles the group. Maya, Damian, and Batman watch from the trees. Maya notes that Bane hasn't killed anyone, not even one broken back. She mentions this is the fourth group she's seen him clear out, leaving only broken bones and egos. Batman lets out a thoughtful, Bane hoists a heavy off-road vehicle high over his head, his strength on full display as a terrified cultist cowers nearby. Amidst the wreckage and fire, Bane looms over a fallen soldier. His presence is overwhelming against the backdrop of an explosion. Damian watches the carnage with a somber expression. Narrative bubbles show a cultist pleading for mercy, begging Bane not to hurt him in front of the boy. An explosion rips through the camp, flipping the transport truck into the air amidst a wall of fire. Bane lifts another soldier by the collar, his silhouette dark against the sky as the man flails helplessly. A flashback shows Bane standing over Alfred Pennyworth, his hands gripped around the butler's head as a sickening crack echoes. Below, we see Damien's horrified face from the past, and then his current face hardened with rage. In the present, Bane holds a cultist and warns him not to consider his mercy a weakness. It is a warning. Bane stands in the center of the camp as the remaining cultists flee in terror. He roars at them to stay away from his island. Batman stares at Bane from the shadows. He declares that regardless of what Bane is doing, he is coming back to Gotham with them, whether he likes it or not. Bane walks over to one of the cages and releases a dinosaur, telling the beasts they are lucky he hates cages. Maya finds the scene pretty cool, saying Mr. Strongman is just trying to live his best life. Batman disagrees, stating that Bane is one of his smartest enemies and must have other reasons for taking control of the island beyond what they see. He tells Damian they need to be careful and uncover the real truth. Batman turns to address his son, calling out Robin when he realizes the boy is no longer beside him. Damian has already charged into the clearing, riding a green raptor-like dinosaur with a sword drawn. He shouts that he has waited long enough and that Bane is his. Batman lunges forward, shouting for Robin to stop as the boy disappears into the fray. Maya watches from the ridge, asking if Damian is totally going to kill Bane. Batman sprints down the hill after his son, hoping not, since Damian has worked so hard to avoid that path, but he notes it doesn't mean Bane won't have the same violent temperament. In silhouette, Batman and Maya are surrounded by hissing dinosaurs as they run toward the camp. Maya realizes with a crap that they have walked right into a dino den. Batman, shrouded in his cape, mutters that he misses Gotham. Suddenly, a massive muscular arm reaches out and grabs Batman by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Batman gasps as a voice tells him to go home, Bat. In a cross-section of the towering Gothic architecture high above the city of Bane, a voice from the upper levels observes that Damian is clearly disappointed. Inside the manor, Damian's already packing a duffel bag while still in his red and black Robin gear. Alfred stands nearby, gently telling him that he isn't disappointed at all, but simply wishes Damian would stay and talk to them. Damian scoffs at the word us as he marches toward the door with his bag. He complains that his father is too obsessed with Catwoman to see the big picture and is getting sloppy, adding that he feels like nothing more than a burden. Alfred watches him go with a look of deep sadness, firmly stating that Damian is not a burden and that the manor will always be his home. He softly adds that he hopes the next time they see each other, things will be different. The scene shifts violently to a lush jungle where Damian, in full Robin attire, is riding a snarling green raptor through the brush. A massive title screams to the death as narrative boxes reflect on the destructive nature of obsession. A chaotic collage shows Batman locked in a brutal struggle with Bane, while Vengeance, Bane's muscular clone, joins the fray. Vengeance sneers that they found each other at their lowest and built a home here. But people keep coming to steal it from them. In a laboratory filled with glowing vials of venom, Bane looms over the equipment. He calls his enemies fools and predicts that his father will grant them the same mercy he showed the Cobra cult. Silhouetted against the bright sky, Vengeance faces Batman. She tells him that her father will allow him to leave the island unharmed. Vengeance glares with a single glowing eye through her mask, her teeth clenched. She offers an alternative, that Batman stay and turn this island into his final resting place. Bane stares forward with cold intensity, his mask weathered and cracked. He simply utters the words, "Never again." Batman narrows his eyes, his teeth bared in a fierce grimace. He tells Bane to listen, warning him that he is wasting precious time. Bane continues his work in the lab, his massive scarred back to the camera as green liquid pumps through his tubes. A narrative box reveals Batman's internal worry. If he doesn't stop Robin soon, something terrible will happen. Damian leaps from his raptor, sword drawn, screaming Bane's name. Bane catches the dinosaur's jaws midair, welcoming the direct approach. Damian snarls that he will find Bane no matter where he hides, and make him pay for what he took. Standing in a daze of memory, Damian sees a vision of Alfred standing behind him as he prepares for the next phase of his journey. Alfred's memory speaks to him, saying he is happy Damian is making friends his own age, but notes that his methods are unwise. He asks about the Kent boy, suggesting they have much in common. Damian looks away stubbornly, retorting that John Kent is just a little kid. He insists that the Teen Titans are not his friends. They are people who work for him. Alfred leans in, reminding Damian that even his father built a group of family and allies he trusts. He tells the boy that the world will only open up to him once he learns to work with others with respect. The fight continues as Bane strikes Damian with a thunderous blow that sends the boy spinning through the air. Bane growls that death has stalked him since the day he was born and it will never stop, even if it takes the form of a small child. Bane unleashes a series of earth-shaking punches, mocking Damian for being nothing but big muscles and cockiness. Damian counters with a kick, shouting that Bane's father must be ashamed of him, while Bane retorts that Robin doesn't even know how to fight. In a somber memory labeled R.I.P., Alfred enters a room where a young Damian stands alone before a fireplace, a portrait of Bruce Wayne hanging above the mantel. Alfred carries a briefcase and asks if Master Damian is okay. Damian keeps his eyes closed as a single tear falls, claiming he is fine. Alfred gently tells him he doesn't have to hide his tears because grieving is healthy. Damian turns to Alfred and points out that his father is not actually dead. Alfred smiles slightly, admitting that Bruce tends to surprise him, just as Damian does. Alfred opens the red-lined briefcase, revealing the Robin costume inside. He tells Damian that he knows Bruce would want him to have this. Back in the present, Damian lands a powerful kick across Bane's face. He tells the giant that his mistake is thinking he understands Batman, but he has no secret insight at all. Damian declares that today Bane loses for the last time. Vengeance runs through the tall grass past Batman toward the wreckage of a truck. She tells him to look, noting that the war has taken her father and his son far beyond the Cobra camp. Batman inspects a discarded venom bottle as Vengeance explains that Cobra didn't come uninvited, they came with an opportunity. She gestures to the Timeless Island, explaining that the effects of normal venom were only temporary. In a flashback, Bane stands in a lab littered with broken glass. He explains that Cobra believed the dinosaurs held the key to a form of venom that only required a single dose to be permanent. The silhouettes of Batman and Vengeance stand near a raptor as she continues the story. She explains that the new venom caused animalistic rage and a complete loss of control, leading her father to reject it, which caused Cobra to turn on them. Batman clenches his teeth in fury as he realizes this is the true reason Bane has been fighting the cult. Vengeance draws a knife and lunges toward Batman, telling him he can't leave. She screams that she will help her father take down his brat and then finish what they started. Suddenly, Vengeance is blasted by a surge of electricity, her body arching in pain as a high-pitched hum fills the air. Maya, wearing her white nobody suit, tips her helmet and apologizes for being late. She jokes that she would have taken Vengeance down sooner, but she was busy dodging angry dinosaurs. Batman stands silhouetted against the jungle, telling Maya he knew she was there. He states urgently that they need to find Damian. Maya sprints into the brush, her cape fluttering behind her. She shouts back to Batman that she saw them go in this direction. The battle reaches a fever pitch as Bane and Damian trade devastating blows. Bane yells that Damian is striking from the shadows just like his father, while Damian screams that he will show Bane just how different he really is. Bane laments that he had no choice but to become the monster he is. A flashback labeled Batman and Son shows a high-angle view of the Batcave. Damian stands on a walkway and bluntly tells Alfred that he knows the butler doesn't like him. Alfred is taken aback and asks for an explanation. Damian stares him down, calling him a liar and declaring that he doesn't care if Alfred, his mother, or anyone else likes him. Alfred looks at the boy with a knowing expression. He tells Damian that his father once said the exact same thing when he was only a few years older. Alfred tells Damian that if he is anything like Bruce, they will have their ups and downs, but it will be a pleasure to have another Wayne in the manor. He adds that he believes Damian is capable of more than anyone expects. In the jungle, Damian stands over a kneeling Bane, his eyes filled with tears. Bane tells him to finish it and give him peace. Damian cries out that Bane killed Alfred, raising his sword for a final strike. The sound of a blade piercing wood echoes through the trees as the scene turns a sharp red. Damian has plunged his sword into the tree next to Bane's head. He tells Bane that he is granting him the mercy he never gave Alfred, even as Bane mocks him by saying they are both monsters beyond control. Damian screams that they are nothing alike and that Bane always had a choice to go against his past. He expresses pity that Bane had no one to help him, but then snarls that Bane took his own helper away. He vows to drag Bane back to Gotham to face justice forever. Batman and Maya arrive on the scene. Batman tells Damian not to kill him, but Damian reveals he already made that choice. Batman tells Damian he is proud of him and that Alfred would be too. Damian looks at his father and simply says, "Let's go home." Hidden in the foliage, Vengeance levels a large high-tech rifle. She whispers, "Not yet," and fires a shot with a low, thudding sound. The dart strikes Damian directly in the side of the neck. He lets out a sharp cry of pain as the impact jolts him. Batman reacts instantly, cursing as he sees his son hit. He moves forward as a rushing sound fills the air. Maya tries to catch the stumbling Damian, asking what happened. Damian pushes her away, his voice straining as he tells her to get away from him. An explosion erupts behind Vengeance, throwing her forward as the force of the blast consumes the panel. Damian's face begins to contort, his teeth sharpening and his skin bruising as the venom from the dart takes hold. He grimaces in agonizing rage. Batman stares in horror, calling out Damian's name as he realizes what is happening. Damian's arm swells to twice its size, the muscle tearing through his sleeve with a sickening ripping sound. Bane looks up from the ground, his voice trembling as he asks Vengeance what she has done. Damian has transformed into a hulking, monstrous version of himself. Batman stands between him and Bane, stating firmly that he was right. He will not kill Bane today. In the present day, a teenage Damian in civilian clothes enters a school office. A counselor sitting at a desk littered with supplies looks up and asks if he wanted to see her. Damian nervously clutches his chest and asks if he is in trouble. The counselor smiles and invites him to come in and take a seat. The counselor explains that after the drama involving Principal Stone and Ms. Hall, They wanted to check in on every student to see if they needed someone to talk to. She notes that he missed several days of school recently. Damian explains that he went on a trip overseas with his father, and she asks him to tell her more about it. A massive collage of Dinosaur Island shows the monster Damian rampaging. He bellows that he will break Bane. Maya tells Batman that this is bad, while Batman explains the dart contained a new venom that unleashes inner rage. He tells Maya he needs the anti-venom from the Batplane immediately. Vengeance watches from the trees, her rifle ready. She mockingly asks Batman if he can do what it takes to control his own son. Vengeance tells Batman his punishment is to fight his son to protect her father. Batman stands his ground, stating that while he and Robin have fought before, it will never happen again. Behind him, the monster Robin commands his father to move. Vengeance peers through her scope, telling them they won't have a choice. She says the games will begin as soon as Batman is filled with venom as well. Bane suddenly reaches out and grabs the barrel of Vengeance's rifle. He looks her in the eye and commands her to stop. With a powerful snap, Bane breaks the rifle in half. He tells his daughter that Venom has done enough while she screams at him, asking why he would do this after everything they did to him. Bane stands between Batman and Vengeance, explaining it's because of everything he has done to them. He declares that it is finally time to pay for his sins. Bane tells Batman he will help them, and afterward Batman can take him to Gotham in chains. He says only then will he have a chance at peace, but a voice from the shadows yells that no one is going anywhere. A massive army of Cobra cultists riding armored dinosaurs emerges from the jungle. The leader sneers that Dinosaur Island belongs to them, and that the heroes will have the honor of being test subjects for their experiments. Bane proposes a temporary alliance to Batman to burn off the venom in Damian. Back in the office, the counselor notes that Damian's father has a reputation as a jet-setter and one of Gotham's favorite sons. Damian smiles slightly and says that sounds like fun. The counselor continues, saying everyone in Gotham knows Bruce Wayne's story. She observes that it must be difficult to be the son of such an imposing, larger-than-life figure. She asks Damian directly how he handles that. Damian scratches his head and begins to answer, saying his father is. The battle against Cobra rages on in a sprawling collage. Damian, still in his monster form, tears through Cobra soldiers while Bane and Batman fight side by side against the dinosaurs. Vengeance screams for her father while Damian monster roars in mindless fury. Batman dodges a swipe from the monster Robin while the Batplane roars overhead. Batman shouts for Maya to get the anti-venom, and she fires a projectile from the cockpit. The dart hits Damian in the chest, and he lets out one last monstrous roar. In the office, Damian finishes his sentence, saying that his father is his hero. The counselor tells him that is wonderful to hear. Damian admits it wasn't always that way and that they used to have many issues. He explains that he lived with his mother and grandfather for most of his life, which was a very different experience. The counselor asks if he fought with his father when he first came home. Damian looks down and admits things were complicated, agreeing that you could say they fought. The counselor looks at him with genuine curiosity and asks him what exactly changed between them. A dinosaur's eye reflects the aftermath of the battle. Batman cradles the now human Damian in his arms. He tells the boy it's okay and that coming down from Venom is hard. Damian looks up with a shattered expression, whispering that he is a monster. Batman tells him he's never been a monster, and he's sorry Damian feels that way. Batman removes his cowl, revealing Bruce's face. He looks down at his son with a warm, loving expression and says he is here for him. Bruce holds Damian close, telling him he is here as his father. Damian looks up in shock, softly saying "Father," as a green raptor leaps into the air with a loud hiss behind them. Bane suddenly lunges forward and delivers a crushing punch to the leaping raptor, a loud impact sound marking the blow. Bane stands over the downed dinosaur and tells Batman to pick up his son. Batman asks what happened to Vengeance, and Bane reveals he helped her escape, adding that he's sure Batman understands. Bane suggests they return to Batman's Gotham. The three of them walk toward the bright sun on the horizon, silhouetted against the ocean. Back in the school office, The counselor tells Damian that he is easily the smartest student they have ever had. Damian leans back with his arms crossed and says, "Of course." She adds that, while those are just words on paper, she can see in his eyes that he has lived a life far beyond his years. The counselor tells Damian that while they know who his father is, they are really here to support him. She asks him to tell her something about himself. Damian pauses, struggling to find the words. A vibrant montage shows Damian's journey. He reflects on how much he's been through with his family and how he finally understands why he is the way he is. He thinks about making new friends and how he and his father are finally on the same side, realizing he no longer has to hide who he is. The counselor tells Damian that his story is great, but then asks him point blank, "Who are you?" Damian looks at her and simply says, Damian remains silent, his expression unreadable as he processed the question. The counselor tells him it's okay not to know, and that it's actually very healthy for a kid his age. She notes she heard he is a fantastic artist and suggests he try drawing the answer. Damian agrees and says okay. The counselor tells him that's it for today, but reminds him her door is always open if he needs to talk. Damian puts on his sunglasses and heads for the door. The counselor tells him she enjoyed their time and hopes to see him soon, and Damian briefly thanks her. Night has fallen over Gotham City. Damian sits alone in his room by the window, lost in thought as the city lights twinkle in the distance. Damian lies face down on his bed, surrounded by notebooks and sketches, his head resting on his arms. Close up on Damian's hand as he grips a pencil over a blank page, he slowly writes the words "I am" at the top of the paper. Damian looks up as Bruce enters the room. Bruce asks if he had a good day at school, and Damian bites the end of his pencil thoughtfully. Damian says school was interesting and mentions meeting the new counselor. He says he expected an enemy, but his instincts tell him she's normal. Bruce then asks if Damian has dealt with Bane. A narrative box explains that Bane is secure in Blackgate. He demanded solitary confinement, claiming he needed to go back to where he started so he could think. Another box notes that the Cobra cults escaped the island, and the Batplane picked up chatter about new orders for them. Damian asks about Maya. Bruce tells him she took Goliath with her to Lazarus Island, as it needs a protector, and he felt Maya could keep it safe. Maya is seen flying over the ocean on the back of the giant red bat, Goliath, heading toward the horizon. Bruce asks Damian what he wants to do tonight, suggesting a movie or dinner. Damian says he was thinking they should check in on the rest of the family. Suddenly, a loud beeping sound comes from Bruce's belt. He looks down as a red light flashes. Bruce pulls out a device that projects a hologram of the terrible trio. He tells Damian that they are back on the streets and robbing Gotham First National. Bruce smiles and tosses the keys to the Batmobile into the air. He asks Damian, "What do you say?" Damian catches the keys with a smirk, telling his father he can go if he thinks he can keep up. The two of them race through the Gotham night in their high-tech vehicles, a loud engine roar trailing behind them as Damian proudly declares, "I am Robin." In Gotham City, the year is 1892. A man lies in the darkness, his face partially obscured by deep shadows as the light catches the grim lines of his expression. He contemplates his mortality, thinking that perhaps even a man like him could die after all. Hands reach out to press a plaster mold against the man's face. One of the figures speaks, declaring that they do not place their trust in the flesh of Nicodemus Crow, but rather in his enduring wisdom. He commands his brother to begin pouring the plaster. As the white plaster is poured over the man's eye, another follower whispers a Latin reminder of death, calling him teacher. He promises that through this mask, they will eventually look upon his face once again. In the present day, Gotham City is a whirlwind of violence. Beneath the title Memento, 3 SUVs roar through the streets at nearly 7 in the evening. Thugs lean out of the windows, their machine guns spitting fire into the night air. Inside one of the vehicles, a masked driver panics, gripping the wheel as he frantically searches his mirrors. He stammers to his companion that he can't see their pursuer, demanding to know where the vigilante has gone. Suddenly, the back of the SUV is torn open. Batman lunges from the shadows, grabbing one of the armed thugs and throwing him violently from the moving vehicle as the man screams in terror. High above the Gotham skyline on a massive bridge, the ejected thug flails through the air. He falls toward the dark waters below, his terrified screams echoing into the night. Inside the car, the remaining thug cowers, holding his hands up in a desperate plea. He begs Batman not to kill him, confessing that he is only a decoy. He swears that this car isn't the threat, the two lead vehicles are the actual bombs. Batman and Robin loom over the man, their white eyes glowing menacingly in the dark interior. Batman coldly informs the thug that they believe him, even as the criminal continues to wail in fear. The dynamic duo leaps from the vehicle, gliding through the air with their capes unfurled. Batman barks an order to Damian to empty out the next car, to which Robin confidently replies that it won't be a problem. A thug at the wheel of a lead car looks up in alarm as a shadow passes over him. Robin smirks from his position on the roof, mocking the driver by suggesting their friends below are about to offer a very painful assist. Robin lands gracefully on the hood of the speeding SUV. The driver snarls, calling him a little brat and telling him to die as he fires his weapon through the windshield. Damian effortlessly dodges the bullets, casually observing that bad guys never seem to wear their seatbelts, as if it were a part of their criminal code. The driver is suddenly jerked forward and ejected through the door as the car swerves violently. He screams as he tumble rolls across the asphalt while the vehicle begins to emit a cloud of pink smoke. Batman perches on the roof of a following car, aiming his grapple gun. He fires a line toward a nearby support structure, thinking to himself that things have finally started working in their favor tonight. The heavy metal hook of the grapple line slams into the roof of the SUV with a loud metallic thud, securing itself firmly into the chassis. From a high angle, the chaos on the bridge is clear. Batman uses his grapple line to anchor the smoking vehicle, forcing it to skid sideways across the wet pavement while gunfire continues to flash from the other cars. Batman glares with intense focus, his jaw set firmly as he handles the immense tension of the cable. Batman rips open the sunroof of the lead vehicle, looking down at the two thugs inside. He commands them to get out, but the driver laughs manically, telling Batman he's too late. He boasts that they are taking the bridge down for the green and that there are only 10 seconds left on the timer. Batman leans in and delivers a punishing blow to the driver's face. Robin's voice crackles over the comms, reporting that the car bombs are armed with only 8 seconds remaining, and he asks about the status of the lead car. Grit and determination etched on his face, Batman tells Damian that he is handling the situation himself. The lead SUV screeches toward the edge of the bridge. Batman remains braced on the roof, guiding the vehicle toward the guardrail as Robin glides in the background. The SUV smashes through the bridge's concrete barrier with a violent impact, sending debris flying in every direction. The vehicle hurtles through the air, plummeting toward the harbor. Robin watches from the edge of the bridge, linked to the falling car by a thin, black cable. As they fall, Batman grabs the two thugs, pulling them out of the doomed car. High above, the automated systems of the Batwing confirm that the target is painted and the grappling hook is ready for extraction. Batman holds the thugs firmly as the grapple line jerks them upward, away from the falling SUV. He calmly says the word "execute" into his comms. The silhouettes of the two criminals are seen dangling helplessly against the bright orange glow of the city lights as they are pulled to safety. A massive explosion erupts from the water as the car bombs detonate far below the bridge. Batman glides away from the fireball, while Robin looks on from the side. A narration box notes that the Coast Guard is getting tired of having to fish cars out of the bay every other week. Later that night, deep below Gotham at 7:34, Bruce Wayne sits in his high-tech command center. He is shirtless and heavily bandaged around his shoulder. He speaks to Oracle through his monitors, asking if there are any security concerns for the Sacred Heart Medical Center fundraiser taking place that evening. Bruce reaches for a bottle of pills as Oracle warns him that there has been some online chatter about Dr. Bashar's controversial early work in Kondak. Bruce tells her that both he and Damian will be wearing earpiece comms tonight, adding that the boy will likely be excited at the prospect of a fight. Oracle's face fills the screen as she argues that the Black Adam haters won't care about nuance. They simply see Dr. Bashar as a bad look for Gotham. Bruce asks her specifically about Bashar's recent charity work as he prepares for the event. Bruce looks down at a crude drawing of Batman and Robin fighting crime. He worries to himself that sometimes Damian sees the mission as nothing more than a series of exciting battles. A loud knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. At Pennyworth Manor, Alfred enters Bruce's room with a tray of food, noting that he has increased Bruce's carb intake for the night. Damian is sprawled out on the bed, sketching in a notebook and complaining. He asks why they can't go on another patrol instead of attending this boring fundraiser. Bruce turns to his son, explaining that patrol isn't the only way to serve the city. He tells Damian that the money they raise tonight will provide medical care for those in need, potentially helping more people than they do on a typical night on the streets. Bruce suggests Damian take a few minutes to explore the building, mentioning that the old Sacred Heart Convalescent Home has a dark history involving a deadly boiler room fire in 1892. Damian looks up from his drawing with a flat, unimpressed expression and calls the story fascinating. Bruce stands in the doorway, telling Damian that he doesn't have to love the idea, but they are leaving at 8:38. He instructs the boy to get dressed, noting that his tuxedo is waiting in the study. Damian responds with a sharp click of his tongue. Damian walks through a massive library-like study in the manor, his hands in his pockets. The room is filled with rows of ancient books and plush purple armchairs. The young boy stops in front of a small table where a chessboard is set up mid-game. A tuxedo jacket is draped over one of the chairs nearby. As Damian reaches out to touch a black knight piece, Bruce's voice rings out from the shadows, sternly telling him not to touch the board. Bruce steps into the light, now fully dressed in his tuxedo. He explains that his last game with Damian's grandfather was interrupted, and they had a habit of writing down their next moves for the other to find whenever they fought afterward. Damian looks skeptical, reminding his father that Ra's al Ghul is dead. Bruce ignores the comment and walks toward the exit. A caption box announces that the Waynes have finally arrived at the event, while Damian stands alone in the study, still looking at the unfinished game. The scene shifts to the fundraiser at 9 o'clock. Bruce and Damian walk toward the entrance of a modern glass building surrounded by the flashes of paparazzi cameras. Bruce tells his son that he knows the suit is uncomfortable, but he must try not to scratch because of the cameras. Damian scowls, muttering that they could be on patrol right now. A woman named Marla approaches them, telling Bruce that the guest of honor has arrived and asking if Bruce is still willing to say a few words. Bruce smiles politely, shaking her hand and assuring her he wouldn't miss it, because Dr. Bashar is an old friend. Bruce begins to apologize to Marla and introduce Damian, but his words are cut short. A protester in the background, standing near a tent and holding a sign, shouts at the top of his lungs that Bruce Wayne sits atop a wheel. Marla looks embarrassed and apologizes to Bruce, explaining that the protesters have been there since yesterday, doing nothing but yelling. Damian looks up at his father, asking what that man just said. The protester continues his tirade, shouting that the city doesn't belong to Wayne or Bashar. He screams that Bruce isn't sitting on a throne, but a wheel that will soon grind him under, along with all the city's other prideful forgotten kings. Damian looks closely at the crowd, asking Bruce if he recognizes the man because of how Bruce reacted. Bruce stares forward with a grim look, stating that he doesn't know the man, but it was something he said that caught his attention. A close-up shows the man's face, contorted with rage as he screams that all men die, including Bruce Wayne. He yells the phrase "memento mori" over and over as the scene transitions to Bruce's speech inside, where he begins to celebrate the medical center's rebirth. Bruce stands at a podium in front of a large audience welcoming a family friend back to Gotham. He mentions that his father, Thomas Wayne, mentored many young doctors, but he remembers one in particular above all others. The screen shows a large photo of Dr. Malik Bashar, a smiling man with graying hair and glasses. Bruce's voice continues, stating that after studying with his father, Malik built an illustrious career, and that there is no one better to serve as the director of the new medical center. Bruce shakes Malik's hand on stage, telling him that he makes them all proud. He adds that Thomas Wayne would have been the proudest of all to see this moment. Bruce turns back to the crowd, thanking them for their donations and telling them that their generosity will save lives. He invites everyone to meet Dr. Bashar and to enjoy the rest of the evening. The fundraiser is in full swing, and a live jazz band plays smooth music as people mingle and drink. Damian is sitting at the children's table, looking completely miserable with his chin resting in his hand. A girl sitting next to him exclaims that the music is so much fun. The young girl looks at Damian and says the music is bouncy and asks if it makes him want to bounce around too. Damian glares at her and simply asks what? She introduces herself as Emma and tells him that he looks just like his dad. Damian stands up and curtly says, "Excuse me," before walking away from the table. Emma watches him go with a confused and slightly hurt expression, while Damian mutters that it's funny how things work. Inside the crumbling, debris-strewn remains of Arkham Asylum, a young woman in a yellow hoodie and a blue beanie holds her phone high for a selfie. She beams with excitement, telling her followers that she can't believe they are standing inside the actual asylum. Behind her, other fans explore the ruins with flashlights. A man with a thick brown beard and glasses, wearing a green tactical jacket and carrying a heavy backpack, stands with his hands pressed together in a calculated gesture. He explains to his stream that they are broadcasting tonight's episode from the ruins to trade theories about Memento's goals. But another voice off camera abruptly interjects to say they aren't doing that. A young man in an orange vest and a green cap snaps photos of the wreckage, retorting that he's just there to make content to double his subscriber count and earn some ad revenue. Insisting he isn't part of any cult nearby, a man in a red hoodie agrees, simply stating that Memento is cool. A diverse crowd of true crime enthusiasts stands gathered in the dark, illuminated by flickering fires. A man wearing a white jacket and a red Serial Fans baseball cap gestures with his hands as he shares a chilling detail, explaining that his friend in forensics at the Gotham PD has access to restricted photos. He claims the bodies found at the docks last week were identical to photos from a 1903 crash, to which a woman in the group skeptically asks what exactly he is trying to imply. As heavy mist swirls through the dark hallways of the ruined asylum, the silhouettes of the group become obscured. One of the fans asks if Memento might not be recreating other people's crimes, but instead was the one who committed the original killings as well. Another voice trembles, wondering aloud if the killer isn't even human. The girl in the yellow hoodie looks down at her smartphone with a look of utter confusion and growing dread. She begins to ask what's happening, her voice trailing off as she gazes at her screen. The phone screen shows a horrifying, glitched image of the girl herself being dragged away by shadowy, clawed phantoms behind prison bars. A stylized red text box at the bottom of the screen displays a dark rhyme about naughty nonly nunly, longing to tell the secrets hidden down a wishing well. The girl asks if this is some kind of sick joke. Suddenly, the room is flooded with a ghostly white light as massive, towering shadows with glowing white eyes materialize behind the group. The bearded man and the guy in the red cap recoil in terror, shouting in shock. Another red caption box continues the rhyme, describing how the girl climbed down stones slick with lime. The shadows deepen into jagged, abstract shapes as the light flickers violently, reflecting the sudden chaos within the asylum ruins. A swarm of emaciated, monstrous ghouls with gaping mouths and glowing eyes lunges forward through the air. A final red text box chillingly concludes the rhyme, stating that there was none left to know what fate befell the victims. In the center of the carnage, a hulking, featureless black entity looms over the fallen fans. It pins the man in the red cap to the rubble with a massive hand. A poem box floating above suggests that while the victims' peers are bound for shallow graves, 3 of them will be saved. Nearby, the woman in the patterned shirt lies terrified on the ground as the monsters close in. The man with the beard and glasses looks back over his shoulder, sweating profusely with his mouth agape in a silent scream. A red caption box tauntingly promises to pay the boatman's fee for him. The monstrous shadow looms closer, its presence overwhelming the frame. A final caption box declares that this will only happen if the entity judges him to be a worthy slave. Hours later, at 3:29 a.m., the ruins of Arkham Asylum are cordoned off with yellow police tape that reads "Do Not Cross." The silhouettes of Gotham police officers stand guard while Batman and Robin investigate the wreckage inside. Batman notes that they only have a few minutes and must make the most of it. Robin watches as Batman uses a high-tech device to siphon data from the victims' smartphones. When Robin asks what he's doing, Batman grimly replies that he is collecting data, adding that the dead are always the best teachers. Batman crouches over a fallen body while Robin stands with his hands on his hips, surveying the scene. Robin observes that the area is filled with recording equipment, camera makeup, flattering clothing, and merchandise from various true crime shows. Batman shines a bright flashlight on a victim's face, noting that these people weren't criminals or cultists, but podcasters and soccer moms. Robin adds that Memento wasn't real to these people until they got carried away with a misguided obsession. On the dirty floor, the red Serial fan's baseball cap lies abandoned and stained with blood. Robin concludes that tonight they died for that obsession. Batman continues his investigation, pointing out that the killer clearly did their research. He calls Robin over to take a closer look at one of the victims lying amidst the rubble. A thermal scan or specialized vision reveals the outline of a female corpse in stark red against a white background. Batman's voice commands Robin to tell him what he sees. Shining a concentrated beam of light onto the victim's face, Batman calls Robin's name to get his attention. Robin hurries over, responding that he's coming. Robin uses his gloved fingers to gently open the victim's eyelids, revealing broken blood vessels and a milky film over the pupils. Batman observes that these symptoms match a rare hallucinogen once native to Gotham that was thought to be lost to time except, perhaps, for one person. Looking up at Batman, Robin asks if he has seen this before. Batman stares ahead with a grim expression, confirming that he has, noting that the circumstances and symptoms were identical. In a flashback to London many years earlier, a younger Bruce Wayne, known then as Jack, stands in a lavish, blood-spattered room filled with corpses. A senior detective stands with his hands behind his back, telling the youngsters to report what they see. Jack bluntly points out that there is a massive skull smeared in blood on the wall. A young woman with long red hair named Catherine looks at the carnage with a somber expression, asking Professor Bly if this constant stream of corpses is what it's truly like to be a detective. Bly, an older man with white hair and a red coat, tells her that horror on this scale is actually quite rare. Jack crouches down beside several bodies lying on a green rug, calling the professor over to look at a discovery he has made. Jack notes that it used to be rare, implying the frequency is changing. Jack lifts the hand of a victim, showing the professor that most of the deceased have blood and skin trapped under their fingernails, with matching wounds on the other bodies. Catherine, looking on, asks in shock if these people killed each other. The professor confirms Catherine's fear, calling Jack by name and noting another point of concern. He explains that the Greaves Dinner Massacre of 1886 happened in this very spot and remained unsolved. But this scene is nearly identical. He concludes that someone is recreating old murder scenes, meaning they officially have a serial killer on their hands. The professor leans down, examining a corpse's face. He points out the milky residue in the eyes and the pronounced blood vessels at the temples. Jack gazes at the body thoughtfully, humming as Catherine asks if the killer could have drugged them. Looking up with an intense glare, Jack recalls the symptoms of milky eyes and broken vessels. He mentions the icon scrawled in blood in hourglass and a skull and asks himself what he once read about it. The professor identifies it as the cult of Nicodemus Crow from over a century ago, calling Crow a proper madman. The professor explains that Crow believed violent crimes left invisible scars on the world called vestiges that could be seen under the right circumstances. He recounts how the cult held rituals in these places, breathing in a toxin called Gravedigger's Poppy, to try and divine the secrets of the universe. Jack looks up at the professor, suggesting that if the killer is committing crimes at sites of past murders, they might be able to predict where he will strike next. Catherine, standing nearby, agrees with the logic. The professor looks down at the mangled face of a victim, reminding Jack and Catherine that they are just students here to learn a skill, not to run into danger. He tells them to leave the catching of criminals to the professionals at Scotland Yard, though he admits the theory is worth exploring despite Crow being long dead. Back in the present, Batman's profile looms large as he speaks to Robin. He explains that while Gravedigger's Poppy went extinct in the mid-20th century, Memento's victims died in the same state of intense stress and fear. showing the same telltale signs around the eyes and temples as the people in this room. Batman turns his back to the scene, declaring that they have what they need and will mine the victim's phone data to find out who else was present. Robin follows him, questioning what Batman means by who else. Batman points a gloved hand toward the ground, noting at least 3 partial shoe prints that don't match the victims or each other. He states they need to know if they belong to the killers or survivors, adding that the commissioner and the GCPD lack the eye for detail to notice such things. Suddenly, Commissioner Gordon steps out of the shadows, lighting his pipe with a match. He greets Batman, who dryly asks how a private citizen managed to get into a Gotham crime scene. Gordon retorts that Batman is one to talk. Gordon steps forward, his face illuminated by the flame of his match. He tells Batman that he has been hired to consult on the case and that there is someone Batman ought to meet since they are both working the investigation. A blonde woman in a yellow blazer and blue jeans leans against a crumbling brick wall. Gordon introduces her as Lieutenant Catherine Lautrec, formerly of Scotland Yard and currently with the Police Nationale of Paris. Batman watches her, his face partially obscured by the smoke from Gordon's pipe. Robin lets out a small huh of surprise. Batman remains silent for a moment before addressing her simply as Lieutenant. Catherine stares back, remarking that the Batman is a strange and theatrical name, admitting she was skeptical when Gordon suggested bringing him into the fold. Batman glares at her, questioning what interest the French police have in a copycat killer across the Atlantic. Catherine crosses her arms defiantly, stating that she doesn't believe this is a copycat at all. Batman turns away, reminding her that the original Memento died in prison and that the evidence was indisputable. Catherine retorts that she isn't convinced, pointing out that the Gotham killings fit Memento's MO in every detail. Batman maintains his stance, calling it a copycat for that very reason. Catherine looks Batman in the eye, explaining that she worked the Memento killings herself and believes the killer is alive and in Gotham. She declares she will do whatever it takes to catch him, even if it means working with a psychotic vigilante. The two stand face to face in the middle of the ruined asylum, with Robin and Gordon standing a few paces behind them, watching the tense exchange. Batman starts to walk away, telling Catherine to meet him at Arkham Tower tonight at 9 o'clock. When Catherine asks why, he simply says there is a patient he wants to question. Batman continues his departure, warning the lieutenant not to be late. Robin looks back over his shoulder at her, adding that if this really is the true Memento, he won't waste any time before killing again. Later that evening at 6:06 p.m., Batman and Robin are engaged in intense training across the Gotham rooftops. They run at full speed along the edge of a building overlooking the water. Robin asks about Catherine Lautrec, but Batman tells him to focus. Batman and Robin fire their grappling guns simultaneously. Robin mutters that he knows about the 7 tenses already as the lines whip through the air. The two heroes swing gracefully between the industrial buildings of the docks. Robin calls out, asking why they can't ever just talk. Batman replies that they are talking, though Robin insists Batman knows what he means. Batman lands heavily on a metal roof, his boots creating a bright spark upon impact. He reminds Robin that they don't have heat vision or power rings, and that their minds and bodies are all they have. Robin sighs, saying, "Yes, father." But Batman retorts that he obviously knows that. As they leap through the air toward a high ledge, Robin asks if Batman is worried Lautrec might recognize something. Batman lands and turns around, conceding that Robin would clearly rather talk than train. Batman crouches low on a shipping container, inviting Robin to talk. He moves with a calculated, athletic precision. Batman reaches for his shoulder and unlatches his heavy armored vest. He tells Robin that he hasn't brought this up because he hoped Robin would tell him in his own time. But he's noticed that Robin is disengaged on patrol and unfocused during training. He adds that Robin's teachers have informed him that he's been missing school. Batman's heavy tactical vest falls to the roof with a resounding metal thud. Robin looks on, stunned, and asks what is going on. Damian crouches on the edge of the container, looking down as he confesses that he sometimes skips school to volunteer at the hospital. Batman stands in silhouette, shocked into a brief silence before asking, "What?" Damian explains that he's been reading Thomas Wayne's journals and saw mentions of Sacred Heart. He went there to check on Emma, a girl who was hurt, and Dr. Bashar asked him to volunteer. Damian admits he forged Batman's signature on a form. Batman is incredulous, asking for clarification. Damian explains that the hospital scheduled him for tonight by mistake, and he wasn't planning to go, but now he wonders if he could go there instead of Arkham. Batman snaps that 2 weeks ago Damian only cared about fighting, and now he's skipping school and patrols. Damian stands up, adjusting his mask and arguing that it's just one patrol and he isn't quitting. Batman watches him, telling him to talk and explain what is bringing all of this on. In a red-tinted flashback, a young Jack cries as he cradles the body of a woman. Damian stammers that it's nothing, his voice shaking. Damian shouts that when Bruce was his age, he walked across the earth to find his path, so he should be allowed to question his own. Batman shouts back that Damian actually has a father to talk to, which is something he never had. Damian snaps that Batman had Alfred Pennyworth. He begins to pull his costume off over his head in frustration while Batman stands firmly in the background. Damian's discarded gear hits the rooftop with a heavy clatter right at Batman's feet. Damian leaps off the roof into the night, declaring that he will not have anyone dying for his mistakes the way Alfred died for Batman's. Batman watches him go from the rooftop, silent. Batman stands alone against the darkening Gotham skyline, the setting sun casting long shadows as he processes his son's words. At 8:56 p.m., Catherine Lautrec arrives at the formidable Arkham Tower. She goes through a series of intense security checks, questioning if the pressure-sensitive and radiation scanners are necessary after already passing 2. The guard tells her it's standard for Arkham, and when she asks if Batman has to go through this, the guard laughs, saying they know it's him just by looking at him. Catherine successfully clears the checkpoint. Catherine walks down a dimly lit, high-security corridor flanked by 2 heavily armed guards. She looks around the sterile environment and asks Batman, who is waiting in the shadows, where his child soldier is. She sarcastically assumes it must be a school night. Batman remains silent, his eyes glowing white behind his mask as he stares ahead with a stoic, unreadable expression. As they continue walking, Batman asks who will be in the room during the interrogation. Catherine replies that Sergeant Booth is currently in there with the patient. Batman repeats the name Booth with suspicion. One of the guards explains that the usual officers are out sick or on leave, so Booth was next in the rotation. He warns Catherine to hit the buzzer when she's finished and not to walk around without an escort, noting that some patients can kill even from inside their cells. They enter the interrogation room. A guard sits in the corner with a rifle across his lap, looking weary. Batman and Catherine stand by the door as a voice from the table welcomes them, remarking that when the guards interrupted his game of solitaire, he knew it must be important. The prisoner is revealed to be Jonathan Crane, the Scarecrow, sitting at a simple wooden table with a cup. He taunts them, saying, "Behold, the Batman cometh." Catherine introduces herself and identifies him as Professor Jonathan Crane, formerly of Gotham University. Batman stares down at Crane, stating that he knows exactly who he is. He identifies Scarecrow as the world's foremost expert on pharmacological torture. Crane, with his messy hair and glasses, looks up with a sinister calm. Batman continues, saying he is sure they are there to ask him about a drug called Gravedigger's Poppy. Crane scoffs, mocking Catherine as a learned woman. He claims that Gravedigger's Poppy is just an old wives' tale and that there is no way to recreate it with the scant notes left behind by Nicodemus Crow. He insists he knows almost nothing about it. Leaning back with a smirk, Crane tells them they've wasted their time coming here, as well as his. He thanks them for the distraction anyway, repeating the phrase "old wives' tale" with derision. Catherine leans over the table, challenging him. She says she has read his student work and perhaps she should have mentioned that sooner. Catherine reveals that in graduate school, Crane wrote an article about the origin of Gravedigger's Poppy and its chemical makeup. She points out that during that same year, several of his fellow students were hospitalized with the exact symptoms of the drug. Batman leans in close to Crane's face, his voice a low growl. He asks Crane why he would lie to them about something like that. In a frantic montage of interrogation, Crane desperately claims there is no way he could have known, and that he had nothing to do with the murders. Batman slams his fists onto the table, looming over the terrified inmate. Batman asks if Crane was under the Memento mask himself, noting it wouldn't be the first time he found a way out of Arkham. Catherine tries to warn Batman not to provoke him as Crane cringes in fear. Suddenly, Batman spins around and strikes the guard sitting in the corner, sending him flying through the air and shattering a glass partition. Catherine and the other guards shout in alarm. Batman grabs the man by the collar, demanding to know who Memento is. Close up on Crane, who is trembling and stuttering, he gasps that the man just wanted the puppy. Catherine rushes toward Batman, demanding to know who the man is. Crane, staring in terror, replies that he is exactly what people say he is. Crane whispers with wide, haunted eyes that the man is the devil and that he crossed an ocean just to punish Batman. The reflection in Crane's glasses shows the guard Batman is holding. There is a sharp clicking sound as the man prepares a hidden device. Batman slams the man into the wall with a thunderous impact, shattering the brickwork. Catherine screams as Batman realizes the man's rifle wasn't aimed at him but at Crane. He demands the man talk. The man gasps that Memento would have killed him and his family too. Batman snarls, identifying the man as a mementist and one of the 3 survivors from the asylum ruins. The man, bleeding from his nose, stammers that they didn't mean any harm, but Memento killed everyone else. Tears stream down the survivor's face as he looks up at Batman, apologizing. A bright light erupts from a device on the man's wrist labeled Memento Mori. He lets out a final whisper as Batman shouts no in a desperate attempt to stop whatever is coming. A massive explosion rips through the maintenance levels of the tower, sending fire and debris flying in all directions. A caption box notes the location of the blast. In the chaos of the smoke and blaring alarms, Batman dives to the floor. A caption box explains that the Memento copycat knew Batman would come for Crane and left the survivor booth as a deadly trap. Catherine stands in the middle of the room, surrounded by thick smoke and the orange glow of the emergency lights. She shouts Batman's name as the sirens continue to wail. Batman suddenly appears beside Catherine, thrusting a spare gas mask into her hands. He orders her to put it on immediately, take Boots' gun, and get Crane to the security checkpoint. Catherine looks at him in shock, asking if he actually carries a spare mask. Batman explains that Robin is the one who usually carries the spare. He reaches for his utility belt to radio his son as Catherine pulls the mask over her face, the room filling with toxic gas and the sound of alarms. The story shifts back to London years earlier. A small red car speeds toward a massive industrial complex. Jack's voice says he isn't sure, but based on Memento's methods, this place is his best guess. Inside the car, Catherine grips the steering wheel, while Jack sits in the passenger seat. Jack believes the Knightsbridge power station is the next target based on the time period Memento is working in. Catherine mutters that Professor Bly would lose his mind if he knew they were staking out a serial killer. Catherine glances over at Jack, asking him why he does this. Jack looks confused and simply says, "Huh?" Catherine turns back to the road, telling Jack that he's just a kid and isn't even from here. She says he should be in America chasing girls, not in London chasing dead bodies. She repeats her question about his motivation. Jack looks down thoughtfully, starting to explain that his father is a police officer and it was important to him that Jack, but he stops himself. Catherine skeptically asks, what? Catherine tells him he is no cop's son. She says his walk, the way he eats, and his hands all indicate that he comes from old money. She tells him to try lying again. Jack tries another lie, claiming his parents were sent to prison for corporate fraud and he wants to join the FBI. Catherine cuts him off with another lie. She says that violent crime is what truly drives young Jack because there is real anger and disgust in his voice whenever he speaks about a killer. Catherine looks Jack in the eyes, telling him that they are friends and urging him to tell her what really happened to him. Jack looks away, his eyes closed as he prepares to answer. Jack opens his eyes with an intense, haunting gaze. He simply says he does it because someone has to. Catherine smiles slightly to herself, remarking that Jack at least seems to believe his own words. A bold text box emphasizes her words. You believe it? Anyway. Jack suddenly points toward the windshield, telling Catherine to look. He asks who would be running into the power station at this late hour. Jack realizes that the figure is Professor Bly and wonders if he was staking the place out too. He notes Bly is running at full speed and must have seen something. Jack leaps out of the car, shouting that Memento could be inside. As Catherine screams for him to wait for the police, Jack sprints toward the industrial building, ignoring Catherine as she continues to yell his name in a panic. A title card for Memento Part 4 appears over a collage of chaotic images. At 9:12 p.m. at Arkham Tower, the building is in total lockdown. Batman is shown in the middle of a violent riot, fighting against armored guards. He asks where the nearest exit is, but the response is that there are no exits. In a red-tinted action sequence, Batman uses his grappling hook and combat skills to take down several guards at once. He tells Latrick that there is a panic room at the floor's security checkpoint. He orders her to get Crane to safety while a guard on the ground begs Batman to stay back. Batman's internal monologue notes that he has been exposed to Scarecrow's fear toxin countless times and knows how to prepare for it. But this is different. He realizes he isn't seeing his own fears, but echoes of events that happened in this spot long ago. He sees the burning of the USS Atlas and hears a haunting voice reciting a nursery rhyme about a girl named Sally and a bee. The scene shifts to the Sacred Heart Medical Center. A caption box at the bottom displays a line about grinning bones and an ivory crown. At 9:13 p.m., Damian Wayne is walking through the hospital halls carrying a stack of supplies. Two doctors pass by, discussing how the hospital and the ongoing mob war are keeping each other in business as long as the ER remains overstaffed. Damian walks past the hospital room where the young girl, Emma, is sitting up in bed playing a handheld video game. She has bandages on her face and is hooked up to monitors. Emma looks out into the hallway as Damian passes, her expression curious. Damian continues walking, keeping his gaze fixed forward with a look of quiet resolve. A close-up of Damian's face shows him looking conflicted. An off-panel voice tells him that Emma would be happy to see him if he would only let her. Dr. Bashar, an older man with white hair and glasses, approaches Damian. He tells him he's been looking after Emma and she's healing well. He offers to keep Damian company on his next round of deliveries. As they walk together, Bashar asks if seeing Emma get better is helping Damian with his nightmares and flashbacks. Damian looks down, admitting he hoped it would, but it hasn't really. Bashar tells Damian that feelings aren't always rational and that it wasn't his fault Emma got hurt. He asks if Damian has spoken to his father about it. Damian stops at a doorway saying he tried a little but Bruce couldn't possibly understand. Damian leans over a bed to adjust his sheet. Bashar comments that being the son of such an accomplished person can be very challenging. Damian lets out a small laugh at the word accomplished, agreeing that it is indeed very challenging. Damian continues his work with quiet precision, his face illuminated by the soft light of the patient's room. Damian sits on the edge of a bed, letting out a heavy sigh. He wonders aloud how he is supposed to tell the son of Bruce Wayne that he is weak and afraid. Bashar puts a hand on his shoulder, telling Damian that his assessment is unfair, praising him for choosing to clean up for sick patients without any reward. Bashar tells Damian he isn't sure why he thinks his father would be disappointed. He believes Bruce would want to know so he could help his son. Suddenly, Damian's watch begins to buzz loudly. He looks down at it with a startled expression. Bashar promises that even if Bruce doesn't show it, Damian looks at his watch, which is glowing yellow and displaying a red bat symbol. Bashar concludes his thought, saying there are times when even Damian's father needs help. At 9:15 p.m. at Arkham, Batman is caught in a violent struggle. He tells himself that his senses are being manipulated, and the screams he hears from the century-old Atlas disaster aren't real. He strikes out at hallucinations of the top-hatted Memento figure, reminding himself that there are no ghosts here, and that whatever he is seeing, it is just a man. Catherine, Lautrec, and Crane run through a doorway as an armored guard tells them to hurry because they have to get the door closed. A crowd of rioting inmates is visible in the distance. Inside the security room, a guard asks Catherine what she's doing and why she brought an inmate in there. Catherine sharply responds that Crane is a witness in an active investigation. Catherine demands they get more people in there to help the wounded, but the guard tells her Batman doesn't need their help. He explains the whole floor is flooded with gas, and all the hazmat gear is on the lower levels, meaning their masks aren't rated for Gravedigger's Poppy. Crane, with sweat pouring down his face and foaming at the mouth, gasps that it's not a hallucinogen and the things they are seeing are real. He begs the lieutenant not to let them through. In a massive, surreal splash page, Batman is shown fighting off a giant, multi-armed monster that seems to be composed of the corpses of the true crime fans. Tiny panels surrounding the central image show Batman struggling against the hallucinations, reminding himself that what he saw years ago in London wasn't real and that Memento is just a man. Batman is shown falling through a swirling abyss of fire and memories. Caption boxes note that his shoulder and elbow are dislocated and his grappling hook is lost. He tells himself that none of it is real and shouts for the screaming to stop. At 9:34 p.m., the Batmobile roars through the rainy Gotham streets, its headlights cutting through the darkness. In a red-tinted flashback, Professor Bly's face is shown as he desperately shouts Jack's name. In the present, Robin is at the controls of a vehicle, his face lit by the internal screens. A caption box displays Bly's voice from the past, calling for Jack to come back. The flashback shows young Jack sprinting into a building, shouting for the others to wait for him. In the Batmobile, Batman is gasping and clutching his chest as Robin shouts for him. A caption box with red borders says that Jack should have waited. A close-up of Batman's face, partially obscured by shadows. The red caption concludes that he wasn't meant to see. Back in the flashback power station, Jack looks down into a massive industrial pit where several people are hanging by ropes. He spots Professor Bly among the machinery. Jack aims a revolver into the darkness, his face full of fear. Bly spots him and shouts for Jack to get out of there. The shadowed figure of Memento, wearing a tall top hat and a long coat, looms in the foreground. He tells Bly to leave the boy alone, stating that he is the one who found the killer, not Jack, and that Jack wasn't meant to see this. Jack lets out a desperate cry for the professor. Back in the present-day Batcave, Bruce sits shirtless on the floor, his body covered in bandages. Damian sits cross-legged nearby, reading a small journal as the Batmobile sits in the background. Damian looks up from the book and asks if this is what other families are like. Damian remarks that Thomas Wayne seems so normal, at least in the way Damian imagines normal people to be. He points out that there is nothing in the journal about drown-proofing, unarmed sword defense, or poison immunity tests, while Bruce continues to work on his gear. Damian looks down at the pages, noting that Thomas wrote about movies they saw together and beach trips. He says that Gotham still had problems back then, but they were just normal people problems. Looking over at his father, Damian asks if Gotham is the way it is now because of them. Damian tells Bruce that he turned himself into an unstoppable, unkillable thing, and then the Joker, Scarecrow, and Memento followed. He notes Bruce built the cave in the Batmobile and trained allies, and then the Court of Owls appeared. Bruce simply replies that he needed Damian at Arkham Tower tonight, and he wasn't there. Damian shouts that it was last night and that Bruce has been out for almost 24 hours. He reminds Bruce that he almost died and that Damian saved his life. He asks if they actually saved anyone in Arkham Tower or if they were only attacked because Batman was there. Damian asks why they do all of this when people still get hurt, sometimes because of them. He tells Bruce that his superpower is that he dominates his enemies and allies alike. He says Bashar can heal people, but they can't, not even themselves. A montage of Bruce's old injuries and the victims is shown behind Damian's words. Bruce mentions Bashar's name again, saying he gave Damian the journal so he would feel connected to his grandfather and their family. Damian says it showed him what Bruce's life could have been if he hadn't turned himself into Batman. Bruce places a hand on Damian's shoulder, telling him that Gotham is what it is, and he is Damian's father. He says they have a responsibility to the city, but Damian notes that Alfred said something similar right before Bruce chose his own path. Damian puts on his mask, telling Bruce that Gordon and Lautrec have been trying to contact him. He says Bruce is wounded and needs rest, so he is going to meet them himself. Bruce, coughing into his hand, tells him to stop. Damian hops onto his red and green Robin cycle, stating that there was one first thing he inherited from his father. Damian revs the engine and speeds away, finishing his thought with a single word: disobedience. Bruce stands behind him, unable to stop him. A close-up of Bruce's intense, dark eyes as he watches his son leave. In a golden-hued memory, a younger Jack stands at a formal party. A caption box says Jack's grandfather was like a father to Professor Bly. On a nearby table, a game of chess is underway. In the present, Bruce is putting his botsuit back on. Oracle's voice comes through his comms, telling him he is in no condition to suit up. Bruce firmly responds that Memento is still out there while Penguin and Tiger Shark are at war, and he isn't going to sit on his hands. Batman stands by the Batmobile, holding his head in pain. Oracle tells him Damian has kept her updated on his condition. Batman tells her that if she wants to help, she should dig up everything on Dr. Malik Bashar, including everyone who funded his work. Batman's voice continues, telling Oracle to find any hidden connections to Ra's al Ghul. Meanwhile, it is 8:02 p.m. on a Gotham rooftop. Catherine Lautrec stands with Commissioner Gordon, looking out at the city lights and asking how long they have to wait up there. Gordon tells Catherine that Batman will be there, noting he might keep them waiting, but he never misses a meeting. Suddenly, Robin drops down onto a metal beam between them. He tells the lieutenant that Batman is indisposed, but luckily for them, they get him instead. Catherine asks if they should be concerned, to which Gordon simply says, "He's Batman." Catherine notes that doesn't answer the question. Robin looks at her through his glowing lenses, retorting that it does, actually. Robin explains that exposure to Gravedigger's poppy left Scarecrow incoherent, but he managed to get something of interest out of him. He says he needs Batman to get him into Scarecrow's old lab, but since Batman is away, he knows where the lab is, and his cycle is close. Catherine is indignant, stating she is not letting a child drive her to a crime scene. She wonders how Batman lives with himself walking into danger and asking a kid to watch his back. Damian simply replies, "Someone has to." Catherine stops and looks at Damian with a serious, contemplative expression. In a red-tinted close-up, Damian repeats the phrase, "because someone has to," his eyes narrowed with determination. Catherine relents, crossing her arms and telling Robin to lead the way, admitting that on second thought, it might be the only option. Gordon stands by, watching the two of them. At 8:03 p.m., Batman crouches on a stone gargoyle in the pouring rain. A caption box commands him to show what he knows about detective work. Oracle's voice pleads with him not to do this, reminding him that Penguin and Tiger Shark's crews are at war, and he is still feeling the effects of the gas. Batman tells her he is fine, but she strongly disagrees. Batman notes that he called in a favor, and when Oracle says he isn't down a partner tonight, Batman insists he doesn't need one. Jason Todd's voice suddenly greets him with an evening. Red Hood leaps through the rain, brandishing a crowbar and a sword. He taunts Batman, saying he has no respect for his own limitations. Batman glides behind him, his cape spread wide. The text at the bottom announces the next chapter, Death and the Family. In a sprawling cinematic display, the greatest heroes of the DC Universe charge forward as part of the All-In initiative. Superman leads the vanguard with his fist raised, flanked by Batman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, and a host of other legendary protectors, all leaping into a new era of adventure across the cosmos. The scene shifts to a rainy night at the Royal Hotel in Gotham City, the Penguin's turf, at exactly 8:03 p.m. Gunfire erupts as a group of armed thugs takes cover behind a burning car, their muzzles flashing in the darkness. An internal monologue notes that their senses are reeling and their vision is beginning to double. 3 vertical panels capture the chaos of the shootout from above. As bullets fly and flames consume the vehicles, the protagonist's inner voice commands them to tune out the distractions, to ignore the blood pounding in their ears and the whispered voices of the dead that haunt the heartbeats between the action, and to focus solely on what is real. Batman leaps into the fray, his massive cape billowing like the wings of a predator as he descends upon his enemies. Below him, a title card for Memento Part 5 appears over the wreckage of a burning car in the rain-slicked Gotham streets. Red Hood hangs upside down from a cable, grappling with a mobster while bullets blam and brockcock around them. He tells Batman not to get him wrong, as he is always happy to put mob guys in the hospital. But something about this fight is different. With a heavy thunk, Red Hood slams his fist into a criminal's face. He asks Batman since when Penguin and Tiger Shark's people have been killing each other like this. Batman glides through the air as a body is tossed into the sky by a nearby explosion. He explains that the chaos began ever since Memento burned down the docks and sparked a massive mob war. Jason swings his crowbar with a smirk, remarking that it's funny because Oracle had a theory that Batman was in London for that event, and of course, he never bothered to tell the rest of the family about it. With a thump, Jason drops another opponent, adding that Batman likely didn't even mention his whereabouts to Nightwing. Batman grabs a criminal and slams him against a car with a sequence of chunk and crack sounds. Another thug nearby screams for his comrade to watch his 9 o'clock position. A horrifying hallucination of a young, bloodied Robin in his classic costume appears before Batman, asking if he is seeing okay amidst the fire and destruction. A SWAT team emerges from the gloom, their flashlights piercing the rain as they shout for everyone to drop their weapons and get on the ground immediately. A horrific vision of a bloodied, classic Robin stands amidst the fire, asking Batman if his vision is holding up. Chaos reigns as blam and tang echo through the alley. A man grunts in as he is struck, while Batman grits his teeth, looking on at the escalating violence. One of the SWAT officers screams that Dorsey has been shot, leading the rest of the tactical team to unleash a barrage of boom and brockcock of fire into the silhouettes in the rain. A massive flash of light and a bomb explosion engulf the area, followed by the long FS shh of a discharged fire extinguisher or steam pipe. Batman stands firm as more explosions chunk in the background. He orders Red Hood to get the wounded off the street immediately. Batman insists that they need to contain this situation before it gets any worse, even as the SWAT team continues to fire into the smoke. Looking up at the architecture of Wall Street, Batman activates a high-level override, speaking into his comms to execute the Voice of God sequence Gamma Delta Omega 2 on all wireless devices in the area. The Gotham police move through a building with their weapons raised, their commander shouting that no one gets away, not mob guys, not capes, not anyone. In a pitch-black room, a voice whispers that the intruder knows exactly who this is. From the shadows of a grand library, the SWAT commander yells to the hidden Batman that he has trapped two warring crews in a cage together, asking if he really wants them to slaughter one another. He demands that Batman send out the one who shot Dorsey. A SWAT officer screams that they are ending this war tonight and threatens to drag Batman out if he doesn't stay out of the way. Batman retorts via a loudspeaker, telling them to get out and call ambulances while he brings the shooters out alive. A pair of combat boots steps into a patch of light. A voice calmly observes that the officer is clearly new here. With a rapid whip sound, a wire bolus wraps around the officer's shins, causing him to stumble forward. The officer hits the floor with a painful whack and a ush, npeen. The mysterious voice notes that the man possesses a metropolis accent. A criminal is sent soaring through the air with a "You-L." Batman's voice echoes through the hall, mockingly noting that their metropolis accents have a nursery rhyme cadence that makes them all sound like children. Red Hood crouches over a groaning man with a crackwump, remarking that they sound like kids even when they are screaming. The thug begs piteously for him to stop. Batman dangles an officer upside down over a fountain, while the man's colleagues look on in terror. Batman declares that Gotham is his city and tells them to remind their friend of that fact. A giant splash erupts as the man hits the water. Batman adds that they should remind him of his city's ownership when he wakes up tomorrow. A SWAT officer with a sweat-beaded face shouts into his radio, ordering any officers outside to get into the building as fast as possible. At 8:09 p.m. near Gotham University, Catherine Lautrec welcomes Robin to the infamous lab of the Scarecrow. She asks Damian to show her what the world's greatest detective has taught him, stating they need to know who came to Crane for the gravedigger's poppy toxin. Catherine looks around the macabre lab with a flashlight, noting the awful lot of animal cadavers. She asks Damian if he and Batman photograph scenes before investigating. Damian explains that the lenses in their masks capture everything and build a 3D map as they walk. Catherine calls him a show-off. Catherine screams, "Ah!" as a small furry hand grabs her bag from a cage. Damian warns her to be careful and not to scare her, revealing that one of the subjects is still alive. Damian crouches down to eye level with a small, sad-looking monkey inside a cage. He calls her girl and asks if she survived in the lab all by herself. Catherine warns Damian to stay back, saying he has no idea what Crane might have done to the animal. Damian ignores the warning and lets the monkey hug him. He tells Catherine that if the animal wanted to hurt them, she'd tell them, and that animals are more honest than humans. Catherine worries that Batman has made Damian too comfortable with danger, and even in his absence, Bruce endangers him. Damian explains that Batman has a different understanding of safety based on skills and knowledge. Catherine looks at him sadly, remarking that the first time she saw a video of Batman and Robin, the Robin was much taller than Damian is now. As Catherine stands in the doorway of the dimly lit green-hued lab, she asks Damian a haunting question. How many other Robins have there been? The narration wonders if those other Robins were truly kept safe, as the scene cuts back to Red Hood in the middle of a brutal firefight, with blam blam echoing in a hallway. A thug asks Jason why he's on his own tonight and if the kid is okay. Jason, mid-fight, assures him that Robin is fine. The man retorts that Oracle doesn't think so, claiming she thinks the kid has had his Harvey night. Jason snaps that Oracle doesn't know everything. Jason delivers a powerful kick with a loud crack. Wondering aloud what a Harvey night even is, Jason grabs a criminal as the man screams, "Yah!" with a crack. He tells the man it's a thing between the rest of them that he wouldn't understand. Red Hood stands over a group of cowering men, leaning on a crowbar. He tells them to leave the guns because they belong to him now, then directs them to take the freight elevator at the end of the hall to the loading dock and get out the back. A thug mutters a curse under his breath. Jason turns slightly, explaining that Harvey Night is Nightwing's name for something real bad that happens on the job when you're very young, something that shakes you permanently. Jason continues, stating every Batgirl and Robin has had one. A SWAT officer asks how bad Damian's night was and if he might quit. Jason says Damian can't quit because Memento is now in Gotham. Batman bursts through a window with a boom, shouting that Gotham needs Robin, while an officer screams, "Ay-ah!" in the background. Batman swings through the air as another officer screams, "Yee-ow!" An officer wonders if Memento wasn't caught years ago and supposed to be dead. A voice challenges them, asking if they were really there to tell him the truth. Back in the lab, Catherine looks through a notebook filled with handwritten notes. She notes that the old knee pen notes are likely Crane's, but the pencil notes are messier, harder to read, and written much more recently. Catherine tells Dr. Doolittle to get back to work. Damian, examining the monkey, insists he is gathering evidence. He points out that patches of her hair have been recently shaved, and there are fresh syringe marks that haven't healed. Damian shows Catherine the monkey's face, pointing out the milky pupils and broken blood vessels at the temples, the same symptoms seen in the Arkham Ruins victims. He concludes that the monkey is hallucinating and that someone else has been using Crane's lab to experiment repeatedly and recently. Damian asks the monkey what she sees. Catherine smiles sadly, noting that her old teacher used to say things in exactly that same way. Damian asks who her teacher was as he holds the monkey. Catherine identifies him as Professor Atticus Bligh, one of the greatest detectives to come out of Scotland Yard. She says he called himself retired, but the Yard still used him often. Catherine recalls that Bligh kept apprentices and held story-time dinners at his flat. Damian asks if he is still teaching. Catherine's expression turns cold as she reveals that Professor Bligh died. A close-up of Damian and the monkey shows his shock as Catherine adds the final detail. Bligh died after being convicted of the Memento murders. A hellish, red-tinted flashback shows Professor Bligh in his flat, covered in blood and scrawling madness on the floor. Text explains that after a stakeout, He disappeared for 3 days and was found out of his mind from a toxin. The room was filled with victims' blood and artifacts from a memento cult. He never recovered and died in a high-security psychiatric hospital. Batman drags a criminal through the snow as he recalls that he saw Bly and Memento together that night in a London power plant. He would have testified, but he was there illegally, under an assumed name, and saw other things that night. A flashback silhouette shows a man in a top hat standing in a doorway of blinding white light. Batman narrates that he saw things that threw everything he had seen into question. Batman is jolted back to the present by a loud "grakak" sound that causes static in his vision. He asks what that sound was. Batman runs down a hallway past a fallen body, calling for Red Hood. Radio static Skirk reports that the cops blew a door and hit a fuel tank. Jason takes cover behind a corner as an explosion Brakakaka erupts behind him. He shouts into his comms that things just got a lot more complicated and tells everyone to get to the top floor fast. Damian and Catherine stand in the lab over a table of notes. Damian says if Bly is dead and the Gotham killer is the same one from London, he can clear his teacher's name. Catherine tells him they've done all they can for tonight, and she will return tomorrow with forensics. Catherine looks at Damian, telling him he is a remarkable kid, but her criticism is aimed at Batman. She tells him he should be doing homework or playing an instrument. Damian retorts that he does play music. Catherine tells him he knows what she means. Catherine stares intensely at Damian, saying that as remarkable as he is still a kid. She doubts Batman would let him give this up if he tried, but insists Bruce should trust him to make his own decisions when he is of age. Damian looks resolute, telling Catherine she thinks he is a child, but he isn't in the ways that matter. He insists he is Batman's partner and that Batman does trust him. Catherine softly says she hopes he is right. Catherine smiles, telling the boy wonder she's glad they met and to keep leaning into his kind heart. Suddenly, Damian yells for her to look out as a "cree-CX" sound comes from above. A massive bookshelf falls with a thunderous crash. Catherine screams "Aya ap" as glass and debris shower over her. Damian and the monkey look on in horror. Damian stands over the rubble as a shadowy figure flees through the door. He yells for them to stop and get away from him. The silhouette of the intruder disappears into a doorway of light. Damian grunts "Nung" and shouts "Stop." A close-up of a speech bubble simply screams "Stop." Damian strains to lift a heavy piece of debris, calling out for Catherine to get up. The monkey screams "Ak" in terror beside him. A thought box says "Get up." A close-up of a boot in the rain shows Batman's point of view. He tells Jason he is coming and that it will be okay, but radio static Skirk warns that he doesn't understand the situation with the kid. Red Hood is seen struggling on the floor as SWAT boots surround him. Batman whispers Jason. Static over the comms reminds Bruce that he once said, "Gotham needs him." Batman crashes through a window into a shower of glass, telling Jason he is coming. The radio static sneers that he doesn't give a damn about Gotham. A shadowy scythe swings through the air with a schwak sound. The radio voice declares that none of them ever did anything for Gotham. A silhouette of an officer with a gun is seen through a window pane as a clank sound rings out. The voice over the radio whispers, "We did it." Batman leaps through another pane of shattered glass as the voice adds, "Because we thought it would make you love us." A close-up of Batman's face shows him grit his teeth and shout "No" in desperation. Batman faces a horrific nightmare, a giant multi-limbed monster made of mangled corpses holding a bloodied Red Hood. Batman stands in a white void as the monster looms over him. Below, Jason punches an enemy with a "Be-Damn." In a third panel, Batman and Red Hood are back in the real world. Batman helping Jason up. Jason says, thanks. Let's get out of here." Batman looks at Red Hood as the latter rubs his neck. Jason repeats that they should get out of there. Back at the lab, Damian is a dark silhouette as Catherine groans, from the floor. He asks if she can move. She says she's fine, but just had the wind knocked out of her. She asks him if he saw the face of the attacker. Catherine winces as she tries to get up, admitting she might be a bit banged up after all. Damian tells her he is calling in Batman, and they will get her to a hospital. On a rooftop, Jason tells Batman that Oracle was right to call him in because he is in rough shape. Batman retorts that he wasn't so rough that his help was unwelcome. Jason mutters, "I guess not." Jason turns to Batman, asking what he meant when he said the kid can't quit being Robin. Damian is on the comms, telling Batman he is with Catherine at the lab and that she's hurt. Batman's inner monologue asks if Damian quit. What then? A normal life? He knows better than anyone that such a life is unavailable to Damian. A close-up of Damian's face. Batman's thoughts continue, noting that Damian came to him so damaged by the League of Assassins that he doesn't know if he'll ever overcome their influence. He admits he suspects even Malik Bashar is one of theirs. Jason is stunned, asking about the Sacred Heart director and noting he thought the man was Bruce's friend. Batman explains that Baha has taken Robin under his wing and supposedly sees promise. But Bruce thinks Bashar is an Al Ghul agent orchestrating tension between them and possibly involved in the Memento killings. Damian's eyes narrow. Bruce's thoughts conclude that based on all usual metrics, Damian is unremarkable, so either Bashar knows too much about him or is hiding something. In the lab, Damian puts a finger to his ear, telling Catherine that Batman is out of range, and they don't need his help. Damian helps Catherine walk, telling her he will get her out himself. A thought box says, "Damian stands to be the best of us." Batman stands alone, thinking that Damian didn't come to Gotham to be Bruce's son, but to live for Batman. He fears if Damian isn't his partner, there's nothing keeping him there, and if he gives up the mask, Bruce will lose him. Jason sits on a rooftop ledge, telling Bruce his Harvey night wasn't what he'd think. It was the face of a jumper as he fell off a bridge. They saved him, but the face stuck with Jason for a long time. Jason grapples away, saying he knew Bruce would never let him quit either. He adds that if he had, the thing that happened later wouldn't have occurred and they might be okay now. Batman walks down a long, metallic walkway below Gotham. An internal voice tells him he should think about that. Bruce sits at a monitor bank at 10:42 p.m., looking exhausted. Bruce stares at his gloved hand, lost in thought. A terrifying image of a bloody, severed hand reaching out, with a ghostly man in a tuxedo standing in the background. Bruce sweats, thinking that if Catherine hasn't figured out young Jack grew up to be Batman, she will soon. Damian walks into the cave with the monkey on his shoulder. Bruce asks where he went and why he is bandaged, then asks who the monkey is. Damian says he hasn't named her yet, but she has Arkham symptoms and he's running her blood work. Bruce tries to speak, saying he knows Damian has been through something hard. Damian interrupts, saying there is something he wants to say first. He tells Bruce he is going to show him he's wrong about him. Damian says Dr. Bashar sees value in him, and he's applying for a youth program at the hospital. He bows to catch Memento, and then says he doesn't want to be Robin anymore. Batman looks at him with a stunned expression. The page ends with the tease, "Next, King captures Knight." A terrified man in a cell begs please, as a scratching skirk sound echoes on the wall. Memento, a ghostly figure in a top hat and coat, looms over the man. The victim stammers that he didn't think Memento was real. Memento raises a scythe toward the man's throat, telling him that their time together is almost through. Days later, at 9:13 p.m., Batman and Robin sprint across a rooftop in the rain. A title card reads Memento Part 6. An inner monologue says one task alone remains to do. Batman tells Robin a traffic camera picked up the shooters in an alley off 9th and Aparo and orders him to find the fastest route. Batman and Robin drop into a building through a skylight. Batman tells Damian to show him how well he knows the city. A man in a red hat holds a shotgun, and another man on the floor stammers, The man on the floor finishes his sentence, terrified, saying the devil has his face. Batman glides down as Robin grapples in the background. Batman asks Damian if he is all right. Damian says he is fine. Batman then asks Damian to catch him up on his findings about Memento. As they glide, Damian explains Memento is recreating historical tragedies, the Sacred Heart fire of 1892, then the docks crash. A side panel shows a man weeping, saying the devil stole his face. They swoop over a Gotham street. Damian continues the list. The first Arkham Asylum breakout, the USS Atlas fire of 1903, 1911, and 1929. He notes the original incidents were between 8 and 18 years apart and are being recreated chronologically. As an explosion erupts below, Damian explains each original event was assumed to be accidental at the time. Batman kicks a thug off a motorcycle with a wham, adding that all were arguably a result of the Gotham elite exploiting the poor. He tells Damian to show him his Gotham history. Damian lands near a group of thugs, asking if the patterns hold. What is Memento's next target? Damian rules out several killings and poisonings before concluding that in 1941, at the Vauxhall Opera House, a lighting apparatus collapsed and killed the cast. He calls it the likeliest next target. Damian suddenly hears a voice saying the devil stole his and snaps at the air to shut up. Batman looks at him with concern. Batman asks who Damian is talking to. Damian says no one and that they are done there. Batman agrees his reasoning is sound and they will stake out the opera house. Oracle's voice crackles over the comms, telling Batman to get somewhere he can talk freely. Damian notices Bruce is disoriented and asks what's going on. Batman tells Damian to head back to the cave and says he'll be right behind him. He commends Damian for catching Memento himself, saying he felt the same at that age. Batman places a hand on Damian's shoulder, telling him he is his partner and to trust him now, do not take on Memento alone. Damian agrees. Oracle then asks if Bruce knew Dr. Bashar was up for a Nobel Peace Prize and has done more charity work than anyone living. Batman asks if that's why she called. Oracle sighs and says no, but she did find something on him. Oracle explains that Bashar's work in Konhack was funded by a Spanish non-profit called Manos Sanadoras, which folded. But the same year, a company called Novo Comoco popped up in Portugal with the same board members, 3 of whom are now in prison for crimes committed. Batman realizes the connection. The doctor was funded by an all-ghoul shell company and is now in their pocket. Oracle notes that the intel is thin, as Roz had fingers in thousands of pies and most assets didn't even know. She asks if Bruce is just feeling threatened by Damian's admiration for Bashar. Batman insists Bashar is manipulating Damian on behalf of Talia or the League, and it might be connected to Memento. At 9:16 p.m., Robin stands in a gargoyle and calls Catherine Lautrec. She asks how his injuries are. He says he's managing and asks for her help, as he is concerned about Batman's disorientation and hallucinations. Catherine says she is with Jim Gordon and they are about to pay someone a visit. Catherine and Gordon enter a dark room. Catherine says, now that Scarecrow's awake. Crane is seen in a hospital bed, reciting a nursery rhyme about non-nee-nunley. Gordon and Catherine draw their guns. Gordon shouts that Scarecrow is out of his restraints and remarks that this town lives up to the hype. Crane continues his rhyme about Sally Shackley. Scarecrow recognizes Catherine, calling her the learned woman again and noting he didn't recognize her before as one of Bly's pets. Catherine says she was at his lab and found notes about Gravedigger's Poppy and an exposed macaque. Catherine says the Poppy is supposed to be extinct and asks how he came to it. Crane asks if Batman is seeing them too, the vestiges. Rotting wounds on space and time ripped open in moments of trauma, waiting to pull them in. A terrifying close-up of Crane's mask shows his glowing red eye. He tells Catherine that Memento remembers her dear old professor. Catherine walks away, telling Gordon to watch Crane, get him in Arkham-grade cuffs, and secure the windows. Catherine pulls out her phone and looks at the screen. She calls a man named Thompson, telling him to make a call to Broadmoor when they open. Thompson, a man with glasses and a hat, listens. Catherine says she needs a body exhumed, a patient who died years ago. A close-up of Memento's eye. Catherine identifies the body as Professor Atticus Bly of Scotland Yard, saying they just need to make sure the body is there and that it's really him. The next day at 3:23 p.m., Damian, in a white t-shirt, sits in a chair sketching with Lucy the monkey perched behind him. A timestamp marks the day. Bruce enters the room, asking Damian if they should go out to dinner for burgers or tacos. Damian looks up with a questioning expression. Damian points out they never eat civilian food except as a show for cameras and asks what the catch is. Bruce says there's no catch. He just thought they might do some normal things like his father wrote about in his journal. Bruce stands near the bookshelves looking down at his son. Damian sits quietly with the monkey. Damian warns that if they don't compensate for the sodium bloat, they could die in the field. Bruce says they'll extend training to offset the caloric surplus. Damian smiles and says perfect. Damian says he'll eat his meal as usual because he is needed at Sacred Heart soon. He asks if Bruce has seen his shoes. Bruce tells Damian he is trying and has no more experience with normal life than he does. Bruce tells Damian he is good as Robin and could still do whatever he wants with his life. He insists he doesn't have to give up crime fighting because Gotham needs them both. Bruce looks at his son and softly says, "I don't want you to leave." Damian pauses, looking away from his father. Damian tells Bruce that the other Robins stayed and he still lost them. He suggests that if he gives up Robin, they would both fare better. Bruce apologizes for what he said about Pennyworth, and Damian says he shouldn't have told Bruce not to touch the chessboard. Damian adds that Roz is dead, and it's time he let their game go. Bruce looks hopeful, suggesting that when they get back tonight, they could reset the board and play a game. Damian's face lights up. He asks really, and says he would like that very much. Lucy, the monkey, looks over his shoulder. Damian ties his shoes while Bruce watches with a small smile. Damian says, "Thank you, Father." Damian walks away, telling Bruce he will see him tonight. A close-up of Damian's shoes shows a small red light glowing on the back of his sneaker. Oracle's voice via text pleads for Bruce to tell her he didn't use affection as a cover to plant a wire on his own son. At 7:52 p.m. at the Vauxhall Opera House, Batman crouches in the rain. He tells Oracle he trusts Damian, but he knows Damian trusts Bashar and can't be objective. Oracle calls Bruce's surveillance of children a disturbing trend and says she doesn't like it. Batman admits not every suspect is guilty, but Oracle asks about all his talk about trust and what happens if Damian finds the wire. Batman says if Bashar isn't connected to the Al Ghuls, so much the better. Batman says he intends to know for sure. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Damian is told Dr. Ellsworth asked him to do check-ins on the first floor. Bashar interjects, saying he'll talk to Ellsworth and wants to walk Damian through the 5th floor. In an office, Damian asks Dr. Bashar what he was working on. Bashar says fundraising emails mostly, admitting he is not well suited to such things. Bashar tells Damian not to repeat that to his father because he doesn't want Bruce's faith in him shaken. Batman, listening in, thinks this is so. Ugh. Bashar then offers to introduce Damian to the hospice wing. They walk down the hall. Bashar says the work is emotionally difficult but rewarding. Damian says he imagines it would be difficult seeing people only in their final moments. Bashar says you'll scarcely find patients more grateful for a little kindness. Bashar presses the elevator button with a bip. He laments that the longer he practices medicine, the less time he has with patients, and if he didn't prioritize it, he'd see no patients at all. Bashar tells Damian that his grandfather never had that problem and always kept patients at the center of his work, adding that every doctor should follow his example. Damian suddenly stops, saying he thinks he stepped in something. Bashar thinks it's coffee from someone tossing half-full cups in the trash. Damian looks at his hand and sees the red tracker device. Bashar mutters that is disappointing, and he'll put out an email. Damian glares at the tracker, thinking of Bruce's words about partners and trust. Bashar asks what he said. Damian says, "Nothing, doctor," and drops the tracker with a plink. Batman stands on a crane in the rain, losing the signal with a "darn it." Bashar's voice continues, saying he saw ambitious colleagues lose their way because they felt a rush to be in charge. The elevator lights flicker. Bashar asks what is happening. Damian looks around, a realization dawning on him. Bashar hopes they aren't stuck. Bashar thinks it's the hazards of an old building and says he'll have to do a round to ensure no procedures were impacted. Damian asks, doctor?" A close-up shows the elevator panel. The lights for floor 2 and 1 are flickering out, and B is dimly lit. Batman grinds his teeth as the comms ding and static fills his head. He realizes only maintenance has access to the sub-basement and whispers, "Oh God, I don't understand." The elevator doors open to show the terrifying silhouette of Memento cast on a wall of flames. Bashar starts to say, "I'm sure there's a reasonable." Memento stands in a room full of fire and machinery. He recites a rhyme about a hatchling falling from the nest into horrors. He is a tall figure in a coat and top hat, holding a long scythe. Memento looms over Damien and Bashar, saying, "No Father Jack to hold me back." Damien tries to shield the doctor. Damien screams for Dr. Bashar to get away. Memento swings the scythe with a horrific schluck sound. Bashar's glasses fly into the air. Memento recites, "No mother bird to fear, dispel." A tight close-up of Damien's crying eyes. Memento's voice says, "I see thy mind and secret shame." A sequence of panels show Damien's memories, a girl in a red dress dead on the ground, his own screaming face, and Memento's glowing eye. Memento tells him to put down his care and join him in the endless game. At 7:59 p.m., the Batmobile roars with a "Arrow! Arrow!" Batman screams for Damien to get out of there and not face Memento alone. Batman orders the car's computer to initiate the Valkyrie sequence and sync to his location. The computer responds, initiating. Bruce sees fire and chaos through the windshield, screaming, "Damien, can you hear me? Do not engage Memento." Batman clutches his head, shouting, "Get out of my head. You're not real," as a ghostly figure sits in the passenger seat. The girl in red hallucination appears in front of the car. Batman screams, "You're not Ra." The Batmobile crashes through a street at 7:59 p.m. with a loud smosh and skr. Batman orders the Batmobile to autopilot and eject, shouting, "Execute." At 8 p.m., Batman is launched into the air as the Batmobile explodes behind him with a massive kawoom. Batman fires his grapple gun with a pawn and swings high above the city as the burning cockpit falls away. Batman glides between the skyscrapers, his cape spread wide. At 8:02 p.m., Batman glides with a deafening roar through the rainy Gotham sky. A close-up of his grapple gun at 8,002:42 p.m. Batman asks the computer for the approximate time to Sacred Heart, and it replies 23 seconds. Batman dies with intensity, ordering the computer to disregard structural safety zones and that he wants every millisecond. Batman nears the hospital at 8,255 p.m., ordering his suit to fly directly above Robin's tracker location. Batman dives toward the building at 8,259 p.m., whispering, "I'm coming, son." At 8,003 p.m., Batman crashes through the hospital window with a shattering craw. He stands in the dark room, simply saying, "No." Batman looks down a long, blood-spattered hallway. Damien's monkey, Lucy, lies dead on the floor near the elevator. A vision of Dr. Bashar appears in a burning hallway. He tells Bruce that Memento stole his face and that the devil wears Nicodemus Crow's face. Batman drops to his knees in the shadows. The ghostly Bashar adds that Memento now has his son as well. The chapter ends with a dark "to be continued." In the pages of Thomas Wayne's journal, a sketch shows a young Bruce Wayne running through the grand halls of the manor, a joyful smile on his face as he holds up a paper bird. The entry from May 12th describes how excited Bruce was after a paper folding lesson at school and how he had begged his father to help him build paper boats to sail on the pond. The journal continues alongside a drawing of a wicker trash can overflowing with crumpled paper. Thomas writes that he discovered Bruce had thrown away 2 small paper boats, realizing with guilt that the boy had been deeply disappointed when Thomas was too busy with work to fulfill his promise. Thomas sketches a portrait of a younger, sharp-featured Alfred, noting that the butler always had the best measure of Bruce's character. Below, a tender drawing shows an adult's hand clasped with a child's over the surface of a pond where paper boats float peacefully, a symbol of Thomas finally making things right. In the present day, Gotham is a nightmare of smoke and shadows. Civilians scream in terror, reaching out through the haze as a digital timestamp marks the chaos at 11:23 p.m. Nightwing and Red Hood leap into a high-end office, their movements synchronized and aggressive. Red Hood dives toward a group of panicked men sitting at a conference table. while Nightwing leads the charge with his Eskrima sticks ready. At a crime scene crawling with police, Catherine Lautrec kneels over a body covered by a black sheet. Jim Gordon stands over her, his expression grim as they discuss the heavy news that Dr. Termi, Malat Bashar, is dead and the killer known as Memto has taken Robin. A close-up reveals the victim, Dr. Bashar, lying face up in a spreading pool of blood on the white tile floor. A voice commands that every favor be called in, and every bit of pressure applied to turn the city upside down until the boy is found. The bat symbol cuts through the night sky above the glowing spires of Gotham. Amidst the searchlights, a stern command echoes, "Find your brother." The title, The Gotham Cycle, Part 1, looms over a scene of destruction. Batman sprints across a narrow rooftop as massive fires consume the buildings behind him. On the comms, Oracle frantically asks where he is, and Batman stoically replies that he is in, as captions detail the tragic history of Barbosa Village and its displacement. Batman stands in a desolate, trash-strewn street in Somerset, looking around at the ruins of small houses and a rusted car. Oracle's voice crackles over his headset, panic-stricken because his communication went dead for several minutes. A horrific flashback vision flashes before Batman's eyes, a man in overalls being hanged from a lamppost. A caption explains that the man was executed by a mob for giving out cholera-infected blankets to Irish immigrants. The vision intensifies as a mob of ghostly figures cheers beneath the gallows of the Gates Church killer. Batman clenches his teeth, telling Oracle he is witnessing an 1849 execution while en route to Pennyworth Manor. The scene shifts back to reality as Batman finds himself inside Wayne Manor. Oracle screams in his ear that he is under the influence of Gravedigger's poppy and needs to leave before he gets killed. A small, strange monkey watches Batman from the floor. Oracle points out the inconsistency in his location, but Batman is disoriented, leaning heavily against a chair. He ignores her warnings, his only thought being that he desperately needs Robin. Batman pushes his way into Damian's bedroom, the monkey scurrying across the bed as he enters. He looks around the tech-filled room and admits that Oracle was right about everything, gazing down at Damian's bedside table, which holds copies of Caesar and Marcus Aurelius. Batman beats himself up. He laments that he should have trusted the boy instead of daring him to take on Memento alone. Kneeling on the wooden floor, Batman peers under the bed and finds a kunai and rolls of professional athletic tape. He whispers to himself that he needs Robin's help to solve this. Suddenly, a wave of pain hits him. Batman clutches his head as red static fills his vision. His inner narration commands him to master himself, insisting he is not a weak or unfocused thing. Standing at Damian's desk, Batman looks at a monitor and various sketches pinned to the wall. He realizes Damian was determined to catch Memento solo and had compiled everything he needed right here. Batman picks up a spiral-bound notebook titled The Adventures of Robin and Batman. An internal caption reminds him that he learned his detective skills from Atticus Bligh and urges him to observe. A tight close-up shows Batman's grim face as he opens the notebook. The narration asks him directly, "Tell me what you see." The pages of Damian's notebook are filled with energetic, raw drawings of Robin swinging over the city. Damian's written notes declare his identity as Robin, the partner of Batman and heir to Gotham, detailing how he hides his true form during the day. The drawings show Batman and Robin taking down thugs. Damian describes Batman's combat style as heavy, utilizing momentum and leverage to strike with power, while his own style is described as being in constant flight. Robin's sketches depict him leaping through the air and standing triumphantly. He notes that he feels safest in motion and invincible in battle, but fears the moment his feet touch the ground, as that is when he feels his shadow touching him. The notebook shows Batman leaping from skyscrapers. Damian writes that Batman is more than just a fighter. He is a strategist who must out-prepare threats that do not yet exist. Damian's art becomes darker, showing ninjas and the monstrous Memento holding a dead child. He writes that his enemies attack from the past and that he feels like just another shadow that only dreamed it was a hero. A haunting sketch shows the Sacred Heart girl lying in a pool of blood. Damian admits he is afraid and feels unsafe when he cannot move, wondering if this fear is what Batman feels when he fails. The style shifts to a dreamlike sketch of Thomas Wayne looking over the top of a giant book before appearing smaller, kneeling on the floor near its discarded pages. A young Bruce is drawn showing a paper boat to his father Thomas, while Alfred stands stoically in the background. It is a memory of a simpler time of folding paper and hope. A sketch shows the Sacred Heart Hospital under a starry night sky. Robin's narration reflects on how he used to view normal people as gentle, lesser creatures to be protected or ignored. Robin's notebook displays a doctor checking an elderly patient's heartbeat. He asks whether these normal people could be heroes as well. Thomas Wayne is depicted walking through a vibrant, bustling Gotham street filled with people. Damian asks if this mundane, peaceful life is what his father gave up. The sketch shows Thomas Wayne and another doctor assisting an elderly woman. Damian concludes that he has seen that normal people can indeed be heroes. Dr. Malik Bashar is sketched working diligently. Damian's notes mention that the journal describes Bashar as a hero in training who saved lives with as much skill as Batman and Robin. A drawing of a hospital hallway shows doctors walking. Damian writes that the journal showed him a different kind of legacy, and his father as he might have been if the tragedy had never happened. A startling close-up of a doctor with blood-red eyes stares out of the page. Damian calls this realization a hard truth that changed his perspective. The final page of this section shows a terrifying, multi-headed monster looming over Batman in a room full of corpses. Robin's chilling conclusion is that Gotham was better without them. Robin is sketched riding on the back of Catherine Lautrec's motorcycle. He describes working with her as awesome and compares her to a guardian spirit from a fairy tale that protects a bloodline. Robin is shown in a lab filled with jars and scientific equipment. He notes that Catherine believes Professor Atticus Bligh was innocent of the Memento murders, despite his arrest. Memento's masked face looms large at the bottom of the page. The notebook shows a detailed conspiracy map linking London and Gotham. Damian writes that Bligh's notes were too thorough to be those of a man pretending to investigate, leading him toward possibilities Batman hasn't considered. A drawing shows Damian sitting at a desk under a desk lamp, surrounded by towers of books and crumpled paper. He wonders if there is a spirit that seeks out the Waynes, but one that isn't Lautrec. A close-up shows Damian's focused eyes as he writes in his notebook, the lamplight casting deep shadows. He questions, "What if it's Memento?" Damian looks up, as if struck by an epiphany, a paper boat resting on the desk beside him. He begins to formulate a new what-if theory. Damian's face is shown in a tight, determined close-up, his green eyes filled with a sudden, sharp realization. A peaceful drawing depicts Thomas Wayne by a pond with 2 children and paper boats. Damian wonders if he could have had this life and vows that once Memento is caught, he will join the medical youth program and become a doctor like his grandfather. Back in the present, Batman closes the notebook, his face illuminated by a harsh yellow light. A final caption from Damian's journal reads, "Before everything went wrong." Batman's gloved hand rests on the open notebook, atop a desk covered in tools and papers. He ponders Damian's theory about possibilities he never considered, and wonders exactly what the boy meant. Batman leans over the desk, frantically searching through stacks of papers. He tells himself he needs something actionable to find his son. Nearby, a paper boat falls toward the floor. Batman stops and looks down as the paper boat lands on the floorboards near his boots. Overwhelmed by emotion and the effects of the toxin, Batman puts his hand over his face, hiding his eyes as he struggles to maintain his composure. Batman suddenly snaps his head to the side, his white eyes narrowing as if he has heard a voice in the room. A ghostly, red-tinted image of Alfred appears before him. Alfred tells poor Master Bruce that the poppy toxin has made his head sluggish, but reminds him that Damian has already given him everything he needs. The vision of Alfred urges Batman to look more closely at the boy's drawings. Damian is shown in a memory, hunched over his work. Alfred tells Batman to call upon his remarkable memory. A close-up of Batman's face shows him gritting his teeth in focus as Alfred asks if the notebook resembles a volume he's seen before. Batman stands in the middle of the room, realizing out loud that Damian kept a secret casebook. Alfred's voice confirms that it was one Damian didn't want to share until he was ready to catch his man. Batman's hand reaches up and pulls a small purple book labeled Memento from the bookshelf. The panel ends with a teaser for the next chapter, Phantoms of the Opera. A flashback to London years ago unfolds in an orange haze. Police and witnesses stand near a vintage car outside a factory. One officer notes they are bringing out another body, while another asks if it's finally the last one. Catherine Lautrec and a young man named Jack watch the scene from behind. Jack points out that the killer was recreating the Knightsbridge riots and that only employees and police will be found inside. A man named Daniels speaks to Catherine and Jack, suggesting that since Daniels is Scotland Yard, he should get them looped in. Catherine turns to Jack and asks what he saw in there. Jack reveals he saw Professor Bly with a pistol drawn. Close-up of Jack's face shows his unease. He says he never even knew the professor carried a gun, and that Bly was pointing it at something terrifying. The memory of Memento looms over the panel, red and monstrous. Jack describes him as the biggest man he ever saw, wearing a Victorian riding cloak and a plaster death mask, moving with a strange, unnatural grace. Back at the scene, Professor Bly walks toward them in his long red coat. He curtly informs the three of them that they are off the Memento case, effective immediately. Catherine is outraged, shouting, "What?" Bly looks down sadly, apologizing and explaining that Memento is more than he thought, and he has endangered them all by involving them. A close-up of Bly's stern face and gray mustache as he tells them firmly, "You're done, that's all." Bly walks away from the stunned group, raising a hand in a final gesture. He says he is fond of them, but they must put the Memento murders behind them forever. Bly walks down a rain-slicked London street, a lonely figure in his red coat. A narration box adds his final warning, "And don't look for me again." Bly reaches the entrance of a building and reaches for the door handle, looking tired. Inside the dim hallway, Bly fumbles with his keys in the shadows, unaware he is being watched. Bly's eyes go wide with shock as he realizes he isn't alone. A voice from the shadows, depicted in a jagged red bubble, taunts him, saying he's led them on a merry ride. Memento, appearing massive and terrifying in his mask, lunges out of the darkness at Bly. He sneers that Bly's children tried to hide. Memento's gloved hands seize Bly by the throat. He growls that for the crime of hounding him, he will now punish Bly. A close-up shows Bly's feet dangling as he is lifted and his handgun clattering to the floor. Memento declares that he will no longer abide Bly's meddling. The story returns to the present at the Vauxhall Opera House. A production of Aida is underway under bright stage lights. Performers in Egyptian costumes sing in Italian as the title, "The Gotham Cycle, Part 2, appears. Catherine Lautrec stands in the dark shadows of the theater's wings, listening intently to the music as white notes drift through the air. Batman is suddenly standing beside her in the dark. Catherine admits she likes the French horn, but explains she's only there because Boy Wonder believed this would be Memento's next target. Looking out at the brightly lit stage, Catherine tells Batman he is lucky to have a kid like Damian. Batman cuts her off, his voice heavy as he reveals that Damian is missing. Catherine is stunned into silence. Batman confirms that Memento has him and turns his shadow-shrouded face toward her, pleading for her help. In a series of rapid-fire panels, Catherine lashes out at Batman. She tells him she warned him he'd get the boy killed. She tells him to shut up and stop acting like he has control. She screams that Damian is a child who trusted him, and Batman quietly replies with a simple yes. Batman admits he endangers people every day, including Robin. He explains he found Damian's case notes and that they need each other to stop Memento. He reveals Damian had an unconventional theory that he likely didn't approve of. On stage, the opera performers continue their dramatic singing, their voices carrying across the theater in Italian verse. Backstage, a curly-haired stage manager screams into a phone and at the crew. He demands to know where Michael is, as he is supposed to be on stage in 15 seconds. The stage manager turns to a figure entering from the shadows, yelling about where they've been and why they are wearing the wrong costume. A red-gloved hand suddenly clamps over the manager's mouth, silencing him. He stares in terror as a curved metal hook is raised toward him. Blood splatters against a wall in a dark corridor. The words lock scrawled in a jagged red font. The opera singers on stage reach a crescendo, oblivious to the violence happening just feet away behind the curtains. In the audience, people watch with rapt attention, some moved to tears by the power of the performance. Memento suddenly appears in the center of the stage among the costumed performers, his tall hat and white mask making him look like a terrifying ghost from the past. A close-up reveals a suicide vest strapped to someone's chest, wires and explosives primed. A panicked voice whispers, "A memento." A red-gloved hand holds a detonator, the thumb poised over the trigger. A voice coldly utters, "Mori." Batman and Catherine are shown in several panels. Catherine is hesitant to share Damian's theory, noting that Gordon would lock Batman up. Batman's internal narration reveals he realizes something is wrong not from Catherine's words, but from the music. Batman recognizes the piece as Ada by Giuseppe Verdi. He realizes with a shock that a crucial musical entrance has just been missed. Looking down at the stage, Batman sees a vestige opening. He describes seeing the 1941 production moments before its famous disaster. Two choruses sing in dissonance, a haunting sign that Memento is about to recreate a historical atrocity with less than a second to react. Batman whips two batarangs into the air while Catherine watches from the catwalk. Explosions tear through the stage. Batman leaps into the fray, his cape billowing. He shouts over the radio that they have a visual on Memento and to cover all the exits. Batman dives through the air as a second bomb detonates, mimicking the original 1941 stage collapse. He notes that while most musicians have fled, some are still in danger. Heavy scaffolding and equipment crash down onto the stage. Batman's internal voice darkly notes that not everyone got out. Batman spots a child frozen in fear beneath the falling debris. He fires his grappling hook, thinking he won't reach him in time and lamenting that even he cannot control gravity. The grapple line shoots upward, snagging a falling metal beam just in time. A terrified boy on stage shields his head as the massive metal structure plunges toward him amidst the fire. Batman pulls on the line with every ounce of his strength. A narration box wonders what Superman would say about the situation. A close-up of Batman's wide-eyed cowl. The narration answers, "Not with that attitude." Batman lets out a roar of pure effort as he strains against the weight of the collapsing stage. The screen is filled with a blinding explosion of orange and yellow as the bombs go off and the stage disintegrates. Batman emerges from the flames, carrying the rescued child in his arms. He notes that the cast is alive, for now. Batman looks toward a doorway where a figure in a red cloak is fleeing. He observes that Memento is on the run, which is strange because the killer has never run before. Batman stands in the smoking ruins and picks up a discarded top hat. He realizes the hat is a new, stiff costume replica, not the antique one he encountered in Arkham. This wasn't the real Memento. A man in a trench coat runs out of an exit and into the pouring rain. Batman's narration confirms it's not him. The man sprints desperately through a wet, dark alley, his footsteps splashing in the puddles. Catherine Lautrec suddenly tackles the man from the shadows, sending them both crashing to the ground. Catherine pins the man to the pavement. She tells him not to make a move, using a harsh epithet and swearing to God that she will act, pointing her handgun inches from the man's face. Catherine threatens to put a bullet right in his eye if he resists. Batman walks into the alleyway. He identifies the man as Travis Grimwell, the organizer of the Momentous Society who went missing after the Arkham attack. Batman grabs Grimwell by the throat, hoisting him up. He demands to know where Memento took him and if Damian was there. Grimwell, eyes wide with terror, stammers that the boy is in a broken mirror and a place beyond time, calling it a vestige of a dead city. A close-up of Batman's face as Grimwell warns him to follow the boy before the Gotham cycle is complete. Batman tells the cowering Grimwell that the police will take him to a hospital, but warns him that they will be seeing each other again soon. Batman turns to Catherine, asking her to finally explain Damian's theory about Memento's speech patterns. Catherine explains that Damian found the journals of a follower of Nicodemus Crow, a 19th-century Gotham occultist. She continues, saying the journals claimed Crow died trying to summon a demon that spoke only in verse. A red-tinted flashback shows a man with blood streaming down his white shirt. Catherine adds that a plaster death mask was taken from Crow's corpse and never found. Catherine tells Batman that Atticus Bligh was building a case that Memento had been active for generations, with similar killings in Mumbai, Madrid, and Tokyo. She explains that Bligh was arrested when victims' blood was found in his home, leading to him being sent to a mental hospital where he died. Catherine points a finger, stating she never believed Bligh was the killer, but she had his remains exhumed just to be certain. A bright light silhouettes Batman as he asks Catherine what they found when they dug him up. Catherine stares at Batman with a challenging, fierce look, asking if they truly call him the world's greatest detective. The story jumps to the next day in Gotham's financial district. The streets are packed with people going about their business. A group of street kids are breakdancing in a public plaza while a small crowd of onlookers watches their performance. A man and a woman walk past the dancers. The man yells for the kids to watch it as they spin near him. A close-up of the scarred man. He grumbles that it seems like nobody goes to school anymore in the city. In the chaos, a man points and shouts that a kid just stole the other man's wallet. A boy in a purple sweater runs away, clutching a brown wallet. The boy ducks into a dark alley, laughing to himself about the lot coupons he's just stolen. The group of kids scrambles up a chain-link fence to escape. One kid worries about the cops, but another dismisses him, saying they're fine. A boy named Laz looks back and laughs at the police as he clears the top of the fence. The kids run through an open doorway at the top of a flight of stairs, mocking the piggies they just outran. Inside their hideout, one kid scolds Laz for almost getting them caught. Laz defends himself, saying some random person snitched on him. The kids freeze as the massive silhouette of Batman looms over them in the dark warehouse. He tells them he needs them at their best. One boy exclaims in surprise, noting it's been a while since they saw Batman. Batman replies that Gotham keeps him busy and asks if they've been receiving his packages. A kid asks if Batman can include purple energy drinks next time. Batman ignores the request, describing a missing boy with dark hair and a slight accent. The kids ask why he's bringing this to them instead of the cops. Batman explains that the boy is in a place the police don't even know exists. Batman's face remains in shadow. He tells him that no one knows Gotham like they do, and he needs the Gotham Irregulars to be his eyes. The scene shifts to a flooded, dark alleyway. A narration box mentions every secret the city keeps hidden. A sharp metallic sound rings out. The view moves deeper into the ruins. The loud clanging sound continues to echo through the silence. Through a doorway, a boy is seen trapped in a glowing white cage, kicking the bars with a loud grunt of effort. The boy, Damian, is curled up inside the hanging cage. A voice from the shadows tells him he's full of beans. Damian stands up and demands to know who is there. The voice says Damian reminds him of another boy his age, one who was also a bit angry. Damian asks who the person is and if he is him. The silhouette stands near a furnace and chains, replying that that is indeed the question. A close-up of a pair of wide, bloodshot eyes. The man says he isn't a reliable narrator lately and tells young Jack to take a good look. The man is revealed to be old and weary, with long gray hair and a mustache, staring through heavy chains. He tells Damian to tell him what he sees. Deep below Gotham, at 5:2012 p.m., a young boy with sweating skin and wide eyes stares through a glass partition. He trembles as he asks the figure on the other side if he is Atticus Bligh. The boy stands in the shadows of a gated area, while a man with long blonde hair and a dark shirt stands in a dimly lit lab. The boy explains that the figure was at the Scarecrow's lab and that Lautrec recognized him. The man looks down somberly and whispers Catherine's name, hoping it isn't her. In an extreme close-up of the boy's face, his eyes are dilated with terror. He asks the professor how he can possibly be alive. The professor lifts his hand, which appears skeletal and glowing with an eerie red light. He repeats the word alive back to young Jack, questioning if that is truly what he is. Walking through the industrial lab, the professor reflects on his history. He muses that he has been a dead man, a living man, a man of law and order, and even a murderer, but reminds himself that he was once a teacher. The young boy stares intensely, his face illuminated by a cold light. He directly asks Professor Bly if he is Memento. A close-up reveals the professor's eyes, wide and filled with a haunting darkness framed by strands of his long hair. Memento instructs young Jack to mind the vestiges as green gas begins to hiss out of a nearby vent. Jack stumbles back, his hand pressed against the glass as the professor's silhouette looms behind him. The boy's face is filled with dread as the gas surrounds him. Memento warns him that if he enters, a part of him will never come out again. The story shifts to years earlier in Mumbai, India. Professor Atticus Bly, looking younger with a white mustache, arrives to meet a man named Rayan Singh. Bly introduces himself as being from Scotland Yard and thanks Singh for speaking with him, noting that Singh was once a detective himself. Bly leans forward, his expression grave. He tells Singh that he was hoping he might tell him about a specific case from his past. Bly mentions that Singh once pursued a serial killer whom the Mumbai newspapers had dubbed the Blood Thief. Singh stares back with a scarred face and an intense gaze. Singh looks away, stating there isn't much to say other than many people died and the killer escaped. He laments that he now lives in this small room. Bly asks him to please start from the beginning and describe how the blood thief first appeared. Two police guards stand by as Singh recounts the first event, the burning of Azad Maidan in the Fort District, the site of a great fire from 1809. He notes that the buildings were found locked from the outside and many died. He continues by mentioning a railcar disaster and river drownings, all of which precisely mimicked deaths from long ago. Bly sits at a desk, listening as Singh explains that the killer mocks them with their own deaths, finding the echoes of their nightmares and bringing them back forever. Bly asks if Singh ever actually saw this blood thief. Singh describes the killer as wearing the clothes of a Victorian Englishman with a plastered death mask over its face. He notes the figure was hunched as if it were old, but remained very tall, and it spoke in verse as if it were singing. Singh's eyes well up with tears as he looks at the professor. He asks Bly if he has seen his boy, his voice breaking with desperation. The scene erupts into chaos as Singh lunges at Bly, screaming that as he hunted the killer, it began hunting him and took his son for its next vessel. Guards rush in to hold Singh back as he yells that it has no flesh of its own and wears people like clothing. Singh is tackled to the floor, screaming that the killer is a devil that wears their faces. Bly looks on in absolute shock, his hands trembling on the table. Singh continues to scream that the monster wears his son's face. The narration notes that the guards eventually restrained Singh and returned him to his cell after administering a sedative. Back in the present, at 5:21 p.m., Batman stands in a dark office littered with case files and a large map of London. Detective Lautrec sits nearby, mentioning that subsequent requests for a second interview with Singh were denied, and that no one else involved in the investigation is willing to speak. Lautrec recounts that a week later, Professor Bly interviewed a woman in Tokyo who told a similar story about a killer recreating historic crimes. Her daughter was a victim, and when she tried to track the killer, her adult son disappeared as well. She believed the killer took him to punish her. Lautrec shows Batman the notes, revealing that Bly was investigating dozens of serial killings in Madrid, Paris, Marrakesh, and St. Petersburg. She points out that the earliest case referenced in his notes occurred in Gotham in 1892. Batman turns to Lautrec and asks if her theory is that Memento has been active for centuries. Lautrec replies that the cases on Bly's list bear striking similarities to the London Memento murders, and not just the crimes themselves. Lautrec leans in, explaining that every witness who saw the killer said he spoke only in verse. She adds that Robin mentioned this reminded him of an occultist in Gotham, and she asks Batman if he knows who Robin meant. Batman admits he knows who Robin meant, but he argues that he doesn't consider Memento's speech patterns to be compelling evidence of anything, especially not something supernatural. Lautrec challenges him, saying that since he won't believe her, he should tell her what he saw when he encountered Memento in the power station all those years ago as young Jack. Batman remains silent, his jaw set firmly. Lautrec presses him, asking if the killer looked human to him. Batman turns away from Lautrec, walking toward the exit of the darkened office while she remains seated, watching him leave. Lautrec stares coldly at Batman, stating that he must think she is the biggest fool alive if he didn't think she would know his secret. She tells him that the first time she heard of Batman, she wondered about his identity. Batman pauses in the doorway, his silhouette imposing. Lautrec continues, saying that even if she hadn't suspected before, she knew for certain when she met Robin, who is so much like Batman used to be. She declares that the boy deserves much better than this. Batman tells Lautrec to come on because she is driving. Lautrec, now standing, tells Batman that since he knows who Robin's mysterious occultist is, she wants to talk to him. A small monkey perches on the desk nearby watching them. At 5:49 p.m., a quote from Batman states that he trusts the kid a lot more than he trusts Lautrec right now. The scene shows a dark, flooded tunnel below Gotham with a light shining at the far end. 3 of the irregulars walk through the tunnels. A boy with dreadlocks asks Laszlo where the hell he is taking them. Laszlo explains that Meg, Chuck's, and he used to come down here all the time, and Chuck's called it Squatter's Town. Dizzy, a young girl with glasses, says she doesn't think they're going to find a rich kid down there. Laszlo retorts that he knows that, but Batman said to look in places other folks don't know about. The group stops at a dark opening, and Laszlo points out that they have arrived. As the kids climb down a series of vertical shafts and ladders, one asks how they even know Batman. Laszlo explains that Batman busted them a couple of years ago, but cut them a break, and now he brings them supplies and checks up on them. He adds that Batman calls them the irregulars, which they think sounds cool. Dizzy admits she didn't expect to see a cop in their place, but another boy argues that Batman isn't a cop. He's an outlaw. The cops would lock up if they could. The irregulars emerge onto a rooftop overlooking a vast cavern. One of the boys is speechless, simply saying wow as they look out at the hidden city. The children stare at a subterranean city filled with old-fashioned buildings and chimneys. One asks how such a place exists down there. Laszlo explains it has always been here and used to be safe because the police and the metro didn't know about it. Laszlo continues explaining that after a big earthquake, some squatters drowned and now the place is empty. He repeats that they won't find any rich kids down here. The group walks past a bright red poppy growing out of the stone. Laszlo suggests that even if they don't find the kid, they might find something good. The Batmobile roars through the streets of Gotham at 6:21 p.m., its engine echoing as it speeds past other cars. Inside the car, the light is a stark red. Batman drives with a determined expression while Lautrec sits in the passenger seat staring out the window. Lautrec asks Batman what happened to a man named Daniels. Batman answers that Daniels did another year with Scotland Yard and then quit, unable to handle what happened with Professor Bly. Batman adds that the last he heard, Daniels was working for his father in Newcastle. Lautrec muses that Professor Bly would have been pleased that one of them got out of that life. Batman quietly agrees. The two sit in silence for a moment as the car continues its high-speed journey through the city. Lautrec asks Batman if this was the plan all along, even back then, and if he was using Professor Bly to help him become what he is now. Batman bluntly answers yes. Batman reaches out and presses a button on his console, which pings. An automated voice states that upon arrival, it will navigate an idling route with a half-mile radius and execute. Lautrec tells Batman that Professor Bly would never have approved and that he never intended for this. Batman retorts that Atticus Bly might actually be their killer. Lautrec says she knows he doesn't want to believe that, but he saw the same evidence she did, and now Bly's body is missing. She warns him to prepare for the possibility that he might have to act. Batman tells her to shut up, declaring he is not killing Atticus Bly. As the car weaves through heavy traffic, Batman asserts that they are not killing anyone. The Batmobile's engine continues to hum as it speeds through the glowing city lights. At 6:20 p.m., a man with a white streak in his hair walks down a crowded, run-down city street, looking over his shoulder nervously. The man's eyes widen in fear as he realizes he is on Tiger Shark's turf, and he looks back with an expression of pure panic. A civilian runs past, yelling for everyone to get off the street. An explosion of gunfire erupts in the background, and someone curses the Penguin. The man with the white streak ducks into an alleyway to hide. The man hides in the darkness, but a voice calls out his name, Jason Blood. Jason looks up, startled, as a massive silhouette looms over him. Batman steps into the light, holding Jason Blood against a wall. Jason says he hoped more time would pass before their paths crossed again. Batman asks why he is so skittish, noting he has never known Jason to jump at gunfire. Jason stammeringly insists he has committed no crime. Batman tells Jason that if he is telling the truth, he has no reason to be afraid. He asks Jason if he is afraid, and Jason admits he just thought Batman was someone else. Batman informs Jason that he is a person of interest in a series of violent crimes and that they have questions for him. Lautrec stands behind Batman, watching the exchange in the alleyway. Jason Blood looks down at the shadows, telling Batman that he means both of them have questions. Jason leads Batman and Lautrec into his apartment, which is crammed with ancient artifacts and occult items. Lautrec is impressed, saying he really brings his work home with him. Jason replies that not all of them get a say in the matter. Lautrec leans over a stack of dusty old volumes, asking what the books are. Jason asks her not to touch them because they are very old. Lautrec asks how he came by them. Jason looks at her with a knowing, tired expression and reveals that he wrote them. Lautrec is baffled, asking what he means by writing them. Batman cuts in, telling Jason there is a killer loose in Gotham with strange connections to the city's past, perhaps even the distant past. He adds that the killer's speech patterns are also of note. Batman's eyes glow white through his mask. He tells Jason that the killer has just taken a child and demands that Jason tell him everything he knows about Memento. Jason insists that he doesn't know anything about Memento. Batman stares at him, saying he finds that hard to believe, and that even if it's true, he is certain that Jason's other half knows something. Batman leans in close to Jason's face, his expression cold and unrelenting as he repeats that he is certain the other one knows something. Jason looks at his own reflection in a mirror, his face distorted by the light and the internal struggle he is feeling. Jason begins to groan and hunch over as a mystical light glows around him. Lautrec panics, asking what is wrong with him and what is happening. Jason's voice begins to transform into a deep, guttural growl. Jason's eyes glow bright red, and his face twists into a snarl. He growls that Memento is no mortal man, and that he is more akin to something else entirely. Jason Blood stares into the mirror, but the reflection staring back is the monstrous, demonic form of Etrigan. The demon growls that Memento is akin to himself. Etrigan's glowing red eyes burn with intensity. He speaks in rhyme, declaring that the wretched creature is even older than him, born out of foul Aldebaran. Lautrec stumbles back in horror, her hand raised to protect herself. She gasps out a prayer to God, terrified by the sight of the demon. Etrigan, baring his sharp teeth, tells them to ask while he is close. He commands them to ask what they want to know. Lautrec nervously asks what Memento is and where he comes from. Etrigan, still visible in the mystical light of the mirror, answers that he comes from Gotham Town, wielding a brimstone staff and wearing a flaming crown. Etrigan shares a vision of two men in the 19th century. He rhymes that two little crows in blissful throes discovered him and plied him down. Batman realizes that, by crow, the demon means Nicodemus Crow, the 19th century cult leader. The vision shows a red-hued image of a dark alleyway where a body lies on the ground. Etrigan mentions Crow and his brother Edmund, and notes that they lived and worked in Old Park Row. Batman and Lautrec watch as the demonic light in the mirror grows. Etrigan invites them to come with him so they might see more. A silhouette of Batman is shown against a bright red cityscape. The demon continues his rhyme, speaking of the devil's dawning from long ago. The vision transitions to a room where the massive Etrigan stands over a much smaller Batman. The atmosphere is heavy and dark. Etrigan describes the Crow brothers, stating their fortunes bled for appetites that had to be fed. He rhymes that in this black hour, for the sake of power, their accursed souls would be shed. The image shows the brothers in a drug-induced stupor, eating poppies. The brothers collapse on the floor. Etrigan explains that their senses were dulled by the poppy's bloom, which spelled doom for the younger brother. He notes that the elder crow survived the blow. A close-up shows the elder crow's face, his eyes wide and glowing as he finds something eldritch in the gloom. The vision shows a blood-spattered room with spectral figures. Etrigan narrates that 2 grisly deaths had rent a tear upon creation, and something began lingering there. The elder crow stares in horror at what he has unleashed. Etrigan says that Crow saw unfurled another world, a realm of murder and despair. An image of a cosmic, tentacled entity appears in the center of a galaxy. Etrigan explains that within the vestige were untold truths and the secrets of the gods of old. A bright explosion of energy fills the center of the vision. Etrigan notes that these secrets were not bought for silver. The scene shows the dark rooftops of the old city. Etrigan concludes his story, stating that Crow paid for the knowledge with his own immortal soul. In the subterranean ruins, 2 of the irregulars pretend to drive a rusted, abandoned car. One makes engine noises while the other shouts for everyone to get out of the way. The boy in the back yells that he is on top of the world and won't be taken alive. The kids jump onto debris, declaring the place belongs to them and naming it Dizzyland. Dizzy tells the boy he needs a flag before he can plant one. The boy asks Laszlo what he should put on his flag, suggesting a big sword and an axe crossed in the middle. Laszlo mocks him, suggesting he put a triple-sized burrito like the one he steals from Mojo's. The boy laughs, saying he doesn't hate that idea. Laszlo suddenly holds up a finger to his lips, telling the others to shut up. The irregulars fall silent as they look toward a pool of bright red blood on the floor of the ruins. The group stands in front of a massive arched opening. A strange metallic sound echoes through the cavern. The children walk together into the light of the arched tunnel, their shadows stretching out behind them. One of the boys stumbles as the air suddenly changes. A loud sound erupts as he groans in pain, and a thick fog begins to roll in around them. The boys look back in terror as something massive approaches. Laszlo shouts for whatever it is to get off of them, his face twisted in fear. A monstrous figure in a top hat looms over a young boy who is pinned to the ground. The boy gasps, asking what he has been gassed with and insisting he won't give in. The boy stares up at the massive creature, demanding to know who it is. He shouts for it to stay back and get out of here. The creature's face is a ghastly plaster mask that appears to be weeping. It speaks in a rhyming chant, asking what wicked children it has found. The creature continues its rhyme, accusing the children of spying and skulking beneath the ground. It threatens that far from their beds they will leave their heads. One of the irregulars utters a curse in pure shock. The monster lunges forward, its clawed hand reaching for the children as it promises to leave their little bones in a pauper's mound. The vision shifts back to Gotham City in 1892. A group of cultists in dark robes stands around a glowing pit of fire. Nicodemus Crow stands at the head of the circle, raising his arms and calling out to a spirit from beyond the vestige. He offers sacred smoke, divine blood, and the soul of a slain innocent. Crow and his followers raise their hands high, surrounded by bright red light. Crow chants about rarest poppies being burned so they may perceive the entity. Crow screams that he summons the entity from the earthly plane. He commands it to take his flesh as its vessel and give him its power. One of the followers utters a confused sound as a baby sits near the flames. The baby sits alone on the floor, surrounded by bowls of snakes and mystical items, staring toward the bright white light of the pit. The infant turns around, playing with a small snake that is wrapped around its arm. It makes a soft babbling sound. Crow's face is filled with frantic energy as he screams that they have entered the vestige. He begs the demon to enter his flesh and give him its power. The baby looks up with wide, innocent eyes as the light intensifies around it. Suddenly, the baby's eyes glow white and its face twists into a terrifying snarl as it emits a monstrous, guttural roar. Nicodemus Crow stands tall with his arms outstretched, declaring himself the Grand High Priest, a seer of the unseen and a scholar of the unknowable. He demands that the entity speak. Crow stands before a large circular symbol with a skull in the center. He screams for the entity to take him as its vessel and commands it to give him its power. The entity responds in rhyme, mocking Crow's hubris. It says such hubris grows in mortal hearts once they taste of the profane art. Shadows begin to stretch out from the center of the room. A dark, oily substance begins to spread across the floor. The entity continues its rhyme, saying that if Crow compels a beast of hell, it will impart one final gift. The entity declares that it will not for a single day reside in such decrepit flesh as Crow's. One of the younger cultists falls back, screaming for his father to help him, as the dark energy lunges toward him. The monstrous shadow looms over the young man, pinning him down. It rhymes that it will take Crow's son and break his will. The son cries out in denial, saying his father's power was supposed to be his. The shadow entity promises to wear the son's pretty face as its own. A horrific crack sounds out as the son screams in agony, and the other cultists watch in terror. Batman realizes that this is where Memento first entered the world, and that he is a demon. Etrigan confirms this, and Batman asks how he knows it's true, and not just another vision from the poppies. Etrigan tells him to trust the visions shown by a demon above those seen by mortal men. Batman asks why Memento took Crow's son in pupil instead of Crow himself. Etrigan explains that this is the beast's way, as he seeks to torment rather than simply slay. Etrigan continues his rhyme, stating that it was far worse than death for Crow. Instead, he lost his only son to pay for his sins. The image shows the son's body twisted and joined with other screaming faces. Batman declares that this information isn't enough, and that he needs to know where Memento is now so he can find Robin. They stand in a void surrounded by swirls of light. Etrigan places a hand on Batman's shoulder, stating he has given all that is required. He wishes Godspeed to Batman and to his squire. Batman and Lautrec find themselves back in the ruins of the city. Etrigan concludes that when the battle is done for one's own son, the fight is for the entire world. At 7:41 p.m. in the Squatter's Town ruins, Memento looms over the irregulars. One of the boys stammers that it doesn't move like a person. The monstrous figure, covered in extra limbs and screaming faces, lunges forward. It rhymes about 4 naughty children who fell into a well where fairies dwell, and how they were greeted by ladies fair who dispelled thoughts of home. One of the boys yells that they run with Batman and that the monster is going to pay. Memento continues its rhyme, saying the children stayed for a long time until dawn, only to find the well they climbed out of was long gone, and they were all dead. The monster charges with a pitchfork in hand. Suddenly, Robin drops from above and delivers a powerful kick to Memento's head, shouting for the irregulars to get out of there and run. The monster is sent reeling by the impact. The irregulars are shocked, with one calling Robin crazy while another realizes it is actually him. Memento quickly recovers, its multiple limbs flailing as it rhymes that Robin will make a worthy skin, as hale as living flesh can be. Robin lands and prepares for another attack. Memento looms over Robin, its massive red hands reaching out. It rhymes that once Gotham Town is stricken down, it will bind its will to Robin next. One of the street kids shouts to Robin, asking what he is waiting for. Robin yells back at the kids, telling them all to run. Laszlo shouts that they should run, calling Robin a turd and reminding him that they came down there specifically for him. The street kids begin to fight back, throwing objects at the monster. The irregulars run across the debris, with one asking if they really came for him. Another confidently answers that they did and asks if he doesn't know who they are. At 7:53 p.m., a quote from the kids states that they are the Gotham Irregulars. Back in the alley, Lautrec complains that this is taking too long and that Memento has had Robin for too long. She asks Batman what new information they have now that Etrigan has given them everything they need. Batman explains that if Memento is a demon, it makes sense that he needs host bodies. This lines up with what Professor Bly's witnesses said about the killer wearing their sons' faces. Batman asks Lautrec what the mimetist said at the opera house. Lautrec recalls that he said Memento was in a place beyond time, a vestige of a dead city. Lautrec remembers that Crow first summoned Minto in an upper-class neighborhood in 19th century Gotham. She describes seeing well-kept streets, a stable, a livery, and expensive townhouses furnished with overseas rugs and custom glass doorknobs. But she admits it's not enough to pinpoint the location. Suddenly, Batman's communicator begins to beep. Batman tells her to wait as he receives an incoming call from a contact. Lautrec asks what it is as Batman holds his hand to his ear. Batman calls out the name Laszlo into the communicator. A panicked voice on the other end says it isn't Laszlo, but his friend, and he urgently needs to find him. In the city, a young boy with green hair and a bandage on his face talks into a phone. He says that the woman who gave Laszlo the phone said it wouldn't work where she was going. He adds that she, Dizzy, and a couple of others went looking for that lost kid. Batman asks where they went. The boy answers that they were walking the tracks from Seneca Station. Batman realizes that with that information, everything falls into place. A caption explains that Seneca Station is now derelict and was built in 1899 over DuPont Village, an upper-class neighborhood that was seized to build the subway system. Batman explains that most of the village was leveled and the rest covered up, sinking deeper into the earth during the No Man's Land earthquake. He notes the village was famous for its glasswork and decorative lighting that never caught on elsewhere. Batman continues, stating that is where Crow summoned Memento. He muses that if DuPont Village is still intact, it is the world's largest time capsule. A place beyond time. The scene shifts to the ruins of the dead city. Laszlo points to a seam in the rock that leads up to the rail lines, mentioning he heard a train running an hour ago. Memento looms behind them, its screaming faces illuminated. It rhymes that they will not escape it, and that it has feasted on the hearts of kings. Robin stands ready to fight, his fist clenched. The irregulars cower in fear. One of the boys says that this isn't real life, because people don't move like that. Robin shouts for them to get back and stay away from the monster. Memento lunges toward one of the boys, its massive clawed hands reaching out. The boy stares in horror, shouting that it's a monster. A red-hued flashback shows a man being thrown back as glass shatters around him. Young Jack looks on with a terrified expression. Young Jack screams no, his green mask framing his wide, panicked eyes. The flashback shows a young girl lying dead on the floor among shards of broken glass. In the present, a massive explosion of red energy erupts. Robin is thrown through the air as Memento strikes with a powerful blow. A loud cracking sound echoes through the ruins. The street kids rush to Robin as he picks himself up from the debris. One of the boys says that he is hurt, and Robin admits it might be a little. Another boy looks at him with awe, asking if he really is Batman's partner. The boy asks Robin directly if he is indeed Robin. Robin, looking battered with his clothes torn, stands up and grabs a piece of debris, grimly asking if he is. Robin spins his staff, a metallic clang sounding as he prepares to charge at Memento once again. Robin leaps into the air, bringing his staff down toward Memento's head. He declares that he thinks maybe he is Robin after all. At 7:58 p.m., the Batmobile roars through the city streets once more, its engine screaming as it swerves around traffic with its lights flashing. Inside the car, Batman yells at the contact on the phone to tell him where they are. Lautrec watches as the small monkey also looks on with a worried expression. The boy on the phone says they will be underneath the tracks just north of the closed Seneca Station entrance. Batman commands his team to meet them behind Metropoli's Pizza on 9th and to send cars and a medical team immediately. Batman's face is half hidden in shadow as he tells someone to tell Gordon to meet them. A voice from his past reminds him that these were some of their most important moments together. In another red-hued flashback, Alfred Pennyworth's bloody face is shown on a screen. He tells Bruce that he was in the car while Bruce was on the radio, and he was lending an ear for whatever Bruce needed to say, right up until that night's brush with the death. Alfred, looking badly injured with blood running from his mouth, asks Master Bruce what he needs to say tonight. 2 panels show Batman driving intensely. He calls out Alfred's name and then hesitates, wondering what if he is something else. In a close-up of Batman's eyes, he asks if Alfred thinks the boy is scared. Batman worries aloud, asking what if his boy is hurt or suffocating or scared to death and wishing his father was there. Lautrec looks at him with deep sympathy, as does the monkey in the back seat. Lautrec places a comforting hand on Batman's shoulder and reassures him that his father will be there for him. In the ruins, Robin continues his fierce battle against Memento, his staff spinning in a blur of motion. A caption says that his father is coming to save him. Memento rhymes that Robin is fierce and strong. Robin is caught in Memento's massive red hand. The monster rhymes that flesh is doomed. Memento looms over Robin, its body a mass of screaming faces. It continues its rhyme, saying that flesh is doomed to flag and fail. A massive explosion erupts behind Memento. The monster looks back, simply saying perhaps as the fire engulfs the area. Batman bursts through the ceiling of the ruins, his cape spread wide like wings as he descends. Bats fly all around him as he shouts that the monster will not win today. He delivers a powerful kick to Memento, sending a shockwave through the room with a loud wham. Batman engages the monster in a series of fast-paced panels. He strikes Memento with a flaming attack, sending the creature crashing into a stone wall. A loud boom echoes as dust and debris fill the air. Batman stands tall in the center of the smoke as the monster is thrown back. Robin, looking exhausted and sweaty, crouches on the floor as Batman walks toward him through the settling dust. Batman pulls Robin into a tight embrace. Robin repeats that he is sorry, but Batman tells him he is okay. Batman repeatedly tells the boy he is sorry as they hold each other. Robin rests his head on Batman's shoulder, saying it wasn't his fault. Batman insists that it was, and he says he should have trusted Robin and promises that he will trust him from now on. Robin asks how Batman found him. Batman pulls back to look at Robin, asking if he is all right and if he is hurt. Robin says he is all right, but Batman asks if they are all really all right. He notes that Robin has some scratches but points out that at least 2 of the other irregulars need to be looked at. Batman walks through the debris, asking if anyone has seen the last missing Mementist, Eddie Burroughs. Robin says he doesn't think so and that before the irregulars showed up, he hadn't seen anyone except for Memento. A loud metallic Kagloon sound echoes from the distance. Batman turns toward the sound, stating that Memento is on the move. He admits he doesn't like tracking him down here because the monster knows the place too well. Robin follows, mentioning that he has been seeing things he cannot explain and that he thought he saw something. Robin pauses, asking if Atticus Bligh could still be alive and if Memento could really be him. His face is filled with uncertainty. Batman and Robin both look up toward the rooftops as a voice calls out that it has been a long time, young Jack. Lautrec is shown climbing a rope ladder toward a rooftop. The voice continues, saying that he should have kept the boy away, just as he should have kept Lautrec and Catherine away. But now it is too late. Lautrec stops, shocked, and asks if it is Professor Bligh. Batman stands in the ruins, telling Robin that Lautrec is down here, and she must have heard that too. Robin says he will go and get the irregulars out. Robin turns back to Batman, promising that he will come back. Batman watches Robin run off with the street kids. He holds a batarang in his hand and quietly says that he knows. Batman stands alone in the vast, ancient, subterranean city, calling out Professor Bligh's name. His silhouette is small against the towering buildings. Lautrec runs through a dark alleyway in the old city, her gun drawn. She shouts for the professor, asking where he is. Her shadow is cast long against the brick wall. Lautrec enters a room and stops in her tracks, her eyes wide with shock. She realizes that the man chained to the wall is Eddie Burroughs. She gasps out a prayer to God as she sees a figure looming in the shadows. Lautrec points her gun at the figure, asking how long he has been down here. Eddie Burroughs, looking gaunt and haunted, repeats her question and admits he doesn't even know what time means anymore. Burroughs stares blankly ahead as he utters the phrase "Memento Mori." Lautrec stands behind him, her expression one of pure horror. Burroughs is held by heavy chains around his neck and arms. Batman walks through the empty streets of the dead city. A caption mentions that Robin said he had been seeing things he cannot explain. Batman realizes the boy was exposed to the gravedigger's gas. A small voice in the distance says, "I'm sorry." Batman looks up toward the sound, his face filled with concern. He responds by saying he is so sorry. Batman finds Jason Blood standing over Lautrec, who is lying unconscious on the floor. Jason says no and insists he never wanted to do this, claiming he didn't think it was real. His shadow looms large on the wall behind him. Batman rushes to Lautrec's side and kneels down, his hands hovering over her. He looks at Jason and asks him what he has done. Suddenly, Memento lunges from the darkness behind Batman, his arms raised high. Batman lets out a fierce cry as he realizes the monster's right behind him. The panel is plunged into complete darkness. In the pitch black, a red-bordered caption appears. It reads that mortals need no Jabberwock to haunt their dreams or to have nightmares stalk them. A close-up shows Batman's face as he is seemingly pulled into the darkness. The rhyme continues, stating that their gravest sins lie ever within, like serpents sleeping beneath the rock. The final panel shows Memento hovering over the unconscious Lautrec. The entity delivers its final chilling rhyme, "Thy corpses, too. Its gift shall be in the fairest city on the sea." It concludes that when it has won, it will claim his son. Batman is shown falling through a bright white light as the vision ends. Inside a dark, damp sewage tunnel, a voice echoes through the gloom, urgently stating that the station is just ahead. Another voice replies dismissively, insisting that they already know that information. The silhouettes of three boys hurry through the tunnel. One boy suggests that the journey would be much easier if his injured friend would just let him carry him. But the friend stubbornly retorts that nobody is carrying him because he isn't a baby. As they continue their trek, the boy in the lead teases his friend, remarking that he kind of giggles like a baby sometimes. Another boy chimes in with a laugh, crudely adding that his friend's waist even smells like a baby's. The group emerges further into the light. Jack, being supported by his friends, asks how they could possibly know such a thing. One boy simply claims he knows stuff, while the other jokingly adds that he remembers babies. The group reaches a ledge within the station. One boy grunts as he lifts their injured companion, asking Diz for a little help. From below, Jack informs them that there is an all-night clinic 3 blocks up 9th and left on Berkeley, assuring them he will be treated there without any questions from the police. Surprised, one of the boys thanks Jack but asks where he is going now. Jack begins to run back down the tracks, shouting over his shoulder that he has to go back for Batman and Lautrec, noting that Memento is still down there. Jack pauses for a brief moment, standing tall in his green shirt and white pants, and sincerely thanks his friends for coming for him. One of the boys looks at Jack with admiration, telling him that the flippy kick he used on that guy was dope. His friend agrees, asking if Jack can show them how to perform a move like that. Jack continues his run into the darkness of the tracks, jokingly calling back that they would need ninja assassins to practice on, but eventually agrees that he will teach them. Jack sprints through a surreal glowing portal as his internal thoughts race. He can still feel the gravedigger's poppy affecting his mind and knows he must focus to keep the world from melting away. He wonders why Memento would bother drugging him instead of just killing him, realizing the villain can't finish his Gotham cycle without him. A voice calls out to him, urging him to save the royal family of Gotham. In a dark void illuminated by a single street lamp, Batman and Catherine Lautrec sit back to back, bound together. Batman realizes that this isn't Park Row as a narrative caption warns that their killer awaits them as well. Batman hangs his head, his cowl battered and jaw set in pain. He mutters to himself that what he is seeing is just a memory and echo of the past. A vision of the Wayne murders plays out under the street lamp. Batman tries to argue that those are not real, but a voice in a red speech bubble interrupts, chanting that the vestiges show truth alone and that a person's truest nature is cast in stone. A man in a flat cap stands over the bodies of Thomas and Martha Wayne, holding a smoking pistol. The voice continues its rhyme, stating that in the mortal plane, horrors wane. The man in the cap looks up, his eyes glowing white and his face covered in stubble. The rhyme concludes by stating that, here they stand in blood and bone. Lautrec wakes up coughing and calls out for Jack. Batman tells her not to try to move, explaining that their wrists are chained together and she has a head wound. As they sit under the lamp, they are surrounded by the spectral silhouettes of a Gotham crowd. Batman explains they are in the Vestige and that Memento is recreating the Wayne murders while they wait for Robin's rescue. Lautrec looks around in horror as Batman explains that this trap is exactly what Memento wants. A new rhyme begins, noting how long it has been since the travelers three have seen the world and crossed the sea. A tall, menacing figure in a top hat and black cloak looms over them. The poem continues, saying that when they last met, their fates were set by a trusted tutor's treachery. Lautrec gasps, asking if the figure is Professor Bly. Batman, his teeth gritted in anger, clarifies that it is not Atticus Bly and that it never was. The figure removes a white mask to reveal the face of a police officer whom Batman recognizes as their old friend Daniels. Batman realizes that it was Daniels outside the Sacred Heart the night of the fire, and that no demon armed that mob-a-living man did. He deduces that Daniels was the only one besides Bly with access to the Memento crime scenes and evidence lockers. Daniels sneers, surprised Batman even remembers his name, while Batman notes that Lautrec thought he had quit and gone to Newcastle, but his family reported him missing shortly after. Daniels recounts his story, claiming that Memento actually wanted Jack. When Professor Bly got the drop on Memento at the power station, the entity decided to punish him by taking his favorite pupil. Daniels admits that just once he wanted to be the clever one. It was he who hung around the crime scene that night after the others had left, and that is where the entity found him. In a flashback bathed in red light, Daniels and the entity drug Professor Bly with Gravedigger's poppy until his mind is left in shreds. Daniels explains that he knew the code to Bly's flat and gathered all the evidence Memento needed to set him up, shown as he carries a heavy stack of files and books through a police station. The deed was finalized as the police stormed in to find an aged, delirious Professor Bly frantically writing on papers, effectively framed for the crimes. Batman snarls at Daniels, asking if this is his defense that he had no choice but to serve Memento. He demands to know how many people Daniels has killed since then across many cities. Lautrec, coughing, asks what motive he could possibly have had. Lautrec cries out, asking why he recreates old tragedies over and over again. From the shadows, the entity asks why Catherine, as its massive form begins to manifest. The entity mocks them, asking if they still don't understand how richly it despises them. It claims they are animals who eat their own young and savages that dash each other's brains out for shiny stones. As the world around Batman and Lautrec begins to tear apart, Batman realizes that all of Memento's recreations, Sacred Heart, the docks, the Arkham riot, have been about the Wayne murders all along. The entity towers over the bound captives, its body a mass of twisted limbs and a top hat. It recites that their torment is its sole desire by bullet, blade, or fire. It claims that when the sun comes, the game is won. Meanwhile, Jack leaps through the air as the city crumbles into the void, realizing that political corruption and misspent resources led to Park Row becoming Crime Alley. Jack navigates the rooftops of the crumbling Vestige City. He knows Memento won't kill the prisoners until he arrives to witness it. He realizes he has been kept alive just to finish the Gotham cycle, so he decides he cannot let the villains see him and must create distance between the monster and the captives. Jack grips a laundry line with determination. His internal monologue declares that to be Robin is to be in flight as the line snaps under his weight. Batman stands firm as the ground rumbles and the spectral crowd continues their chaotic reenactment behind him. Memento looms in the background, a dark cloud of malice. Batman looks off to the side, sensing something. High above on a rooftop, the silhouette of Jack can be seen leaping into action. Jack dives through the air, silhouetted against a bright red sky, clutching a batarang and a rope. Batman whispers to Lautrec to be ready to move. A loud crack echoes as Batman exerts immense force to break his bonds. Batman's eyes narrow behind his mask, and his mouth bleeds from the strain. He grimly states that Robin is coming. Memento, momentarily confused, asks what that sound was. Batman, still in silhouette, explains that it was his left carpa metacarpal bone breaking and he now has a hand free. The monster Memento looks up as Batman warns that Robin is going to need them. Memento begins to rhyme again, noting the flap of a fledgling wing. Jack swings through the air on a line as lightning strikes in the distance. Memento declares the end of the Gotham reckoning and calls for the memory to come to him. Memento refers to himself as Gotham's own enshrined king. Batman stares up at a pistol being held over his head by a bloody hand. A gunshot rings out, but Batman is already moved, grabbing the arm of the shooter to redirect the blast. Lautrec watches in shock as the struggle begins. Batman shouts for Robin as he slams his body into the monstrous Memento, delivering a powerful strike that sends the villain reeling. Jack hurtles through the air, delivering a powerful kick to Memento's face. The villain's pistol is knocked away and his monstrous limbs flail as Jack shouts with the impact. Memento is slammed into the ground with a massive thud. Jack tumbles through the air above him as the monster's pistol clatters onto the pavement near Lautrec's silhouette. The impact creates a massive explosion of debris and energy. Jack lands gracefully while Memento is buried under the crumbling street of the Vestige. A hand reaches up and catches a red line with a whip-like snap. A sharp batarang is seen attached to the wrist. Jack hangs onto the edge of a deep, glowing chasm, shouting for Robin to hold on. Below him, the monstrous form of Memento is being consumed by a swirling white energy. On the breaking ground above, Batman grunts that his other hand is almost free. Lautrec reaches out desperately, saying she can almost reach Memento's gun. A wrinkled, scarred hand reaches down and picks up the fallen revolver. A voice tells Dear Catherine that there's no time, and they are almost done now. Jack struggles to pull himself up over the edge of the cliff. Memento, half submerged in the chasm, tells him that it is a waste to kill so great a will, and that Jack's strength would make him even greater. Batman charges at Memento with a roar, declaring that he is not afraid of the monster. Memento remains defiant, claiming that the spread of Gotham's bloody stain began with the fall of the House of Wayne. Memento leans in close to Batman, his mask-like face twisted as he rhymes that Batman's funeral bell will knell again. Batman winds up for a massive punch, his muscles bulging. Memento continues his dark poetry, vowing to yet profane Batman's house and home. Batman delivers a thunderous blow that connects with a loud blast. Memento's head is snapped back as the force of the strike echoes through the area. The white mask of the villain hits the cracked earth with a clatter and slides across the ground. An elderly Professor Bly stands before a massive army of glowing red ghosts. He explains that in the Vestige, he has had time to learn everything. There is a single pane of glass stretching on forever, showing every brutal thing they've ever done. He claims to have crossed oceans in this hellish place. The monster Memento screams in rage and fear as a shushing sound fills the air. Bly tells him that everyone he has destroyed is here, not just him, and that they have come for him now. Professor Bly looks on with a sad, weary expression. He tells the spirit of Daniels that he is so sorry and that he failed him. Bly raises his pistol and fires into the air, declaring that he won't let the monster hurt Daniels anymore. The army of spirits behind him begins to charge forward. The horde of ghosts swarms over Memento, tearing at his form as the ground beneath them shatters with a loud crack. With a massive rumble, Memento is dragged down into the dark abyss by the weight of the spirits he once tormented. Batman, Jack, and Lautrec stand at the edge of the chasm, watching in silence as the nightmare finally ends. Lautrec covers her mouth in shock, while Jack looks on with an exhausted expression. Deep within the pit, a mass of tentacles and spirits swirls together, finally being sealed away as the Vestige collapses. 2 nights later at 8:15 p.m., the Gotham City skyline glows under a starry sky. A narrative caption notes that they found Daniels' body on the street in Park Row, and the coroner found the cause of death consistent with a fall from a roof or high-rise window. On a high rooftop, Batman stands atop a gargoyle while Lautrec leans against the ledge. Batman mentions that Daniels' family said he left Newcastle years ago, but there are no records of him ever traveling to America. Lautrec sighs, saying she should have kept up with him and at least suspected something was wrong. Lautrec asks about poor old Professor Bly and how he could have escaped Broadmoor and turned up here. Batman explains that Bly's notes in Scarecrow's journal showed a detailed understanding of the poppy, and if he found his way into a vestige, anything is possible if all vestiges are connected. Lautrec turns to look at Batman, asking if they really saw what they saw and if any of it was possible. She asks if this is what Batman's life is like, now interrogating demons and chasing ghosts. Batman turns his head slightly, his face partially in shadow. He says he has learned not to turn to supernatural explanations when other possibilities remain. But he has seen more than his share of things he can't explain. He notes that if it was just Daniels using drugs and legends, he's dead, and if Memento was real, it's lost its host. So the case is closed either way. Batman asks Lautrec if she will go back to Paris. She replies that she will if her job is still there, noting that she came here for her own reasons and her chief wasn't happy about it. The two stand in silence for a moment, looking out over the illuminated towers of Gotham under a full moon. Batman turns fully to Lautrec and sincerely thanks her for helping him stop the murders and for helping him bring his son back. Lautrec looks at him with a soft expression, saying that Jack might have died if not for Batman. She adds that Jack holds Batman in high regard and that he is right to do so. Lautrec crosses her arms and looks down, admitting that she may have judged Batman too harshly before. She explains she was angry with him for leaving and for keeping all of this a secret from her. She looks up again, suggesting that maybe Gotham really does need something like Batman because it's not like other places. She notes that Batman's son is so much like he was brilliant, driven, and confident in a way that used to drive them all mad. Lautrec reaches a hand out, stating that they both deserve better than what they've had to endure. Batman remains in silhouette against the city lights as Lautrec speaks her final thoughts. A final narration box declares that Robin and Batman have returned, while Lautrec smiles softly, her hair blowing in the wind. A stylized, sketched view of Gotham appears through the rain. A narrative box notes that Gotham feels different now. It used to feel like a city inherited from a father rather than something chosen. Jack reflects on how he likes finding secrets his father doesn't know about, like riddles on gravestones or the old man who dances with ghosts in Robinson Park. He says these secrets make the city feel like his, even though others know it better. In a series of colorful sketches, Jack recalls telling his father that he didn't want to inherit his legacy, but wanted to choose it himself. He concludes that he has chosen both. He is shown sketching in a book with a small monkey on his shoulder while others play chess in the background. Another sketch shows Batman hunched over a computer in the Batcave. Jack's thoughts continue, stating he chooses to be a Wayne of Gotham and everything that means, but he also chooses to be Robin, son of Batman, to train, observe, fight, and protect. Batman sits back in his chair looking at a paper boat on the desk. Jack notes that his purpose will be different from Batman's, but for now, it remains in Gotham with his father. A close-up sketch of Batman's face shows him smiling slightly. Jack narrates that by day and night, the Waynes of Gotham, Robin, and Batman will face the enemies that threaten their city. Batman and Robin leap through the air toward a cowering criminal, ready to face whatever threats are to come. A teaser at the bottom announces that a new adventure begins in The Quiet Man. An advertisement for Detective Comics issue number 100 displays various variant covers by famous artists like Jock, Frank Miller, and Bill Sienkiewicz, celebrating the legend of Batman with a 56-page anniversary issue. At the Allegheny State Penitentiary, a guard tells an older man named Cyrus that they'll miss him around there and asks if he has anyone coming to pick him up. Cyrus, carrying his belongings in a box, quietly says he doesn't think so. The guard hands him his old clothes, hoping they still fit and asking if everything is there. Cyrus walks out into the sunlight as the guard tells him to take care of himself, and Cyrus politely replies with the same sentiment. The story, The Quiet Man, begins. Cyrus stands before a small, dilapidated church and graveyard in the countryside. A narrative box mentions that Suze and someone else will be praying for him. Cyrus walks through the overgrown grass toward a weather-beaten headstone marked with a simple cross. He kneels down beside a small, sunken grave, his head bowed in a moment of silent reflection. Cyrus reaches into the loose dirt of the grave, his hands stained with mud, as he begins to dig. His fingers wrap around a hard object buried deep in the earth, and he pulls it free from the ground. Cyrus opens a small metal lockbox to reveal a newspaper clipping about a feared mob boss dying in captivity, along with some coins and jewelry. He stares at the items for a long time, then lifts a harmonica to his lips with a faint smack. He gently touches the metal surface of the box with his scarred, dirty hand, and whispers that he will love the person buried there forever. Cyrus stands up and begins to walk away from the graveyard with the lockbox under his arm. He tells his departed loved one to take one more trip together. It is Monday at 1:45 p.m. Cyrus walks down a sun-dappled forest path, leaving the iron gates of the cemetery behind him. It is Tuesday at 9:02 p.m. at the Gotham Pier. A massive explosion rips through the shipping containers as a voice over a loudspeaker asks a gentleman how they like their new toys. The speaker mocks them, asking if they still think Penguin runs Gotham. A digital clock on the screen counts the seconds as the chaos at the pier intensifies. Tiger Shark's mobsters take cover behind crates as a helicopter looms overhead, firing its machine guns. One of the mobsters shouts to tell their boss he's done, and that Tiger Shark is coming for everything he built. Inside the helicopter, a man in a red mask and checkered suit orders his pilot to empty the guns and not save a single round. He tells the rest of the crew to get in there and mop up what's left. Suddenly, a blinding light fills the cockpit, and the man cries out, "No, not this." High above, a bat signal-shaped explosive detonates in front of the helicopter. Batman dives toward the craft as a voice in the cockpit panics, shouting that this wasn't part of the plan. The mobsters inside the helicopter scramble. One yells that they were supposed to be gone by now and that Batman is right above them. The leader in the red mask angrily asks, "Who are WE?" as he tries to maintain control. The leader screams for his men to kill Batman as the Dark Knight swoops around the tail of the helicopter, his cape spread wide like wings. Batman's tactical display highlights the helicopter's rear rotor and commands the Batwing to execute its electrical cannon. A surge of lightning strikes the rotor, and the pilot screams that they are spinning out of control. Batman swings into the fray on a grapple line, grimly stating, "Not." Batman crashes through the helicopter door, punching and kicking the mobsters with thunderous force. Amidst the sounds of metal clashing, he sprays a pink gas into the face of one attacker. A mobster yells that it's him, referring to Batman, as the helicopter begins to plummet toward the pier below. Suddenly, a motorcycle bursts through a wall with a loud roar. The rider, Robin, is wearing a hooded cape and a fierce grin as he flies through the debris. In a series of rapid panels, Robin speeds his bike through the pier, performing dangerous stunts. He mockingly says, "Any time," then counts down 1 second. He completes his count with 1 as his bike launches off a ramp directly toward the falling helicopter. Robin leaps from his motorcycle in midair, crashing into the helicopter cabin just as Batman is finishing off the last of the mobsters. Batman shouts to Robin to watch his six. Jack kicks one mobster in the face while Batman slams another into the wall. Robin quips that he was just trying to be helpful. A massive explosion rocks the pier as the helicopter finally crashes into a crane. Robin rides his bike away from the flaming wreckage, his cape fluttering behind him. As mobsters lie defeated on the ground, Robin's bike skids to a halt with a loud screech. He looks back at the burning remains of the mob war he and Batman just dismantled. Robin walks up to the mobster leader, Tiger Shark, who is battered and bleeding. He greets him casually and informs him that a lot of witnesses saw him commit a lot of crimes tonight. Batman looms over the fallen Tiger Shark, hauling him up by his collar. He tells the criminal that the good news is his mob war with Penguin is over, but Robin adds with a smirk that the bad news is he'll be enjoying the peace and quiet of prison. Later that night at 9:33 p.m., Batman and Robin swing through the Gotham skyline. Batman lands on a rooftop and calls out to Robin, telling him to come over to the edge. Robin joins him on the ledge. Batman points to a globe behind the skyline, explaining he hasn't seen it in a long time. He describes how the blue is the city's power, and the red is the lights from Triget Bridge. He notes it only looks like this when it's about to rain and recalls seeing it years ago, after one of Dick Grayson's first big wins as Robin. Batman looks out over the city, remembering how excited, proud, and happy Dick was. He tells Damian that on nights like this, Gotham has a glow you won't see anywhere else in the world. Batman turns to Damian and tells him that he is as capable as any partner he has ever had and that he has earned the costume and deserves it. Damian listens in silence, his expression unreadable. Batman adds that Damian deserves to hear from him how proud he makes his father. Damian looks away, a small, genuine smile creeping onto his face. Batman continues, saying he wants Damian to have a life here, beyond being Batman and Robin, because he deserves both. Batman places a hand on Damian's shoulder and looks him in the eye. He tells him he's not just Robin, he's his son Wayne of Gotham. He emphasizes that the city is not just a mission, it's his home. Batman promises Damian that he is going to give him both a family and a future. The two heroes stand together on the tall crane, overlooking the vast glowing expanse of Gotham. It is 9:57 p.m. Bruce and Damian are back at Wayne Manor, walking down a grand hallway. Damian triumphantly recounts how Robin and Batman vanquished their enemies again, while Bruce chuckles. Damian flops onto his bed, exhausted, but Bruce stops him, asking if he wants to catch a late movie tonight. Damian is surprised, asking if he means a movie with other people. Bruce smiles, asking why not, and dismisses Damian's worry about something happening in Gotham while they are out. Bruce puts on a jacket and tells Damian to grab his coat because he's taking his son to the movies. Damian asks which theater they're going to and if it will be the Monarch. As they leave, Bruce glances back at a chess set on a table. His internal thoughts address Ra's al Ghul, stating he's winning their game because Gotham is safe, and his boy is happy and belongs here. A low-angle view shows Bruce standing confidently, silhouetted against the manor's large windows, ready to enjoy a rare night of normalcy with his son. The chessboard remains in focus, showing the game in progress. Bruce's thoughts emphasize that Damian is exactly where he should be. At 10:11 p.m., the scene shifts to the Iceberg Lounge. The Penguin, holding a glass of champagne, raises a toast to his victory over Tiger Shark. His crew cheers, "Hear, hear," and to Penguin, while Bruce's internal monologue continues, promising to win this game. Penguin grins maliciously, his sharp teeth showing as he suggests they pour one out for Tiger Shark, who should have known better. He laughs, telling Shark to enjoy his time in Blackgate Prison. Penguin turns to a large, muscular man in a fur-collared coat named Polly. He praises Polly for showing what he's made of during the war and declares that Shark's turf is theirs now. He names Polly as his new underboss, and the crew cheers for Polly Pool. Finally, with a dark laugh, Penguin raises his glass one last time to the one who put Shark away, the unsung hero who is always ready to answer an anonymous tip. Batman. The crew joins in the mockery, laughing and cheering for the Dark Knight. At 10:12 p.m., Bruce and Damian arrive at the Monarch Theater, where The Night Witches is playing. Damian mutters that this seems foolish, but Bruce asks what he means. Damian points out Bruce's rapid heart rate and eye movement, noting they are both nervous because anything could happen in there. Bruce reassures him that Penguin's crew is celebrating, and Shark's men are on the run. He tells Damian that tonight they can let their guard down for a moment, because he promised him both a mission and a life. Damian finally agrees, saying, "Let's try." At 10:13 p.m., the exterior of the Iceberg Lounge is shown, its cold, sharp architecture glowing under the streetlights. A large man stands guard at the bottom of the stairs. Cyrus, still wearing his cap and jacket, approaches the entrance. The guard stops him, stating it's a private party tonight and telling him to keep walking. Cyrus calmly tells the guard he's been out of town for a while and asks if Mr. Cobblepot still holds court here. The guard, growing angry, calls him a hillbilly and says he just said the dumbest thing he could have. He pulls a gun and tells Cyrus to get out while he still lets him leave. Cyrus stares back unflinchingly, warning the guard that he doesn't want to point a gun at him. He tells the guard to inform Mr. Cobblepot that there is a man here to see him. The guard's face contorts with rage as he doubles down on his threat, mocking Cyrus one last time and ordering him to leave. Cyrus's eyes are fixed on the guard with a cold, lethal intensity as he repeats his demand to see Cobblepot. The guard begins to say, "I warned you, you dumb country," but is cut off as Cyrus strikes with blinding speed. A sickening crack sounds as Cyrus breaks the guard's neck with a single blow. At the same time, Cyrus draws his own weapon and fires, the gun blast lighting up the night. Inside the club, Penguin and his men are startled by the noise. Penguin demands to know what the hell that was, while his crew looks toward the entrance in confusion. Cyrus stands over the fallen guard who's coughing up blood. The dying man groans that he's gonna kill Cyrus, but Cyrus simply tells him, "Don't." Cyrus raises his pistol and fires a final shot into the guard, a bright flash of white against a stark red background. Cyrus burst into the main room of the Iceberg Lounge, firing his pistol and throwing explosives. Bottles on the bar shatter as Penguin's men scramble and open fire, their gunshots echoing throughout the room. Penguin, ducking for cover, screams that it must be more of Tiger Shark's guys. He orders Polly to get all his boys into the tunnels out the back. The mobsters continue to spray bullets wildly, screaming for the attacker to come out. Cyrus takes cover behind a pillar, his face hidden as he waits for his moment. Cyrus leans out and fires a series of accurate shots, hitting several mobsters. An explosion erupts near the bar, sending flames into the air. With cold efficiency, Cyrus guns down Penguin's crew, blood splattering the walls as more gunshots ring out in the chaos. Cyrus kneels over a fallen mobster amidst the burning remains of the bar. He tells the dying man to rest easy, noting that he isn't angry with them. A narrative box recites a poem about stilling one's breath with steel. Cyrus is shown reaching into his jacket, his hand near two small badges or coins on his lapel. In a contrasting scene, Bruce and Damian are seen sitting in the darkened Monarch Theater, illuminated by the screen. Bruce has a small smile and the poem continues, speaking of resting after a life of toil. Back in the lounge, a mobster spots Cyrus and shouts, "There's one of 'em!" Cyrus remains calm as the poem speaks of cooling his blood in the earth. Cyrus throws a large combat knife with lethal precision, the blade spinning through the air toward its target. The poem continues, hoping his anger might be quelled. Cyrus fires a shotgun with a series of loud chup sounds, the muzzle flash illuminating his grim face. The poem expresses a wish to watch for the Savior's coming. The scenes alternate between the bloody massacre at the lounge and the peaceful faces of Bruce and Damian in the theater. Cyrus's poem concludes, asking to be redeemed by the guns of holy men. A final teaser declares that the quiet man takes Gotham next. Cyrus continues his assault on Penguin's men, his figure surrounded by fire and smoke as he moves toward his final objective, his eyes blessed with silver. The cover for Detective Comics number 1101 shows Batman standing on a small boat in a stormy Gotham harbor, surrounded by bodies floating in red-tinted water as lightning strikes the sky. The cover for Red Hood number 3 features the Red Hood and another masked hero posing heroically in front of two massive angel statues. Harley Quinn number 54's cover shows Harley, Poison Ivy, and another woman making a heart shape with their arms while holding weapons. Catwoman number 79 features Selina Kyle performing a wheelie on a bright red motorcycle as birds fly around her in a dusty yellow-tinted sky. Poison Ivy number 26 shows Pamela Isley standing in a dark, rainy forest with a group of hooded figures behind her, green light emanating from her hand. A variant cover for Batman and Robin number 15 shows Batman and Robin leaping into action together, with the silhouettes of the Penguin and Cyrus looming in the background. Nightwing number 130's cover is a bold red and black design showing Nightwing standing atop a stone gargoyle overlooking a stylized Gotham skyline. The preview for Batgirl number 12 shows Batgirl gliding through a snowy night sky with the bat signal shining brightly behind her, noting it goes on sale in October. In a dimly lit workshop filled with tools and blueprints, an elderly man sits hunched over a workbench. The orange glow of a desk lamp illuminates his concentrated efforts as news reports flash across multiple television screens in the background. The text identifies this as the beginning of a new chapter titled The Quiet Man. The scene shifts to the devastated interior of the Iceberg Lounge at 9:30 in the morning. Police officers and investigators swarm the area, which is bathed in an eerie blue light filtering through the wreckage. Bodies are scattered across the floor near the bar, while the silhouette of a police officer watches over the forensic team. Penguin, dressed in his formal tuxedo and top hat, gestures wildly and screams at Batman and Robin. He demands to know where they were when his club was attacked, claiming he is a tax-paying citizen of Gotham who deserves protection just like the mayor. Batman stands tall and silent in the shadows, his cape draped around him, while Robin crosses his arms with a skeptical expression. Finally, Batman's eyes narrow as he asks Penguin who committed this act of violence. Penguin scoffs and adjusts his bow tie, retorting that he isn't on a first-name basis with every malcontent who wants to kill him. He insists it could have been anyone. In the background, Robin watches him with a smirk, unconvinced by the theatrical denial. Batman's voice growls from off-panel, repeating the word anybody with heavy doubt. Batman kneels beside a victim on the floor, examining the scene with clinical precision. He points out that a lone, unarmed man walked right up to the front door of the headquarters and asked for Penguin specifically. Penguin watches nervously from the side, his monocle reflecting the dim light. Batman continues his reconstruction of the crime, explaining how the killer waited for a guard to turn him away before seizing the guard's own gun. He describes how the assailant then forced his way inside, shooting everyone in his path while the Iceberg Lounge began to burn around him. In a grim close-up, Batman reveals the killer's calling card, silver coins placed over the eyes of the deceased. Batman observes that he doesn't yet know what kind of man performs such a ritual, but he knows exactly who it isn't. He looks directly at the reader, his white lenses sharp as he declares that this was not just anybody. The investigation continues with a montage of witness interviews. A bartender recalls a tall man in a ball cap who looked like he had just come from working outside in the country. A group of teenagers describes the killer's voice as something polite and whispery, the kind you have to lean in to hear. One witness notes that even while he was killing people, he remained eerily calm and good at what he did. Batman prepares to depart, his massive cape billowing behind him like wings. He sternly warns Penguin not to leave town, promising that he will find the killer himself. Penguin watches him go, looking small and frustrated in the middle of the wreckage of his lounge. In a series of small panels, Batman and Robin move through the dark corridors of the building. Batman mutters that he knows Penguin is hiding something and knows who the killer is. He tells the villain that he doesn't need his help, but warns him not to get in the way as they descend into the shadows. As soon as the heroes are out of earshot, one of Penguin's thugs, a man with long hair and a purple jacket, asks if the boss really knows the guy. He remarks that the whole situation is creepy. Penguin looks shaken, his face contorted in a grimace of realization. Penguin turns to his associate, Polly, and instructs him to reach out to Harvey Dent's people immediately. He demands a meeting for that very night. Staring off into the distance, Penguin whispers that if the killer is who he thinks it is, then the situation concerns both of them deeply. The narrator's text continues the thought, noting that the threat concerns both of them. High above the Gotham skyline, Batman and Robin are seen in silhouette, swinging through the night air between towering skyscrapers as the city lights twinkle below. Batman and Robin land on a rooftop balcony with a heavy thud. Robin looks over at his mentor, his face serious, and remarks that they should not have done it. Batman, his jaw set, looks forward into the darkness of the city, ignoring the comment for a moment. The two heroes take off again, gliding through the air. Robin mentions the movie, and Batman dryly responds that it was obviously the movie they were discussing. Below them, a group of street thugs is seen harassing someone in an alleyway, oblivious to the caped crusaders flying overhead. Batman promises that he will give the boy more as they dive toward the trouble below. Batman crashes down into the middle of the gang, his cape flaring out like a giant bat. The thugs are caught completely off guard, falling backward in terror as the Dark Knight lands with a powerful impact in their midst. A montage shows Batman and Robin systematically taking down the gang members. Batman towers over a terrified criminal, grabbing him by the collar. In another panel, Robin kicks a thug across the alley, Batman's voice is a low growl as he commands the criminals to run and never come back to this area. Batman leans over a cowering man, his shadow engulfing the criminal. He repeats his command for them to leave, his presence alone enough to shatter their resolve. The criminal looks up with wide, fearful eyes while Batman's gloved hand reaches for him. As the criminals flee into the night, Robin reflects on Batman's previous words about choosing both the mission and family. He admits that they let their guard down, and he isn't sure if they can actually balance both lives. Batman looks at his protege as they prepare to head to their next location, Sacred Heart. The scene shifts to a dingy room where the quiet man sits on the edge of a bed at nearly 10 in the morning. He is cleaning a revolver with a focused, almost meditative expression. A crucifix hangs from the wall, and the room is cluttered with maps and bottles. He muses that Gotham hasn't changed at all, with its trash-filled streets and lack of birdsong. A close-up reveals a handwritten note on a crumpled piece of paper lying on the floor next to several silver dollars. The note reads, "He's out. Penguin and Two-Face nowhere. Don't let 'em get away with it." The quiet man's internal monologue expresses a deep sense of loss, stating that he misses the person he is looking for and the time they never had together. Later that night in the Batcave, Bruce Wayne, now out of his cowl, uses a high-powered microscope to analyze one of the silver dollars. Damian is training in the background, fighting against holographic ninjas. Bruce notes that there are particles of mold and wood on the coin, suggesting it was buried in a box for a long time. Damian performs a perfect backflip, his movements fast and precise. Damian continues his intense training, slicing through a holographic opponent with a practice sword. Bruce observes that the coin also has paint residue consistent with human decomposition. He identifies the coin as an 1898 U.S. silver dollar, specifically a rare Justice dollar minted in New Orleans. Damian stops his training to ask why that specific mint matters. Bruce explains that a shipment of these specific coins was stolen during a train robbery in the Blue Ridge Mountains in 1898 and was never recovered. He notes that a single coin is worth nearly $80,000. Damian looks at a holographic representation of the coin and then back at his father, remarking that the killer's victim was acting suspicious. Batman and Robin stand by the Batmobile discussing the killer's motives. Batman wonders why someone would leave a small fortune in silver on the eyes of 5 strangers. He mentions that he left a microphone at the Iceberg Lounge and knows that Penguin and Two-Face are meeting tonight at an old hideout. He tells Robin to stake out the Asher estate while he takes the old courthouse. Batman climbs into the cockpit of the Batmobile, the orange glow of the dashboard reflecting on his face. Robin asks if he thinks the killer will strike again so soon. Batman admits it's unlikely, but reminds the boy that they cannot afford to let their guard down again like they did the previous night. At 9:15 at the Asher estate, the atmosphere is gothic and desolate, with large stone statues of grinning heads and ruined structures under a full moon. Robin is perched on a high vantage point, looking through binoculars. He reports to Batman that there has been no movement at the site yet. Robin's surveillance is interrupted by a group of local kids known as the Gotham Irregulars. They are standing behind a chain-link fence watching him. Damian asks what they are doing there, and one of the boys simply replies that they were looking for him. A young boy with short black hair and a red sweater approaches Robin, holding out a wrapped taco. He asks the boy wonder if he is hungry, offering a bit of local hospitality in the middle of a dangerous mission. Meanwhile, near the main mansion, Two-Face's guards are on high alert. 4 men in suits split down the middle with contrasting colors stand in a line, aiming their assault rifles into the darkness. Their leader shouts for an approaching car to turn off its headlights and for the occupants to keep their hands where they can be seen. Penguin steps out of a car, looking annoyed as he tells the guards to grow up and take him to their boss. He is accompanied by his own armed men. One of the guards welcomes Penguin to the Asher place, keeping his rifle steady despite the villain's complaints. The guards lead Penguin and his crew deeper into the estate. One of the men explains that Penguin probably never met Old Man Asher, a millionaire collector who filled his estate with Gotham artifacts and architecture, giving the place its strange junkyard appearance. Two-Face finally appears, his scarred visage bathed in dramatic shadows. He holds a silver dollar between his fingers, flipping it as he talks about the estate. He admits it looks like a scrapyard to some, but he respects the sense of duality in the collection of ruins. He looks at Penguin with a cold, calculating eye. Back at the fence, Robin is sitting on top of the chain link, eating the taco offered by the kids. He sniffs the food and asks if they stole it. The boy who gave it to him grins and says that it's great, claiming Mojo's makes the best food in the city. Damien admits the food is much better than the protein and electrolyte gelatin he usually eats at the manor. One of the other kids asks him what he's doing here anyway. A third boy chimes in, saying that Robin is looking for the Quiet Man. Robin repeats the name with curiosity. The boy explains that the Quiet Man is what Penguin's crew is calling the guy who hit the Iceberg Lounge. He notes that the killer doesn't say much and has a very whispery voice when he does speak. The boy wonder looks at the children and tells them that Batman is right about them seeing a lot of the city. The boy with the taco suggests that Robin would find the killer much easier if the Gotham Irregulars were helping him look. The boy gives Robin a playful look and reminds him that he promised to show them some ninja stuff. Damien looks back at them, a small smile playing on his lips as he considers the request. Returning to the villains, Penguin is complaining to Two-Face about the efficiency of the hit. He notes that the attacker killed 5 of his men without even bringing his own gun. Harvey Dent, unbothered, remarks that he should see if the man is looking for work. They walk through the ruins, surrounded by their own private armies. Penguin turns to Two-Face with a grim expression, reminding him that the killer left antique silver dollars in the eyes of the dead. He asks Harvey if that sounds familiar, clearly suspecting a connection to their past crimes. Two-Face mentions the Falcone heist, but notes that was a long time ago. Penguin retorts that he looked into it and discovered that he was released only 2 days ago. He stares at Harvey, insisting that the man is here in Gotham right now. Suddenly, a voice rings out from the shadows, agreeing with Penguin's assessment. The guards immediately turn their flashlights toward the source. The Quiet Man stands at the edge of the light, his face hidden under his cap. The guards scream for him to get down and put his hands on his head. The Quiet Man ignores the guns pointed at him, walking slowly forward through the mist. He tells Penguin and Two-Face that they both know they wronged him, but he isn't here for them specifically. He demands they tell him where he is, and he will leave. Penguin and Two-Face watch him with a mix of fear and curiosity. The scene shifts back to Robin, who is entertaining the kids by showing off his martial arts. One of the girls leaps into the air with a H-E-I kick, knocking another boy back. She laughs, saying they are practically Robins already. Damien instructs them to widen their stance and relax their bodies to improve their technique. The kids continue to spar and play around, enjoying the training session. One of the boys laughs as he takes a playful kick to the stomach, shouting, "Ow!" while he giggles. One of the boys asks Damien how he learned all this stuff, and if Batman was the one who taught him. Robin starts to answer that it wasn't exactly Batman, but he is suddenly cut off by a sound in the distance. Robin's expression turns deadly serious as he looks through the fence. He sees the confrontation between the Quiet Man and the 2 villainous crews happening across the estate grounds. He whispers, "Oh no, he's here," as he realizes the situation is about to explode. Robin immediately leaps over the fence, his cape flaring out. He taps his comms unit and alerts Batman that the killer has arrived at the Asher estate. He estimates the killer is about 40 seconds out from the west-southwest as he races toward the scene. The confrontation at the mansion reaches a breaking point. Penguin and Two-Face taunt the Quiet Man, telling him that his boys at the back gate are already dead. They laugh at him, asking why he thinks he can walk out of here when he is surrounded by a dozen armed men. The Quiet Man stares them down, unblinking. Suddenly, he pulls the trigger on his gun, and a loud blam echoes through the air as he shoots a nearby clock, signaling the start of the chaos. A massive explosion engulfs the area with a ba-hoob, sending bodies and a car wheel flying into the air. The bright orange fireball illuminates the night, throwing the statues and ruins into sharp relief as the villain's men are scattered by the blast. Two-Face and Penguin immediately react, pointing their own weapons into the smoke and screaming for their men to kill the intruder. Penguin fires his machine gun umbrella wildly, while Two-Face aims his pistol with a look of pure rage on his scarred face. The quiet man moves through the smoke with lethal speed, his gun flashing as he takes down Two-Face's guards. His internal monologue reveals a religious fervor, stating that if he dies today, it will be in penance for his sins. He continues his assault, aiming his weapon at another guard. He believes his actions will be redeemed by the guns of holy men. Penguin is seen scurrying away in the background, trying to find cover from the lethal accuracy of the gunman. Batman suddenly drops from the sky with a loud "Joe Pew out," kicking a gun out of the quiet man's hand. Robin swings in from the side, supporting his mentor. The killer is knocked back by the force of Batman's entrance, his cap flying off his head. Robin lands gracefully and spins his staff, warning the killer not to pick up the gun. The quiet man looks at the boy and says he isn't in the habit of shooting at children. Robin quips that it will make his job even easier as he prepares to attack. A collage of panels shows the chaotic three-way fight. Robin delivers a powerful kick to the killer's face while Batman tackles several guards. The quiet man shouts that Batman should be ashamed for bringing a boy into a man's quarrel. Batman growls back that he didn't ask for the judgment of a murderer. The killer insists that he is only there because Batman set loose the lunatic who killed his son. Batman and Robin corner the quiet man against a ruined wall. The killer's face is bruised and bloody, but his resolve is unbroken. He glares at the heroes, his eyes filled with a desperate kind of justice. The quiet man pulls a knife and declares that he will only walk away when the target is dead. Batman analyzes the situation, remembering where he has seen this man before. He recalls a cold case from years ago involving a murder they could never make stick. He realizes the silver dollars are a link between Penguin, Two-Face, and this mysterious soldier. The scene transitions to a different location, a cozy woodshop where several people are working on models and furniture. The text indicates that the killer is after the ventriloquist. A woman with a tattooed arm compliments a man named Arnie on his craftsmanship, asking what his current project is going to be. Arnie, an older man with thick glasses and a friendly face, smiles as he works. He tells her that he doesn't know what it will be yet. He explains that he just asks the wood what it wants to be, and the wood tells him. He is shown holding a wooden head that bears a striking resemblance to the puppet Scarface. A caption at the bottom of the page teases the next issue, World's Finest. An advertisement page features a dramatic image of Batman battling another figure in a Batman suit amidst a backdrop of flames. The text announces a new series called Night Fight, promising a battle for Gotham City starting in November. The story returns to the Asher estate at 9:22. The quiet man and Batman are locked in a fierce grapple. The killer insists that he isn't here for Batman, his face strained as he tries to push the Dark Knight away. The fight is shown from multiple angles. In one panel, Two-Face is seen screaming with rage as his men fire into the ruins. In another, Robin is fighting off Penguin's thugs. Batman demands that the killer give up the ventriloquist. The killer warns that Batman won't see him again after tonight as he manages to break free. The battle continues with Batman and the quiet man trading heavy blows. The killer tells Batman not to lie to him, insisting he is entitled to a father's justice. He manages to throw Batman into a stone pillar with a loud "F-wump." Robin is seen in the foreground, dealing with another wave of guards while shouting for Batman. The scene explodes into more gunfire as Two-Face's men fire blindly into the smoke. Batman is seen taking cover behind a crumbling wall while bullets strike the stone all around him. Robin quips about using Riddler's old typewriter as he moves through the chaos. Below, the kids from earlier watch the battle from the safety of the fence, amazed by the spectacle. A massive stone head statue falls from a height with a loud wham, nearly crushing some of the combatants. Two-Face and Penguin are seen arguing and shooting into the wreckage, wondering why they even came to this place. The quiet man disappears into the dust and debris while Batman and Robin try to find their bearings. Robin performs a mid-air maneuver through the falling debris as more explosions rock the estate. Two-Face screams for his men to kill everyone. In the final panel of the page, the Quiet Man is seen taking a final shot before disappearing into the shadows of the ruins. Batman kneels in the wreckage, his suit torn and covered in dust. He calls out for Robin, making sure the boy is unhurt. Damian pushes some debris off himself, insisting that he doesn't need help. Nearby, a guard is being arrested. Batman looks exhausted as he tries to process the killer's escape and his mention of the ventriloquist. Two-Face and Penguin make their escape in a black SUV, their men firing cover shots as they speed away. Batman tries to follow but is held back by the collapsing structure. The Quiet Man's voice is heard one last time, warning Batman that a boy shouldn't be involved in foolishness like this, and that Bruce should let his old man dig his own grave. At nearly 9:30 at night, the scene returns to Arnold Wesker's woodshop. He is meticulously assembling a dollhouse while Simone Blair watches him. She tells him that his joints are always so clean and that hers never turn out that well. A buzzing sound interrupts their conversation. Simone looks at her phone and apologizes to Arnie, saying it's her mom calling and she should take it. She walks away, leaving Arnold alone with his work. Simone answers the phone, but the person on the other end is Batman. He tells her that someone knows Wesker is free and that he will be coming for him. Simone looks concerned, her expression tightening as she listens to the warning. Arnold continues working in the background, unaware of the danger. Batman is seen on a rooftop, holding his finger to his ear as he talks to Simone. He tells her to be ready to move Wesker and promises to stay in touch. His suit is visibly damaged from the previous fight. Batman and Robin are seen swinging through the city again, the clock showing nearly 9:30. Damian asks why the Quiet Man would take the time to free him during his trial. Bruce explains that he remembers a cold case involving a mob shootout near the docks, where 5 Falcone soldiers were killed, and a badly wounded army vet was found at the scene for no apparent reason. A flashback shows the violent warehouse shootout with the ventriloquist puppet Scarface firing a machine gun. Bruce explains that the crime families all played dumb, and the army vet hardly spoke except to accuse the ventriloquist of killing his boy. He then details how Arnold Wesker was recently released from Arkham after Dr. Chase Meridian declared him cured, and he is now under the supervision of a private investigator named Simone Blair. Inside the Batcave at nearly 10 o'clock, Bruce tells Damian to get dressed and come upstairs. Damian is reluctant, noting that they have weighted cardio drills in 7 minutes. Bruce insists there is a more important task, revealing they are leading a fundraising initiative for Sacred Heart Hospital. Damian complains about having to wear ridiculous clothing for parties. Bruce just walks toward the stairs, telling the boy that they are expected to lead the media interviews. Damian looks annoyed but follows his father. In the manor hallway, Bruce tells Damian that they are trying to spend more time together. He mentions that their marketing director, Marla, asked which media platforms they should reach out to, and Bruce says the Daily Planet came to mind. Bruce opens a door to find Clark Kent and John Kent waiting for them. Clark is sitting in a large armchair wearing his glasses and a brown suit, while John stands behind him in a blue hoodie, grinning. Clark asks if they missed him. John immediately rushes forward and gives Damian a huge hug, nearly lifting him off the ground. He exclaims how awesome it is to see him and asks if Damian is getting taller. Damian, caught off guard, tells John not to patronize him, though John playfully insists he isn't. Bruce smiles as he watches the boys, then turns to Clark. Clark thanks Bruce for the invitation, saying he was surprised to receive it. Bruce admits that Damian misses John and mentions there is something else he wants to discuss after the fundraiser. John looks at Damian and asks if he is hungry. Damian simply says no. John isn't convinced and asks if he's sure he couldn't go for some mojos or something. Damian realizes John has been spying on him again and says he hates it when he does that. John shrugs and says he just thought they might hang out with Damian's new friends. Damian finally relents with a smirk, asking John if he is wearing his uniform under his hoodie. John smiles and says, naturally. The scene shifts to the exterior of the Iceberg Lounge under heavy rain. Construction cranes and scaffolding surround the building as it is being rebuilt after the fire. A red text box says, "Let's go get some burritos." Inside, the silhouettes of Penguin and Two-Face are seen against a window as lightning flashes. Penguin argues that they should just give the quiet man the ventriloquist, since they don't care about the old man. Two-Face retorts that it makes them look weak and they should lure the killer in and put him in the ground instead. Penguin admits that the quiet man is better than most, noting that every guard who shoots at him ends up dead. Two-Face reminds him that they don't have access to Wesker anyway since he's locked up in Arkham. Suddenly, a henchman interrupts them to deliver a letter for Mr. Cobblepot. Penguin is shocked to receive a letter on actual paper. The henchman tells him he's going to want to see it because it's addressed specifically to the boss. The letter has the words "Merry Christmas" and an address in Burnside written on it. At Robinson Park just before 11 at night, John Kent, dressed in his Superboy outfit, comes flying in carrying bags of food. The Gotham Irregulars are there, cheering as he arrives. He announces that Mojo's was still open, and he just made it. One of the boys asks how John's powers work and what's holding him up. John explains it's his biokinetic aura, comparing it to solar electricity. One of the other kids laughs and says that sounds made up, but John insists it isn't. The kids sit in a circle on the ground, eating burritos with John and Damian. One of the boys asks who would win in a fight between the two of them. John smiles and says they are friends, so they'd never fight. Damian, however, mutters "me" under his breath. The kids laugh and shout for them to fight, while Damian tells them John is just kidding. One of the kids shouts that Mojo's food is the absolute best as they all enjoy their meal together. John takes a big bite of his burrito and looks at Damian, asking maybe about who would win. Damian, mouth half full, tells the other kids that John is just meshing around. The conversation turns more serious as the kids ask John and Damian if Batman has contingencies for everyone, including them. John admits that they do. One of the boys asks where the kids live, and a girl explains they live everywhere in the city. She mentions an empty train tunnel where they usually sleep and says other street folk know Batman looks out for them. Damian asks if they would ever want a real home someday. The girl responds that they had homes once, but are better off now because nobody uses them for a rent check or shakes them down. She declares that they are home right where they are. She then playfully asks John if he's going to finish his food or what. Back at Pennyworth Manor, Bruce and Clark are looking at a chessboard. Bruce mentions he has kept Ra's al Ghul's board set up because the game felt unfinished. He admits that sometimes it feels like they are still playing even after his death. Bruce confesses that when a new threat emerges, he gets paranoid, imagining Ra's is still pulling strings. Clark listens patiently. Bruce then pivots to the real reason he called Clark there. He worries about being a father. He says he owes Damian a life as a son with a home and friends, not just as a partner in his mission. He admits he doesn't know how to do it now that Alfred is gone. In a close-up, Bruce's face is filled with doubt as he asks Clark how he manages to be such a good father. Clark watches him with a warm, supportive expression while Bruce looks down, struggling with his own perceived failures. The two heroes walk out onto a balcony overlooking the city. Clark tells Bruce that the answer for Damian would be very different than it is for John. He describes Damian as having the sharpest edge and the thickest hide, always trying to prove how capable he is. But Clark notes that when no one is watching, Damian is the one who takes it the hardest when they fail. He asks Bruce if he was that way once. Bruce says he doesn't remember, but Alfred would have. Clark then asks Bruce if he wants to look in on the boys with him. In a wide shot over the city, the kids and John are seen leaping through the air, shouting "woohoo" and "yah" as they play and use John's powers to glide. The narration mentions missing seeing them together. John catches two of the kids in midair, saving them from a fall. They grunt as he grabs them, while John shouts, "Hoof!" from the effort of the sudden maneuver. Back on the ground, the group is laughing and sparring again. One boy shouts, "Me next," as he prepares to jump. Another kid laughs that someone named Riz is going to puke, but Riz insists he is not. John floats just above them, watching the fun. Damian stands off to the side with Clark, who is now in his Superman suit. Damian tells him that meeting Superman makes the kids feel special. Superman looks down at the boy and corrects him, saying they feel like rock stars because they are friends with Robin. John and Damian are shown walking together, silhouettes against the bright city lights. John says the night was super fun, but tells Damian he doesn't need a superhero to make his friends feel important because having Robin as a friend is cooler than anything else. Batman and Superman stand on top of a stone gargoyle, watching the kids play in the distance. Superman remarks that they are such beautiful kids. Batman simply agrees as they both watch the next generation grow. Superman places a hand on Batman's shoulder, telling him that none of them really know what they are doing as parents. They just take what they are given and try to pass on the best parts of themselves. He insists that Damian is an extraordinary kid who has been through a lot, and Batman is the best person to help him help others. In a smaller panel, Damian is seen fist-bumping one of the boys from the Gotham Irregulars. Superman's narration continues, stating that no one in the world would be a better father to Damian than Bruce is. Superman looks Batman in the eyes and adds, "Not even Alfred." Batman stands silent, taking in the weight of his friend's words as they continue to watch over the children. Back at the wood shop at 11:05, Simone is preparing to leave. She tells Arnold that she will be real close and to text her if anything comes up. She reminds him that his phone and notepad are in his backpack. She says goodbye, promising to see him in the morning. As she leaves, the doorbell chimes. Simone turns back and tells the newcomers that the shop is closed. However, she is met by Penguin, who stands in the doorway with Two-Face and his men. Penguin sneers, "Praise be, it's a miracle." Penguin gestures toward Arnold and introduces his henchmen, Polly and Jimmy, to the one and only ventriloquist. He adds that Arnold used to be one of the all-time greats alongside his pal Scarface. Arnold looks confused and frightened by the sudden intrusion of the infamous criminals. Simone steps between the villains and Arnold, her hand outstretched. She tells them they have her friend confused with someone else and firmly repeats that they are closed. Two-Face looks over her shoulder at Arnold with a menacing grin, remarking that the old man doesn't even know who they are anymore. Penguin points his umbrella at a bag on the counter and asks Arnold if he's going somewhere. Two-Face answers for him, noting that Arnold doesn't seem as chatty as he used to be. Arnold sits at his workbench, looking small and vulnerable between the two powerful mob bosses. In a terrifying final shot, Two-Face presses the barrel of a handgun against Arnold's head. Arnold's eye is visible through his thick glasses, wide with terror. Two-Face growls that Arnold isn't going anywhere. The text at the bottom reads, "Next, death of a woodworker." In the Upper West Side of Gotham City, at exactly 10:46 p.m., a group of street-level thugs huddles under the glow of a street lamp. One man informs the others that Penguin requires 3 guys for a Sacred Heart fundraiser this coming Friday. Another henchman, confused, asks if he really meant a fundraiser. But his companion clarifies that since the event is on Penguin's turf, the boss is making sure everyone knows who is in charge before suddenly telling the group to hold up. The leader of the group, a bald man with a thick beard and a heavy feathered collar, tenses up. Behind him, one of his associates whispers that their target has arrived. Looking focused and grim, the bald leader gives the command for them to move out. The 4 men walk with purpose across the sidewalk, heading toward the stone steps of a grand brownstone building as the city lights reflect off the wet pavement. From the shadows of a nearby structure, a man wearing a baseball cap and a dark jacket watches the group intently. He remains hidden, observing their every move as they approach the building. We get a close-up of the man in the cap, whose eyes are narrowed with a cold, singular focus. His face is weathered, and he looks like a man who has traveled a long, hard road to get to this specific moment. Inside the lavish mansion, the man in the cap moves through a hallway that opens up into a bizarre, high-end display. To his right, behind a massive glass pane, is a simulated Arctic environment filled with live penguins standing on ice shelves. The intruder continues deeper into the building, walking through a corridor lined with vibrant saltwater aquariums. The blue light from the fish tanks illuminates his silhouette as he grips a small object in his hand. He reaches the base of a grand, curving wooden staircase. The house is silent and eerie, decorated with expensive art that seems to mock his presence. As he steps through a doorway, the man draws his handgun, keeping it leveled and ready. Suddenly, a voice rings out from the darkness, mockingly noting that the man certainly knows how to hold a grudge. The man enters a massive library where a television screen on the desk flickers to life, showing a live feed of the Penguin. Oswald Cobblepot sneers, telling the man that he has made himself a proper hassle. Penguin adds that he would have offered the man a job if he hadn't already killed so many of his employees. The man in the cap demands to know what is going on, but Penguin simply replies that this is him finally getting what he wants. The villain on the screen asks if the man is looking for the ventriloquist. Penguin admits defeat, calling the intruder Mr. Mountain Man, and telling him that he wins. On the desk sits a handwritten note that provides the address, Merry Christmas, 2538 Folsom Street, Burnside. Penguin's distorted face fills the screen as he gives the final instruction to go get his target. A black text box appears with an ominous internal thought, "If I die today." High above Gotham at 10:58 p.m., Batman perches on a stone gargoyle overlooking the Gothic architecture of the city. He continues the dark prayer in his mind, wishing that if he dies, it be in penance for his sins, redeemed by the guns of holy men. Looking out over the glowing skyline, Batman repeats the phrase, "the guns of holy men," aloud. From a distance, Robin's voice comes over the comms, asking what that means and why Batman keeps repeating those specific words. Batman explains to Robin that Cyrus Mercer spoke those words at the Asher estate. Robin is seen on the ground, investigating a set of glowing blue footprints in a dark alley. Batman continues his lecture, explaining that there is an obscure offshoot of the Greek Orthodox Church called the Riverborn, who believe that letting a trespass go unavenged is a mortal sin. As Two-Face and his armed thugs emerge from a building into the night, Batman's voiceover explains that the Greek Orthodox used to place coins in the eyes of the dead. He notes that the Riverborn Church was located in the Blue Ridge Mountains, right near the site where a massive shipment of silver was stolen years ago. Batman glides silently through the air, his cape spread wide like a bat's wings against the full moon. He informs Robin that he has a visual on Two-Face and will check in once he has made contact. Robin briefly acknowledges the command. Robin stands in a narrow alleyway, noticing a group of figures approaching. He muses that the irregulars are never far away, and one of the teens replies that it is their town too. A group of 5 teenagers meets Robin in the alley. One girl mentions that they thought he could use some help, but Robin dismisses them, asserting that Batman and Robin do not require assistance. A young man in a vest counters, saying they were there last night and saw Robin struggle against the Quiet Man. The leader of the teens, a dark-haired boy with blue eyes, explains that they followed the Quiet Man home. He stares Robin down and asks if the hero wants to see exactly where the villain disappears to at night. Two-Face stands outside with 2 submachine gun-wielding guards, speaking into a cell phone while flipping his signature coin. He tells the person on the other end that this is their man's last chance to survive until tomorrow. He demands the guns as ordered, but insists he wants them for half the price. Batman glides down from above, a silent predator behind the oblivious guards. Two-Face continues his hard-nosed negotiation, stating that the original offer expired after the last failed meeting, and that these are the new terms. Batman strikes from the shadows, kicking one thug aside. Two-Face, still focused on his call, warns the man on the phone that if he wants to leave things to chance, he'll have to live with the consequences. He boasts that he has eyes on every bridge and even his mother's apartment in Bruhaven. The Dark Knight continues his assault, taking out the second guard with clinical precision. Two-Face tells the caller that his demands are all he asks and that he is sure the man will make the right call once he realizes the situation. Two-Face cracks a sinister smile into the phone, saying it was a pleasure doing business. However, his expression suddenly shifts to one of shock and alarm as he notices a blue blur moving toward him. Two-Face is suddenly yanked backward off the rooftop by a grappling line. He screams in terror as he plummets through the air, his phone flying from his hand and the city lights blurring behind him. A grappling hook is wrapped securely around Two-Face's ankle. Batman's voice rings out over the rushing wind, sternly informing the villain that he tried to kill Robin the previous night. Two-Face continues to dangle helplessly, his head pointing toward the ground. Batman tells him that he should be very grateful, while Two-Face lets out a pained grunt as the line snaps taut. We see a terrifyingly close view of Batman's face, his eyes glowing white through his cowl. He finishes his thought with icy resolve, telling Harvey that he should be very grateful he failed to kill the boy. It is now 11:04 p.m., and Robin is following the irregulars to a massive, derelict underground tunnel. Robin asks if the Quiet Man really came this way. One of the teens explains that it's a shortcut because the police on the surface can be mean, making the underground route easier. Another boy adds that Robin's boss, Batman, was the one who showed them this tunnel. As they walk, the conversation continues through the dark pipes. Robin is surprised that Batman showed the teens the tunnel. One of the irregulars explains that Batman shows them tons of things in Gotham, and occasionally they even show the Dark Knight places he has never seen before. A girl in a hat laughs, saying she loves it when that happens. Robin looks skeptical, as a teen explains that Batman usually shows them these paths because he's too large to fit through some of the tighter spaces himself. Another boy chuckles and agrees. Reaching their destination, Robin delivers a powerful kick to a wooden door, splintering the frame as he bursts inside with a loud crash. He thinks to himself that he is not just an apprentice, but Batman's partner. Robin enters a dim, poorly lit room. It's a small bedroom with a single unmade bed, a dresser with a fan, and a few simple pictures on the walls. The atmosphere is cold and minimalist. The irregulars pile into the room behind Robin. One boy asks if this is really it, looking unimpressed. A girl mentions she figured there would be more weapons or dead bodies. Robin ignores them, staring at a simple wooden cross hanging on the wall. One of the teens looks at a stack of papers on a desk and asks if they are death threats. Another asks if they are recipes for bombs. Robin looks down at the stack and softly corrects them, stating that they are actually letters. Robin picks up one of the handwritten pages and holds it in his gloved hands. He looks at the handwriting and realizes they are letters written to a son. Back at the rooftop, Batman has Two-Face dangled upside down by a cable. Batman growls that Penguin tried to play games with him and his patience has officially run out. He demands to know everything Harvey knows about the Quiet Man. Two-Face, defiant even while dangling, tells Batman to save the tough act for the petty criminals. Two-Face pulls a hidden handgun and fires several shots wildly into the air around Batman. He screams at the Dark Knight, asking if Batman actually thinks he's capable of being scared. Batman holds the line back up, and Two-Face screams as he is yanked violently toward the roof's edge, his gun falling away into the darkness. Batman slams Two-Face onto the hard roof with a powerful impact, causing the villain to groan in pain. Batman stands over him, stating that Cyrus Mercer took the blame for a warehouse shooting years ago that implicated both Two-Face and Penguin. He demands the truth. Two-Face coughs and wheezes, dismissing Mercer as just a driver and a nobody from the mountains. A red-tinted flashback begins as Two-Face narrates. He recalls that one of Falcone's men knew Mercer from the army and claimed he used to be a real badass. Mercer approached his contact, claiming he had a fortune in silver worth $50 million that he was willing to sell for pennies on the dollar. In the flashback, Two-Face and Penguin stand in a warehouse with several black SUVs. Two-Face explains that while Falcone agreed to the deal, he and Penguin had spies in Falcone's crew. They decided to team up to hit the handoff together and take both the money and the silver for themselves to avoid a messy three-way war. The plan went sideways when the ventriloquist's puppet, Scarface, caught wind of the deal. Two-Face describes hearing gunfire from outside, and by the time they entered the warehouse, Mercer had been shot, 5 mobsters were dead, and the silver was nowhere to be found. Batman's voice interrupts the story, asking what he means by gone. The flashback shows a red truck speeding away through a fence while thugs fire guns in the background. Two-Face explains that when the shooting started, a man named Brazzi, one of Falcone's guys, escaped in Mercer's truck with all the silver in the back. A car full of Scarface's men immediately gave chase. Present day returns as Two-Face continues his story. He tells Batman that Scarface's car crashed into a wall on the Trigate Bridge, leaving everyone inside dead. Mercer's truck never arrived at Falcone's or anywhere else. It just vanished. He admits he never thought Brazzi was a traitor, but neither the man nor the silver was ever seen again. In the hideout, Robin continues reading the files. He notes that Mercer ended up taking the fall for the entire heist. One of the teens asks if the quiet man actually had a kid, and Robin solemnly replies that he doesn't anymore. One of the irregulars asks if the man is doing all of this for revenge or for his family. He admits that it would be kind of cool if that were the case. Robin looks at a child's drawing left in the room, showing a happy family holding hands. A teen remarks that he figured the guy was just trying to make a name for himself in the criminal world, but seeking revenge for someone you love is a completely different motivation. Another teen asks Robin why Batman does what he does, and how he even started. Robin pauses, looking at the letters in his hand, and starts to answer by saying that Batman, a close-up of Robin's hand shows him clutching the stack of papers. He finishes his thought, realizing that Batman's origins and motivations aren't all that different from the man they are hunting. Batman remains skeptical, asking Two-Face if it's true that a truck with 50 million in silver vanished, and no one ever saw Brodsey again. Two-Face confirms that he never heard another word about it, though he knows for a fact that Falcone spent a long time looking. Robin's voice crackles over Batman's comms, but Batman tells him, "Not now." Robin persists, saying it's critical because he found the quiet man's hideout. He describes finding letters and notes written in a clumsy hand, as if someone was writing with the wrong hand. He reads one note aloud that says Two-Face and Penguin know where he is, and warns not to let them get away with it. Batman looks at the address on the note he found earlier, 2T538 Folsom Street, Burnside. Two-Face looks confused, but Batman suddenly screams for Robin to get to that address immediately. Robin, startled, asks what is so important about it. Batman's voice thunders over the radio, identifying the location as Arnold Wesker's address. Inside a dimly lit workshop, Blair and the elderly Arnold Wesker are tied back to back in chairs. Blair asks Arnie if he can manage to stand up even a little bit, but Arnie weakly replies that he can't do it. The two captives struggle against their bonds. Blair tells Arnie to try to reach something, suggesting that if they can just get their chairs off the floor, they might have a chance. The room is glowing with a strange orange light. We see a close-up of the wooden chair legs snapping under the pressure as Blair pushes herself upward. The wood splinters loudly as the chair begins to break apart. Blair encourages Arnie to try standing again, hoping they could break the rest of the chair. Suddenly, she looks toward the window and her face pales. She whispers, "Oh no," as she sees a figure approaching from outside. The quiet man, Cyrus Mercer, walks down the center of the street toward Wesker's shop. A caption reflects Blair's internal panic, telling Arnie they have to move. Mercer thinks to himself that he has finally found him. Mercer is seen in a close-up, his eyes hard and unrelenting. He thinks that he is almost home now, his target finally within reach. Inside, Blair is frantic, pleading with Arnie to hurry and get up because they need to find a place to hide. Arnie looks terrified and helpless as Blair grips his arm. Mercer stares through the glass of the front door, his reflection dark against the light from inside. A mental caption reads, "Still my breath with steel." His gloved hand reaches for the door handle, gripping it tightly. A final mental caption says, "Cool my blood with earth," as the metal handle turns with a loud click. Mercer steps into the workshop, his silhouette framed by the door. He tells them to come out. He reflects that he has already spent too much silver on men looking for Wesker. He says there is just one more left now, and after that they can both finally rest. He drops a grenade, which bounces loudly across the floor. Arnold Wesker and Blair huddle together in a corner as a bright, blinding light floods into the room from the doorway. They look utterly trapped and terrified. We see a tight close-up of Wesker's glasses, the frames reflecting the intense light of the approaching explosion and his own wide, fearful eyes. Mercer stands in the doorway, aiming his handgun through the gap. The door creaks as he pushes it further open, his form cast in deep shadow against the bright background. Another close-up of Wesker shows him looking up in pure shock, his mouth slightly agape as he stares at the intruder. The man in the cap, Mercer, looks down at something out of frame. His expression shifts from grim determination to mild surprise, and he utters a simple, "Huh." The Batmobile screams through the streets of Gotham, its headlights cutting through the night. Batman's voice comes over the comms, reporting that he is 18 seconds away from the location. Robin is even closer, leaning forward on his high-tech motorcycle as he blasts down the road. He tells Batman he's only 10 seconds out and he can see the building. He notes that the lights are off and the front door appears to be open. Suddenly, Robin spots someone standing in the middle of the street near a parked SUV. He starts to say there's someone there, but then his eyes widen and he screams, "RPG!" A thug standing in the street fires a rocket-propelled grenade. A massive plume of smoke and fire erupts from the back of the launcher as the projectile streaks toward the building. The rocket flies past Robin, who swerves his motorcycle as the thug is knocked backward by the force of the launch. The air is filled with the roar of the engine and the whistle of the missile. The rocket hits Wesker's workshop with a catastrophic impact, and the entire building vanishes in a massive orange fireball. Batman screams no from his car as the Batmobile skids toward the inferno. Batman leaps out of the moving vehicle while it's still sliding, his silhouette dark against the flames as he dives into the burning wreckage. Inside the burning ruins, Batman reports that the Quiet Man is down and the entire building is collapsing. Robin responds that he is moving. In the background, Mercer's body lies motionless on the floor amidst the debris. Robin enters the flames, telling Batman he has found someone and urging the Dark Knight to find the others. Batman is seen lifting a massive heavy wooden beam off the Quiet Man. He calls out for Blair and Wesker, asking if they can hear him. Robin kicks through a burning wall with a loud crash, calling Blair's name and asking where she is. He is shown carrying a limp figure on his back, struggling through the smoke and fire. Robin emerges from the burning building carrying Arnold Wesker over his shoulders. A black caption narrates that either way, they win. Robin shouts to Batman that Mercer is still outside and remains completely unresponsive. Batman is still inside the crumbling, flaming structure. He kicks through another door, calling for Wesker and Blair once more. He asks if they can hear him and wonders aloud if they are hurt. Batman stops in his tracks as he enters a room that hasn't been touched by the fire yet. He stares in silence for a moment before stating into his comms that he has found a body. We see the gruesome discovery. A woman's body is lying on the floor, her face and torso wrapped tightly in layers of filthy bandages and tape. Batman identifies her as Blair. He notes with grim realization that she didn't die in this explosion. She's been dead for at least a week. Outside, Robin stands over the unconscious Mercer. He is stunned by Batman's report, saying that's impossible because he spoke to Blair less than an hour ago. He realizes with horror that if Blair has been dead this whole time, then things are much worse than they thought. The flashback shifts to Arnie and Blair running through the dark streets. Robin's voiceover asks Arnie who he has actually been talking to. In the memory, Blair is running ahead, telling Arnie to hurry up and keep up. Arnie, out of breath, asks where they are going. Arnie notices Blair looks injured and tells her she's hurt. Blair, her face covered in blood, turns to him with a calm, eerie smile. She tells him that they did it and that they are both fine now, insisting that everything is okay. Blair's expression turns truly monstrous, her eyes wide and her smile widening into a jagged, unnatural grin. She tells Arnie that she has a big surprise waiting for him. In another part of town, a man sits on his porch steps, talking on his cell phone. He says everything is going to be fine now. A voice from the phone, which we recognize as Blair's, tells him that's great and asks if he told his mother yet. He replies that his friend Ricky told him he did a good job, and next time he'll go on a job alone. A neighbor or passerby stops and asks the man if he's with someone, mentioning he thought he heard talking. The man on the porch quickly says it was nobody and goes back to his phone call. The neighbor walks away, shaking his head and muttering that it was just some old guy talking to himself. The man on the porch gets up and runs into the distance as a teaser for the next chapter. Dummy appears.